In the Wanbao Tower of Flow Cloud City, the auction hall buzzed with excitement as Spring Stars discussed. Hey, heard anything? This time, Wanbao Tower's auction item, a high-grade royal grade cultivation technique from the Five Elements Flow Holy Land. On the second floor, Lin Yongkai, the young master of the Lin family, lounged with his legs crossed, sipping wine and chuckling darkly. No one dares to compete against me yet. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned towards the stage as a graceful figure slowly stepped out. That girl is the treasurer of the Wanbao Tower Guild. Her voice echoed with a charming smile. We've waited long enough. As she spoke, she pointed at the book in the box and solemnly declared. The treasure auction began immediately. Starting bid, 100,000 gold coins. A high-grade royal grade cultivation technique. Mountain snow, specialized for the Five Elements Holy Land. Auction begins at 300,000 gold coins. Instantly, a loud bidding began. Like a storm of excitement, 350,000. I bid 380,000. I bid for 100,000. But as the auction heated up, Lin Yongkai made an unexpected offer that stunned everyone. 3 million gold coins. Are these beggars from this place out of their minds? His words caused chaos in the hall. Already 10 times more? Do you still want to play? Yes, yes. Not wasting time, Neilun quickly sealed the deal. 3 million gold coins. Anyone else willing to bid higher? A hand suddenly shot up. The action was like a thunderclap, drawing everyone's attention. This man is by Yifan, leaning against the pillar with a calm and challenging look. 30 million gold coins. Anyone else willing to bid higher? The entire space froze. Such an unbelievable number. 30 million gold coins. No one could believe their own hands anymore. That value was enough to buy almost the whole city. After a few seconds, laughter began spreading everywhere. This is directly breaking the begging bowl of young Master Lin. Lin Yongkai's face turned red as if scolded, his anger distorting it. You little brat, daring to snatch something from under my nose. Contrary to this rage, Neilun was the happiest in the room. She laughed so hard her eyes couldn't open and quickly slammed the hammer to seal the deal. If no one else bids higher, this item will belong to the young master who bid 30 million gold coins. Below, Neilun's hammer fell. The remaining people left disappointedly, their eyes heavy with disappointment. But as everyone was preparing to leave, Neilun raised her voice again, full of authority. Please stop and look. This is the most valuable treasure today under heaven's command. Starting bid, 200,000 gold coins. Each increase must be at least 100,000 gold coins. As she spoke, footsteps paused, everyone turning with nervous anticipation. Heaven's command, it's the legendary Heaven's command. Above the stage, Lin Yongkai's face darkened. The steward leaned slightly, his expression cautious. Young master, this is what Miss Nailing desires most. If we want to form an alliance with the city lord's household, we must obtain it. Below the stage, Bai Yifan still leaned against the pillar, a calm look as if unconcerned about the power plays. He turned to someone beside him and asked casually, what is Heaven's command? The question paused his opponent slightly. They seemed reluctant but managed to explain. It's harder for a commoner like you to enter the cultivation holy land than to ascend to heaven. You must be under 20, have excellent qualifications, and pass the initiation test. This Heaven's command is given by the Holy Land tourism elders due to good fortune. It allows bypassing all conditions above for direct entry into the cultivation holy land. Hearing this, Bai Yifan nodded, his eyes showing a bit of curiosity as he said, so according to many, it's like a free pass to heaven in this world. Above the stage, Lin Yongkai almost choked on his wine, laughing mockingly. Just now I bid 3 million gold coins for nothing, and now even Heaven's command? The newcomer is a wealthy peasant who got rich overnight, coming to Wanbao Tower Guild just to feel their existence. Line 60 ends here. Just now, we got a new compassionate power for the strong. Posting this order is definitely in our hands. Thinking about it, he smiled coldly and raised his hand to deliver a number that would shock the entire hall. -5,000. But before he could announce it, An unexpected shout broke the silence. 100 million gold pieces. Those words were like a thunderbolt. Everyone in the room was stunned, shocked to the point where some fainted. Lam Vanke bit his tongue and screamed as if losing his mind. What? Bai Yifan remained calm, scratched his head, then repeated himself with a slightly uncomfortable tone. I said 100 million gold pieces. Why are all the people here today so deaf? This story began a month ago because while cooking in his dorm room, Bai Yifan accidentally cut his hand. The blood flowed into his family's ring, triggering an unexpected world. A world of magic and power, where the strong fly through the skies and the weak must rely on others. At that moment, the ring glowed strangely again. What surprised Bai Yifan most was the cabbage in his hand. It had mutated into a luminous spirit plant, shimmering like precious jade. Before he could understand what was happening, people rushed towards him like bees to honey. Kid, can I buy your 5 million worth of spiritual herb root for 500,000? Ignore him. Look at me. I'll offer 1 million. A few minutes passed, and Bai Yifan no longer knew who he was. He was literally buried under money. The first fortune earned in his life had reached 8 figures due to a single cabbage. The amount of money was so high that Bai Yifan could only hold up one hand to breathe. At this moment, Bai Yifan silently reminisced about the early days when he first arrived in this world. After months of back and forth experiments between two worlds, he gradually understood the basic structure and setup of this continent. Leaving his thoughts behind, he looked at his hand where a glowing cucumber was shining brightly. The scene made him realize that only living organisms could cross into this world, while ordinary objects couldn't. Even a pen couldn't be brought along. Food had to be weighed carefully. He began summarizing the rules he needed to follow. Items carried were strictly limited in weight, averaging around 200 grams as the maximum. On the other hand, if he brought food from my continent, among all the troubles, his ancient ring had a huge advantage. It could automatically change clothes according to the world, saving him a lot of trouble. After returning to the modern world, Bai Yifan took out the magic power he won at the auction. He stared at it and muttered, still lacking in thought. Spending so much money at the auction without disguising himself might lead to endless troubles later. It seemed he needed to learn this magic skill quickly to protect himself. The more he looked, the clearer everything became. Turns out it's like that. If I bring over a magic skill from my world, learning it will be very simple. The thought flashed in his mind as a confident smile formed on Bai Yifan's lips. This ultimate master-level technique is mine now. Half a month later, on a clear day, a wine-shattering punch was delivered by Bai Yifan, shattering the large stone in front of him into pieces that flew everywhere. Bai Yifan panted heavily, his eyes glowing brightly as he whispered, "Puff." His body felt full of energy after this practice. In these past half months, I've been diligently practicing the frosty decision and replenishing my body with plants from Earth. Rapid progress? Perhaps because I'm from Earth, my body has evolved in this ancient continent as well. He wiped his sweat that was streaming down his face. The 5 punches just now must have reached an incredible strength. Moreover, he could feel that although it appeared like he was still at the entrance stage of martial realm, his true power was enough to match a core formation martial artist. Bai Yifan looked up at the vast sky and closed his eyes, whispering silently, "This is my first step into the world of martial artists." Suddenly, Bai Yifan paused, his sharp ears catching an urgent cry from afar. "Help! Save me!" He turned around and immediately scanned the area. Before him was a group of people being fiercely attacked by vicious wolves. Desperate cries echoed in despair. From atop a tall tree, Bai Yifan stood silently observing. His eyes sharpened as he recognized the pack of wolves advancing wave after wave. Then a particularly large wolf roared and charged towards a girl. "Oh no!" the girl screamed in panic. Without hesitation, Bai Yifan leaped down like lightning, delivering a powerful punch to the wolf's jaw, causing it to stagger. Following this quick strike, he jumped from above, landing another fatal blow on the fierce creature. Everyone around was shocked. No one expected someone to appear so timely. However, things weren't over yet. As the remaining ones started howling, Fang Shi's eyes sharpened like knives. Just take these sea creatures to practice hand feel. The earthworms charged at him in unison, roaring as if wanting to tear him apart. HMPH, Bai Shi also wouldn't back down. He roared loudly. His punch spiraled and created a blazing circle around him, tossing the earthworms like dry leaves before a strong wind. They rolled on the ground, defeated without even making a sound. The people behind couldn't help but be shocked, watching in awe as they followed his movements. He just said to clean up and it's done. Only then did everyone snap back to reality, their faces clearly showing gratitude and admiration. Young Master is really impressive. A clear blue sky with white clouds and golden sunlight stretching across the forest. Beside a small wooden house nestled in nature, Bai Shi silently practiced next to a large tree. With one swing of his axe, the tree in front was split in two. Gradually, the trees around him fell before his immense strength. The girl he saved brought water with sparkling admiration in her eyes. Brother Shi, you're really impressive. She stood beside him, observing everyone busily cutting down fallen logs. Great job, using your strength well. She added happily, with these logs we can start building the new house for Mai's village now. Bai Shi gently took a sip of water and replied nonchalantly, nothing much, it wasn't anything special. Before that, after pushing back the earthworms, he was warmly received by the villagers. An older man introduced himself sincerely. Young brother, my name is Mai. I'm the son of the village chief of my village. Today we're lucky because someone saved my daughter Mai and the people in our village. We owe you a debt. Although your martial arts are strong, it's still dangerous to stay here in the mountains. Why not come to my village with us? It would be safer there. His words were met with enthusiastic agreement from others. Kaka said, right, if you don't have a place to go, come to my village as a guest. Stay as long as you want. Bai Shi didn't refuse and shrugged his shoulders in response. So better than courtesy is obedience. Inside, he thought differently. With just the two of them, they needed a quiet place to practice the frost condensation technique. Accepting was completely reasonable. After several days of settling down, Bai Shi sat and observed his hands, feeling the changes in his body clearly. He pondered deeply. I've broken through from but recently. The speed of increasing strength seems not as fast as before. It must be hitting a cultivation bottleneck now. The inner cultivation state is exactly what its name suggests, cultivating the 5 viscera and 6 organs to make them stronger. Even swallowing a stone can still be digested. In the frost condensation technique, it also mentions that eating the internal organs of high-level beasts will greatly support the breakthrough process to the inner cultivation state. Bai Shi exhaled softly, muttering to himself. So, when I return to Earth, I'll buy some internal organs for nourishment. At the village gate, everyone was preparing for the market day. A voice turned around and said, everything is ready. We can head to the market now. Brother Bai Shi, if you're free, why not come with us to the market? Bai Shi showed a bit of curiosity about the market. The market in Flowing Cloud City was bustling today. Buyers and sellers were jostling, voices echoing non-stop. Wolves howled. Brother Mai, are you sure it's safe to entrust your daughter to someone we just met for a few days? The two walked side by side in the bustling market, holding a red candy cane. Mai smiled gently, her eyes soft and kind. Brother Shi is really good to Mai. Bai Shi replied softly, let's hurry back. Otherwise, father will be very worried. But before they could leave, both of them suddenly stopped when a crowd gathered ahead. Screams filled the air as everyone's steps slowed down. Stop fighting, please have mercy. Immediately, Mai realized something and her voice trembled with fear. She cried out in panic. Wait, that's my father's direction. Without hesitation, both of them rushed into the crowd. In an instant, tears welled up in Mai's eyes. She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Her father and the person with him were being fiercely shouted at and trampled mercilessly by a group of people. Where did these villagers come from? This is blind justice. They just covered their heads and endured her scream for help. Father, uncle too. Unable to hold back, she weakly broke free from the crowd and ran straight towards them, her voice choked with emotion. Stop. What right do you have to hit our father? A man who was being attacked tried to stop his daughter, shouting loudly, Nene, don't come here. But one of the men saw her and immediately raised his leg to kick. Who are you outsiders? You want to die? His foot hadn't even touched down when a hand grabbed his ankle tightly. Bai Yifan appeared just in time. He twisted the man's arm hard, sending him flying and causing him great pain. Ouch, my leg! Yifan stood calmly amidst the crowd, but his words were sharp as blades. He showed no mercy. The men from post-production attacked the 13-year-old girl who didn't know martial arts with viciousness. Are you still human? The man held onto his ankle while trying to shout back. You, what right do you have to lecture me? Everyone's eyes immediately turned towards Yifan. Without waiting, the leader raised his hand and ordered, beat him for me. Yes, the crowd rushed forward. But in just a few seconds, precise punches like thunder were thrown out. One punch, two punches, each man was knocked away like sandbags. Ouch! Screams echoed everywhere as they lay motionless after just a few minutes. Yifan didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and kicked the man who was still groaning. Can I teach you a lesson now? The man instantly became limp, pleading pitifully. No more, big guy, spare me. A tall, muscular man with broad shoulders stood from afar, observing. His eyes narrowed as he stared intently, scrutinizing. This brat has already reached the level of a while still holding onto the other man's collar, his voice icy cold. Why did you attack someone on the street? Answer my question or the next fist will land in your face. A man named Ji walked over and placed a hand on Yifan's shoulder, speaking softly. Xiao Wu, stop! They are from the city lord's residence. We can't provoke them. Bai Yifan frowned, his anger growing. He turned to ask, Uncle Shi, what's going on? Mu Jilin helped someone up and spoke hesitantly. Uncle Tu, is the person all right? The strong man stepped forward, speaking arrogantly. HMPH, let me answer you. These people without eyes or noses rammed into Our Lady's carriage. They deserve to have their legs broken by horses, and still want to argue with Our Lady. How many heads do you have? This is Zhou Hong, the commander of the city lord's guards. Can't take it anymore. He leaped up and pointed his finger, loudly arguing back. You're wrong. Clearly, your carriage rammed into Uncle Tu. We only asked questions. You attacked people first. She pulled Yifan back quickly and whispered urgently, Mulu, don't say anything more. This is our fault. Saying that, he knelt down forcefully in the middle of the crowded street. He clasped his hands and bowed before the strong man, speaking earnestly. Lady, this mistake was ours. Please show mercy. My father's leg is broken. Give us one chance to spare these lowly people. Bai Yifan stood silently, observing intently with a thoughtful expression. The city lord's lady, since ancient times, commoners don't fight officials. No wonder Uncle She doesn't want to provoke them. A long hand slowly lifted the curtain covering the carriage. A cold voice echoed from behind it. If you're wrong, pay for your mistake. Lan Hingni, the city lord's lady, a beautiful girl with an intimidating pride. Her voice rang out like steel commands. Chu Hong, cut off their legs and used them as a warning. The crowd around them started to stir, with some shouting in shock. You, the young miss of the city lord's residence, are so vicious. She remained indifferent, pursing her lips coldly. After all, you just lost your legs, while I lose my mood and want to go for a walk. Zhou Hang stepped forward, his heavy sword hanging from his shoulder. As the young miss commands, he detested it deeply. A bunch of country bumpkins, really spoiling our young miss's eyes. Die. A scream echoed. But before the blade could reach down, a hand shot out to block it. Bai Yifan appeared like a god, grabbing the heavy sword with one hand. Zhou Hang widened his eyes in disbelief at the scene before him. Huh? Yifan concentrated force into his palm and delivered a straight punch to his face. Get out! What? His reflexes were fast. Zhou Hang leaped back just in time to dodge the fist. You're ready for this. Your eyes show no movement as you softly ask, Are you all right? No, I'm fine, he replied. Mu Jiji's tears flowed freely as she called out loudly. Brother Yifan. The guard in the carriage peeked out with a cold gaze sweeping over them. She gritted her teeth, thinking to herself that this worthless brat dared to challenge our young miss. Without hesitation, Yifan charged forward, launching a powerful punch like a hurricane. Die! Zhou Heng quickly raised his sword in front of him, but it was too late. The punch was so strong that the precious sword shattered instantly. He was startled. Could he really break my precious sword with just one strike? With no weapon, he could only use both hands to try and block. I'm dying, it's too powerful. Another punch came like a sledgehammer. Yifan narrowed his eyes, his gaze sharp and focused. Huh? Zhou Heng struggled to defend, but couldn't stop the shaking in his mouth. HMPH, country bumpkin, you know nothing. This iron armor was given by City Lord. It's unbreakable. No matter how powerful you are, you can't defeat me. Before he could finish speaking, a fatal punch hit his stomach. Zhou Heng was thrown back and fell to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The guards nearby rushed over. Boss. The onlookers stood there, eyes wide but mouths agape. Truly an eye-opener. I've never seen the City Lord's commander get beaten up like this. Whisper quietly, be careful of getting hit. Zhou Heng sat up with a twisted face from anger. Get out, I'll personally kill that brat. His muscles tensed, veins popping all over his body as he exuded an intense aura. Release the blood energy. Seeing this scene, Yifan was slightly surprised and his gaze sharpened with caution. Huh? Without waiting, Zhou Heng charged like a hurricane, unleashing continuous punches. Fist techniques, he dodged and observed each move with a contemplative expression. What is this? With a smug look on his face, Zhou Heng taunted as he struck. Truly a poor peasant, even your martial skills are unknown to me. Ji Zhang, you're from the ancient blood release realm. How can releasing blood energy not defeat this bone-breaking realm brat? But Yifan remained calm and leaped high, delivering a powerful punch straight towards his opponent's face. If he was 2 levels below me, I'd have just a little strength. The guards rushed in. Boss, Moxie, and Moxian stood far away, unable to believe their eyes. Everyone touched their heads in shock. He was beaten so badly he's bleeding and groaning on the ground. He wonders why his martial skills are suddenly so powerful. Magnan rushes over. Mr. Chen takes him, speaking worriedly. Brother Yifa, are you alright? Bai Yifa softly replies, weak. Don't worry, I'm fine. He looks at his own hand, his expression serious. The car's body came from Earth and is like a divine existence in this world too. My strength has long surpassed the realm of this world. Inside the carriage, true name anger grows too large to contain. That useless thing, where are you? Go to the mayor's mansion for military affairs. Round up all these people and send them to the mines. The soldiers immediately kneel, heads bowed, receiving orders. Follow orders, yes. Hearing this, a young man's face turns pale, quickly turning to him with a soft whisper. It's over. If the guards come, everyone in our village won't have a good outcome. I've heard that anyone sent to the mines from the mayor's mansion never returns whole. Suddenly, all eyes focus on one direction where an expensive car has stopped. A woman sits relaxed in the car, holding a cigarette. Her voice is full of mockery. Lady Lamb's authority is indeed great. The carriage hit innocent civilians in the street, treating human lives like trash. Abusing power. Does this Yen kingdom belong to someone else now? Has it become the Lamb family's? The crowd whispers together. It's Nolan, the head treasurer of 10,000 Treasure Tower. Lamb True Name raises her eyebrows, speaking angrily. Head treasurer Nolan, what do you mean by that? Nolan calmly hands a cigarette to his servant. Her cold eyes are like ice. Lady Lamb's carriage hit civilians in the street. I saw it with my own eyes. Do you still want to be evasive? Then she turns to Yifa, respectfully bowing down. Young Master Bai, we meet again. He smiles. Head treasurer Nolan, no need for formalities. A weak expression appears as she asks curiously. Brother Yifa, do you know each other? Just now, I heard someone say that this beautiful elder is the head treasurer of 10,000 Treasure Tower, the largest guild in Flowing Cloud City. How did Brother Yifa meet such a big figure? True Name Anger laughs sarcastically from inside the carriage. Who would have thought that the head treasurer Nolan knows these vagrants? It's quite an eye-opener. But Nolan immediately retaliates, her voice making the air seem frozen. The people are the foundation of a country. Lady Lamb is the young miss of Flowing Cloud City, yet she constantly calls Baijin commoners and plebeians. I wonder how this will stir up controversy in the king's court. True Name Anger shouts angrily, Nolan knew, you're threatening our young miss. Nolan Kelly Co. always belittling. I can't threaten, but if you want to take them today, you must pass through the 10,000 treasure towers checkpoint. True Name Anger's face darkens. Her eyes are full of calculation. The 10,000 treasure tower is our country's leading guild, so it must be solid and filled with experts. If we offend them, the consequences could be severe. She laughs mockingly, covering her mouth gracefully as if nothing happened. Since head treasurer Nolan has agreed to help these commoners, I'll make an exception and spare them this once. Let's go! Cheers of relief and joy echo behind. Yes, we're saved. Everyone sighs in relief and enters the temple to rest. Baiyifa steps forward, nodding sincerely. Thank you very much for today. I owe a lot to head treasurer Nolan. She just smiles lightly. It's nothing. Then she turns and orders her servant. Where are we? Send the villagers from Wood Family Village into the living room for medical checks. Yes, the servants respond in unison. The servant leads everyone inside with a soft smile. Ladies and gentlemen, please follow me. A Nuknahuk gently tugged on Bai Shifan's sleeve and whispered discreetly, Bai Shifan, why is this beautiful big sister who is so wealthy helping us? Do you two have any relation? He raised his hand to his chin, as if trying to remember something, then answered faintly. Oh, well, strictly speaking, she owes me money. Huh, she owes you money? Inside the elegant private room of the tower, Nailing's face lit up with joy and he praised enthusiastically. Congratulations to Bai Shifu for breaking through the main vein realm. At this age, your status has reached the main vein realm. In the history of Flow Cloud City, it seems no one has ever achieved this before. Bai Shifan leaned back comfortably in his chair with a low and modest voice. Don't say any more. Today, if not for that person surrounding me, Nailing might have approached closer to water the flowers. His eyes were full of hidden meaning. But Newell was very curious. If you could casually take out so many lawn vines like this, why did you need to hide in a village and live with those villagers? The young man lowered his head, speaking softly but with implication. Nailing's chief accountant said to you, things that should be known will naturally be told to you. Things that shouldn't be probed better not be. Hearing this, Nailing jumped slightly and his heart skipped a beat. Yes, to avoid the tension dragging on, Bai Shifan changed the subject with a jesting tone. Oh, talking about long vines, Nailing's chief accountant, you still owe me 3.1 million gold from last time, right? She forced a smile and looked slightly nervous. Well, it's still a bit short. She then turned around to massage his shoulders gently with a flattering tone. But our new shipment, Bai Shifu, do you want to take a look? If you see them, you can directly take them. Really? Of course it's true. Bai Shifan tilted his head slightly as he recalled the fight just now. I remember fighting with the City Lord's Guard commander. He used Quanji and Shaoguan martial arts techniques. You looked at Nailing, your eyes filled with hope. Do you have any martial arts? In a mysterious room, dim light shone on the bookshelves filled with neatly ranged martial arts manuals. Nailing walked over and pointed to introduce. These books are all new martial arts from 10,000 Treasures Tower. Bai Shifu can choose freely. She handed him a first book, but he quickly declined. Through the Mountain Pass, low-grade Imperial Martial Art. This is a training method. Mastering it to a small extent allows you to penetrate stone mountains. Ignore it. Not discouraged, she took another book. This is Black Firmament Sword, middle grade Imperial Martial Art. This sword technique was passed down from Southern Wilds. During cultivation, one needs to use various special products from Southern Wilds. Complex? Ignore it. Nailing continued cheerfully. This martial art is called Flower Penetrating Fist, famous for its flexibility and agility, suitable for women. Ignore it. She pursed her lips and used spiritual energy to fetch a book from above. So only the last one left. Nailing solemnly placed the book in front of him. This is Shadow Fist. It's the top-priced martial art here, highest grade Imperial level. Bai Shifan glanced at it and nodded slightly. Highest grade Imperial level. This sounds more like what he said. Outside 10,000 Treasures Tower's Grand Hall, Nutnhuk quietly sat on a long chair waiting. Seeing Bai Shifan step out, she was overjoyed as if meeting a loved one after a long time. Bai Shifan, finally you're here. Let me take a look around for you. Nutnhuk, why did Mua come out? Didn't I tell you to rest in the guest room? She bit her lip and Lainey replied, I was worried about you so I came out to see how things were going. Nailing stood behind. Seeing that scene, he smiled and praised. The relationship between the young master and Muimui is really good. Those who don't know might think they are blood-related siblings. Indeed, a small tale. He pulled out a red cloth from his inner pocket and showed it to her. Right, Nunu, take this. Put it on. Nunu hesitated, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Is this for me? Nalan gently explained, her voice soft as a breeze. Yes, Nunu, this was intentionally prepared by Lore just for you. In the private storeroom, Bai Yifan pointed at an outfit on display. This outfit is very beautiful. Let's pack it together. Nalan nodded in approval. The Lord has good eyesight. This Fireflow robe was crafted from superior firegrass and not only looks exquisite, but also helps warm the meridians, nourish yin. It's perfect for a lady. He gently stroked Nunyayu's head when suddenly a servant rushed in, looking panicked. We're in trouble. Get out quickly to see. Everyone hurried outside. In another room, Muyu lay unconscious on the carpet. A doctor sat beside her, his face grave as he examined her pulse. He slowly stood up and reported back to Nalan, who was extremely worried. Muyu clutched her hand tightly, tears streaming down. How could this be? Second medicine, sighing sadly, clasped his hands in a report. Only when legendary great powers intervene or living medicinal herbs are present can one be saved. But where are these great powers and living medicinal herbs in the world? In a corner of the room, Yifan quietly leaned against the wall and spoke calmly. Perhaps they really exist. Everyone turned to look at him. Really? Late at night in an empty pharmacy, the clerk stretched lazily. It's time to close up for the day. Just about to shut the door when suddenly, a strong force pushed it open and Bai Yifan stepped inside. The clerk shouted in surprise, "What's going on?" He looked like a ghost as he burst into smoke. Ha ha! At the same time, in the afternoon clinic, everyone waited anxiously. The chief physician sighed. Muyu couldn't hide her worry. It's getting late. Where is Yifan? Just then, Bai Yifan walked in calmly and said, I'm back. He brought out some glowing herbs and said, Doctor, can these be used? The doctor's eyes widened. These are! Seeing the precious herbs in his hand, he exclaimed, blood-beating kiln flower, earthly wormwood, 100 venom grass king, worm spirit, 7-star leaf. These are rare medicinal herbs that are hard to find. Excited, he hugged them tightly. They can definitely cure the patient. That's good. This is the first time I've seen so many precious herbs together. Nunu noticed his hand injury and asked, Yifan, what happened to your hand? The young man was flustered but didn't explain. Before he could, he mentioned that he had taken all the medicinal herbs for treating his hand from the pharmacy. No way! Suddenly, the pharmacy's automatic door slammed shut, startling Yifan. Automatic door? After massaging his sore hands, he muttered in pain. 3 days later, in a cozy kitchen, Nunu cooked while fuming at Yifan. I said you should rest more. Why did you come down here? The man smiled reassuringly and said, I know my own health. Now this leg of mine is as hard as stone. Don't worry too much. Where's Yifan, your brother? She scooped up the soup and replied with a smile. He went hunting. I told you he needs to eat more nutritious food. I can't let him go out. Meanwhile, in the deep forest, a huge python lunged at Yifan. It clamped its body around him tightly, trying to crush him. But he calmly raised his magic fist, striking at the snake's head as if missing. The snake looked down on him with disdain and charged again. Bai Yifan sneered. Bang! A loud explosion echoed. The snake suddenly burst into pieces. He casually supported himself, catching the heart that fell from its shattered body. With a smug laugh, he said, "The heavenly power has finally come to collect tonight. I stand amidst this desolate battlefield and toss in the last heart. Time to wipe the sweat. It's all done." He remembered Lan and Venu's words. Top-tier royal martial arts are incredibly hard to understand. Even geniuses must endure 3 months of rigorous training. But he had adapted it into a guide for idiots on Earth. He chuckled. If she knew I was now a fully realized heavenly power user and suddenly attacked her late-stage internal alchemy, she'd be surprised enough to drop her chin. Soon, Bai Yifan began feeling nauseous from the smell of boiling organs. To break through the late-stage core realm, he had been eating animal organs non-stop for days. The blackened cook happily brought out a pot, exclaiming, "Young Master Yi, today's menu includes pig liver soup, chicken gizzard, mutton kidney, and snake bile, your favorites." Despite his reluctance, he reached down to grab some wild game meat for the medicinal stew. Suddenly, a whizzing sound echoed behind him. Multiple throwing daggers flew towards him. Bai Yifan remained calm. "Let's pick more wild fruits. The blackened cook really likes them." Sensing the scent, he quickly turned around, his eyes cold and sharp as he leaped away. The whizzing daggers flew past. Bai Yifan dodged gracefully and shouted, "If you're here, stop hiding, come out." From above, several black-clothed figures descended. One laughed coldly, "Brat, I didn't expect to be discovered." They immediately surrounded him, threatening, "Don't blame us for not giving you a fair fight." Bai Yifan smirked. "Land Out Diao of the city lord's residence sent you here." One of them raised his sword high. "This is none of your concern. In general, someone offered a very high price for your life." Without hesitation, they all charged forward. Bai Yifan skillfully dodged their attacks, easily sidestepping the moves of a late-stage inner alchemy practitioner. He leaped into the air and swiftly changed his stance to attack to early-stage inner alchemists. Flames erupted around him, directly targeting the enemies. There are also 3 peak late-stage core practitioners. The one who bought my life really dares to spend money. The young man swung his fist. A sneer formed at the corner of his mouth. Now, even this blackened cook is worried. "No more games with you." Hundreds of fists appeared in chaos. Heavenly power. The assassins panicked and screamed. "What? This strength?" In a blink, they were thrown into the sky and fell like leaves. Bai Yifan seized the moment. He struck one of them with a powerful punch, causing him to wince in pain. The man's face paled as he trembled, questioning, "Martial script. How could you know martial script? Intelligence said that you were just a late-stage core practitioner and knew no martial scripts." Bai Yifan smirked slightly. Just maybe the intelligence was wrong. He didn't have time to react when he suddenly panicked again from remembering his previous punch. With such strength, he could break their organs and bones, but he deliberately held back. He couldn't help muttering, "Could it be that I can control this power so precisely?" Without giving him more time to think, he kicked hard at the man, issuing a cold command. "Who gave the order? If you tell me, I'll let you die without suffering." Despite being crushed until he could barely breathe, the assassin remained silent. "Alright, go scout and see. Our assassination group is the largest in Flow Cloud City. Even if we die, we won't sell out our clients' information. Attack, kill us." Bai Yifan raised an eyebrow, looking down with contempt. "Oh, I didn't expect you to be such a stubborn and silent type." Then he casually stepped forward, changing his tone with a hint of meaning. "Then let me not make things difficult for you. Is it the assassination group? I'll double the price to buy your client's life. Will we do this deal?" The assassin growled in frustration. "Our assassins are professionals. No one can buy us out." But when he took out a large, gleaming gold block, Sang's eyes reflected its light. Bai Yifan asked again, "So what now?" "Unless it's the price itself that can't be refused, how else?" Instantly, all the assassins knelt down, heads bowed in respect, calming down. The Assassination Guild guarantees that there won't be any assassins daring to interfere with your business in White Cloud City. As for the client, please give us some time. After the mission is successful, we will come back to inform you. Go on, he nodded satisfied. A smirk appeared. No matter what background someone has, if they want to make a move, let them taste their own medicine. As the assassins withdrew, he stood in silence under the moonlight, thinking but still needed more martial arts skills. At least break through to the Blood Realm. Only then can you walk freely in White Cloud City. The next day, while strolling with Lin Yunhai on the streets, Lam Hingmi couldn't stop jumping around, cursing Nailing for making enemies over those country bumpkins. Did she really think that I wouldn't dare touch her 1,000 treasure tower? Seeing her still fuming, Yunhai spoke clearly, waving his fan. For the sake of the bigger picture, Hingmi would naturally not countenance Nailing. Be careful and don't harm your health. Then he took out a sparkling needle, pinning it in her hair to cool down Hingmi. Look, this is the latest genuine treasure shop gold needle. It took me a long time to queue up to buy it. Wear it and don't get angry anymore, that's good enough for now. But at that moment, her eyes widened as she pointed ahead in surprise. Wait, that was by Yifan's figure clearly visible in her eyes, making Hingmi's eyes widen. Why is he here? Unable to contain her anger, she turned around and punched Yunhai in the face, shouting continuously, Lin Yunhai, you worthless scum, didn't you promise to deal with those country bumpkins for me? Why is he still alive when he appeared here? Hearing this, Yunhai could only cover his face and cry, eyes full of confusion. What? I spent a lot of money hiring professional assassins. It can't fail. Hingmi angrily laughed. Worthless, worthless, worthless. You're truly useless. Don't go so fast. Wait for me. Meanwhile, in the 1,000 Treasure Towers hall, Yifan was talking to Nailing. She asked curiously, martial arts skills. Didn't you just buy a top-grade Imperial Family martial arts book? Why rush to buy more? He replied with a faint smile, you don't need to worry about this matter. After all, I have nothing but money now. Nailing was like a chicken finding rice, okay? Hearing that, she pulled out a small book and introduced it. It's just coincidental. The 1,000 Treasure Tower just received a new batch of goods today, preparing to list them for sale. This flying sword from the Imperial Collection is a body cultivation technique. It should meet your requirements. As his eyes landed on the book, satisfaction was clear on his face. Yifan then made an offer, Nailing, chief accountant, if there are any high-grade martial arts books in the future, no need to list them. I'll take all of them. Just as their conversation continued, a mocking voice cut through the air. Yeah, what's that poor guy from the countryside talking about? With her proud and confident demeanor, Hingmi approached without hesitation, offering, Nailing chief accountant, I'll buy everything this person looks at today. No matter how much he offers, I'll pay 3 times to see his displeasure. Seeing the situation getting tense, Nailing quickly intervened. I'm sorry, Miss Lam, the 1,000 Treasure Tower is open for business. Our rule has always been that whoever offers more gets it. Hearing this, Hingmi immediately looked uncomfortable. She pointed at him and loudly argued back. What? Could it be that this country bumpkin is offering a higher price than me? Are you joking? If he can afford it, today I'll walk around the 1,000 Treasure Tower in front of everyone to show my displeasure. In response to her challenge, Yifan merely raised his lips with a proud smile. Whatever Miss Lam says is final. Many people here can witness this, but if you can't afford it, kneel down for me and lick my shoes. Hearing the upcoming fun, Yifan nodded in agreement, then calmly took out something to give to Nailing. If that's the case, Chief Accountant Nailing, please settle the bill. Yes, sir. His eyes gleamed with amusement as he looked straight at Hingmi, waiting for the fun. We can't wait to see this performance. At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, hold on. Isn't that the precious command of the 10,000 Treasures Tower? Another person asked back, what is a single cloud command? It's powerful, right? The men explained, seriously, a single cloud command is a special order made for distinguished guests at the 10,000 Treasures Tower. It symbolizes supreme status. If you look at other treasures in the market, someone with this command can get them directly without bidding. As he spoke, everyone was more amazed. Governor Chung Luyuan has over 2 million people, and only a handful could obtain such items. Bai Yifan just smiled, clearly satisfied. What's his background? Why does the 10,000 Treasures Tower value him so much? Someone in the crowd asked bluntly. Remember a few days ago when I was treating the Magma Master at the tower? Nailing cried and begged. Nailing, those medical treatments earlier. Please have mercy and sell some to us. At that time, he only coldly reminded her. Nailing, chief accountant, do you need a reminder that I haven't been paid yet? That's why Nailing had to offer single cloud commands for exchange. Each command is the most precious token of the 10,000 Treasures Tower. I used this material to get some medicinal herbs from it. Can we do that? Looking at the item in his hand, the young man was curious. What does a single cloud command do? Show me. Back to the present, Lam Hinnie's expression changed dramatically, her face pale. Why? Yes, how did you get a single cloud command? Even my father has one. The water is at our necks. Yifan quickly made the move that left her completely defeated. Earlier, Lam Senior Miss said she would pay 3 times as much later. I can pay 30 times, 300 times, or even 3,000 times. You stepped closer, your voice like a sharp blade. If Lam Senior Miss cannot offer more, you might as well start crawling. Outside, Fan Kai was searching everywhere for Hinnie. Has anyone seen our Hinnie? She's the main miss of our city. A beauty like a fairy, elegant and captivating. She is stunning with an unusual aura. Someone nearby pointed to the crowd gathering. Oh, the main miss of our city. I don't know if she's beautiful, but her aura is truly unique. Inside the crowd, the atmosphere was very lively. People laughing and joking. No wonder she's called the main miss with one word. From Manchi, hurry up, Senior Miss, or it will get dark soon. As everyone laughed, Fan Kai choked back tears, unable to believe his eyes. Hinnie! Publicly humiliated, Lam Hinnie couldn't hold back and burst into tears. Her mind was filled with rage. Damn! 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 This young lady has never experienced such humiliation before. Facing her pitiful appearance, Yifan only frowned in dissatisfaction. Miss Lam, if you think my Yifan is a soft fruit to be squeezed by anyone, you're wrong. Sitting down slowly opposite her, I won't start trouble, but also don't fear being provoked. I took the acupuncture pin from her hair and snapped it. The pieces scattered on the ground. In front of Lam Hinnie's stunned gaze, the young man stood up and walked away. Before leaving, Yifan left a playful jab. Alright, watching performances is addictive. Goodbye! As the crowd began to disperse, Fan Kai finally squeezed in, worriedly shouting, "Make way for me!" Seeing Hinnie, he rushed over and asked Han, "Hinnie, are you alright?" But contrary to his expectations, she lowered her head with a cold voice full of venom. "Fan Kai, I've changed my mind." Her face lit up with fire, each word filled with malice. I don't need someone to kill by Yifan anymore. I want him to suffer. Still confused, Fan Kai asked again. He was indeed by Yifan. Her angry response made her scream, "You know that scoundrel just humiliated me earlier. If you can't do it, we won't even think about our engagement anymore." Her declaration left Fan Kai speechless. He stammered, his eyes wide with surprise. Wait a moment. He is the mysterious person who gave out the mountain training order and heaven command before. Now, Lan Hingmi raised her eyebrows. What are you saying? Yun Kehai recalled, his voice serious. I knew she always wanted to enter the Cultivation Holy Land, so I fought for the heaven command to make her happy. But I didn't expect him to intercept me halfway, and this image flashed through my mind. At that time, after failing the pursuit, my subordinate reported back. The person was strange, dressed like a demon. My actions were not smooth. He managed to escape. Hearing this, Hingmi's face turned gloomy with suspicion. What kind of background does he have? No, I must tell father about this as soon as possible. Back in the real world, in a quiet residential area, Bajifin lazily rolled out of bed, stretched and yawned widely. It's still more comfortable in my forest. He glanced at the new book he bought yesterday, floating like a book on the table. He thought back, there were only 108 transformations yesterday. Very complex. But with the simplification from the earth-burning rule, I grasped it in just one night. A wave of enlightenment washed over me. I clenched my fist and chuckled. The power of the shadow technique combined with the speed of floating like a book, even against half-blood warriors. I can fight. Alright, go downstairs to buy some cultivation resources, then come back. But as Jiffin reached for the door handle, an unexpected knock sounded and a familiar voice echoed from outside. Landlord Quatch, many rooms. Why didn't you answer my messages when I was at home? Just now, knocking on the door but not opening it, I stood there, pale-faced Miss Quatch. Caught off guard, Jiffin quickly apologized. Sorry, I was sleeping in the bedroom and really didn't hear anything. A voice of warning echoed in his heart. Trouble. Busy with cultivation, but forgot today is Quatch News deadline. She shouted, don't think you can just pass it off like that. I said all rent will be paid by the end of the month. Where's the money? He gulped and held out his hand with the money. Please, miss, take this first. I still need to keep $200 for living expenses. Next month, I'll definitely pay it all. Seeing him struggling, Quatch New looked puzzled, asking, Jiffin, what's going on? Even working as a waiter, you could earn $3,000 to $4,000 per month. A healthy boy like you can't even afford the rent. Jiffin scratched his head and laughed nervously. Me, her. After 3 days of training in the other world, only working at night to make some money, naturally not much. Surprisingly, Quatch New didn't take the money but pushed it back into his hand. Take this, she laughed, waving her hand generously. $200 is enough for now. Just keep it and remember to pay next month. Grasping the money, Jiffin was moved. Thank you, Miss Quatch. Outside on the street, he's now riding an old motorcycle delivering goods. The system prompt sounded, ding, your delivery is about to be late in 10 minutes. He frowned and glanced at his time tracker, living without worries but spending money like it was nothing. Back in the real world, he was immediately exposed for who he really was. Passing by a street sign, Jiffin's eyes fell on an advertisement with large letters, Wanted, Son. Reading the content below, mentioning adoption of a son, he laughed bitterly and muttered, might as well try my luck in hard times for wealth and status. Suddenly his phone rang. Jiffin glanced at the screen. It was his father's number. He answered, hello dad, why are you calling me? But after a few seconds of listening to what the other end said, at the hospital, his father sat in silence, tearfully recounting everything to him. The driver is arrested, driving under the influence without insurance. As he spoke, he couldn't hold back tears, hugging his face and sobbing, I've already mortgaged the house to the bank. Friends and family have all borrowed money. Medical expenses still owe $300,000. Can't even guarantee if mom and me will wake up. Jiffin, dad is sorry for you. He was silent for a moment, then calmly placed his hands, reassuring his father with firm voice. Don't say that. We are one family. The rest I'll figure out. As Jiffin's silhouette faded behind the hospital door, his father could only sigh heavily and watch him go. Jiffin. Leaving the hospital, he stopped to look at the night sky, sighed deeply. It's always the thin part of a string that breaks. Unlucky to choose such a hard time. Just then, from behind an alley, a loud scream made Jiffin turn around. In the alley, a girl was surrounded by several aggressive men. Mao grabbed her. Don't let her escape. One of them held her hand and whispered menacingly, be good or we'll take you with us, or else you'll know our strength. Just as they didn't realize a third person had appeared, Jiffin's voice rang out, stop. The man was still threatening when he got hit in the head by a powerful kick. He screamed in pain. His scream caught the attention of the others who turned to see him. Without hesitation, Jiffin charged in and delivered a strong kick to the knee of one man trying to overpower the girl. The man fell to the ground. What's your leg? My leg. Not letting him act alone for long, the rest shouted loudly, but still felt uneasy. Damn it. Weren't all the guards around this woman supposed to be taken care of? Why is there another one? As soon as one of them made a mistake, Ni Fam immediately targeted him. Great job. Just as predicted, you moved quickly and decisively. Although Ni Fam knew that the cultivation level in the Daini world couldn't fully transfer to this world, after recent training, his body had started forming muscle memory. His strikes and reflexes were lightning fast. From behind, he delivered a powerful kick to the chest of one of them, sending him flying several meters away. Ni Fam was too slow, it's over now. The other two below hadn't even dodged in time and fell down with them. All three rolled around. The last one just stopped breathing after a few seconds, pale-faced. In less than 3 minutes, he had defeated 7 people. What kind of combat strength is this? Suddenly, Ni Fam stood still in front, his figure like a spotlight. It's over now. He pushed hard with one hand and slammed the other guy's head into the wall. The man fell to the ground in pain, eyes wide with fear. No, fighting this person is like throwing eggs against a stone. His whole body was radiating an aura that made him freeze in place, completely hopeless. On the other side, the street girl stood there, stunned by everything she had just witnessed. After confirming she wasn't hurt, he turned away as if nothing happened. Hey, are you sure you're okay? I don't know why they targeted you, but let's get you home quickly. She stared and called after him. Wait a minute. Then the last customer turned to her. With gratitude, thank you. Can you take me home? Ni Fam shrugged, put on his jacket again. Oh, sorry, I still have deliveries to make. Being late will cost me money. But if you're scared, I can call the police for you now and wait until they arrive. Seeing he wasn't interested, she changed tactics. She gently grabbed his hand, eyes pleading, take me home. I'll pay you 1 million to repay your life-saving favor. Before she could finish, he turned around, his eyes bright like music was playing in the background. He immediately threw his jacket on the ground. Where does your family live? At the exit villa gate, Dung Dung pushed gently and looked worriedly inside. Sorry to bother you. I'll go into the house to inform everyone that I'm safe. But before he could reply, a loud angry shout came from inside. What's going on? What are you all doing? Don't be so agitated. Your face is pale with anger. If anything happens to Dung Dung, all of you will die right here and now. The bodyguards were trembling in fear, agreeing unanimously. They were so scared they could barely stand. Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke from behind Miss. She turned around, eyes wide with surprise and joy. Behind her, Ni Fam awkwardly smiled. Hello, first time meeting. I'm by Nippon. Don't be so excited. She rushed to hug him tightly. Sister, from now on, I won't go out like this again. Chilako patted his sister's back, voice softening. It's good you're safe. That's all that matters. While Dung Dung continued crying, Ni Fam stood by and smiled at the reunion. After hearing Dung Dung recount everything, Chilako nodded thoughtfully and looked at him. I already know what happened. Thank you for saving my sister. If it's not too much, I want to invite you to a dinner party. But Ni Fam waved his hand, speaking calmly. No need for such formalities. No party is needed. It was just that Dung Dung agreed to pay me 1 million as compensation. This promise. Hearing that, Chilaku's face darkened, eyes full of dissatisfaction. What? The girl said she would take 1 million as compensation. Ni Fam felt a chill down his spine and quickly changed his words. And I didn't say anything like that. He thought to himself, indeed, where does any good fortune come from? Forget it, I only did this because of an injustice. From the start, I had no hope of receiving any compensation. But contrary to his expectations, instead of getting angry, Chilaku surprisingly approached and gave him a clear hit on the head. My sister's life is worth 1 million in your eyes? She only disgraced herself and looked down on her own sister like this? Dung Dung cried out, and it hurts, it hurts. Chilaku quickly took out a bank card and handed it to Ni Fam. Here's 100 million, a small gift from the Tang Group as a token of our gratitude. Hearing that name, Ni Fam suddenly froze. Wait, Tang Group? You said the Tang Group is worth over 5 billion on the market, right? He's always like this, me. Just seeing you, everyone couldn't help but be overjoyed and cheered loudly. Birchnet Fam. It's him who returned, Birchnet Fam. Burchnet fam has finally come back. He hurried over, placed a hand on someone's shoulder, choked up with emotion, relieved to see everyone unharmed. But before he could retract his words, he noticed the right arm of the old man. Burchnet fam deadpan, feeling sorry for him, the right arm. Only then did he realize that among those who survived, no one was completely unscathed. Everyone bore injuries. Mekthit gently patted his shoulder, his voice calm but carrying deep sorrow. It's all right. It's just a lost hand. Lucky we all kept our lives, right? Suddenly, Burchnet fam frantically looked around. Hold on. Nin, where are you? Why can't I see her nose? The question left Mekthit in silence. In a private room, Meknin lay on the bed, bandaged all over. She winced in pain. A doctor gently helped her sit up, his voice warm but clear. But when the bandages were removed, Nahak saw her reflection in the basin and was terrified. Is this me? In a moment, she suddenly stood up, flinging the water basin away. I don't want to take medicine. The doctor tried to soothe her. Nahak, calm down. She fiercely waved while the doctor struggled to hold on, trying to stay calm. Let me die, cry. I don't want to live like a monster. With no other choice, Burchnet fam stepped forward, raised his hand and pressed an acupoint. He gently supported Nahak, eyes filled with pity. Before fainting, Nahak barely managed to move her lips, tears streaming down her face. Burchnet fam elder brother, finally you're back. Standing beside him, NCP Lan couldn't hide his sorrow at Mekninhak's condition. He sighed softly, full of regret. The life was saved but severely burned. Almost nowhere on her body is unharmed. The beautiful young lady like a flower in her prime, her most precious childhood days, how to face the rest of her life. Hearing this, Burchnet fam couldn't suppress his anger. He gritted his teeth and asked who did it. NCP Lan frowned and replied firmly, the mastermind is Lamja and the city lord himself. Meanwhile, at the city lord's residence, Lam Thanche sat solemnly on a chair, looking down at those below. What happened today? Lam Van Kai stepped forward, respectfully presented his report. There was no trouble with the Lin Thatch. I just sent people to collect some. Now, I want to give them to Lord Lam as a token of respect. Hearing this, Lam Thanche chuckled contentedly and praised, the quality of these stones is not bad. You have good eyesight, Hin Ni. Van Kai was delighted and quickly replied, if you like it, that's enough. But Hin Ni sitting next to him looked unsatisfied. She coldly snorted, her contemptuous gaze just flattering my father. Where is the little Burchnet fam? He hasn't been found after so long. Didn't you say he could bring me some? Just a bit of skill, right? Seeing this, Van Kai hurriedly ran to cool Hin Ni down with soothing words. Hin Ni, calm down. Seeing his daughter causing trouble for Van Kai, the city lord intervened. Hin Ni, stop making a fuss. Burchnet fam's sudden appearance, his immense wealth and power, rivaling an empire. I heard from Kai Ni that he even defeated a group of assassins, and his reverse strength is unpredictable. Catching him won't be easy. But this couldn't satisfy Hin Ni, who was still outside the conversation. She glared at her father, full of resentment. The city lord had to lower his voice in a coaxing manner as if soothing a child. Alright, my daughter must endure living on the Wan Bo Tower. I know. I told Kai Ni to lead people to destroy Mek family's village. It's also some revenge for you. Don't bother him anymore. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Van Kai reported, but when we dealt with the bodies, more than 10 villagers from McFamily were missing, and no one knew where the rest went. Could they have been saved? Hearing this, the city lord's face darkened, his voice cold. Order a full city-wide search for any remnants of McFamily and Burchnet fam. Dig up the earth if necessary. Meanwhile, in the Wan Bo Tower, NCP Lan recounted everything with a somber look. It was like this. In Flowing Water City, I had some connections. Knowing the city lord wanted to destroy McFamily's village, I arranged people for rescue. Recalling her memories, she began recounting what happened. Unfortunately, they acted too quickly. When our people arrived, the scene from that day was clear. Only flames engulfed the entire McVillage. She ordered urgently, send some of you to the east to see if anyone is still alive. Amidst the flames, her soldiers rushed in, risking their lives to save others. A cry echoed, "Danger, the house is about to collapse. Hurry in, there's someone still unrescued inside." How despicable, even a child doesn't care. At that moment, a man was pulled out of the rubble, barely alive and weakly. He was still breathing, while that one trembled in the rice to avoid the fire. The whole body shook as he sobbed loudly. She managed to survive, but became the most severely burned person in the entire village. After reminiscing, Nailing only shook his head and sighed with regret. "With my abilities, I could only do this much." Yi Fan stood opposite, filled with emotion. He clasped his hands and bowed deeply, thanking Nailing the counter manager. The kindness will be remembered by Yi Fan forever. But Nailing didn't want to waste time on pleasantries. He got straight to the point. "Young master, what are you going to do now?" His question tightened his grip as his voice became steel-hard and resolute. Though brief, it contained a cold resolve that made him stand firm. Hearing this, Nailing was worried and hurriedly advised against it. Both the Fuling City Lord and Lin family had Blood Realm cultivators. There weren't just one or two. According to rumors, the City Lord who acted recklessly had reached the Cleansing Realm with a body of 5 layers. 5 horses couldn't tear through his body. Moreover, he was said to have a high-grade defensive treasure. No one could eliminate him. Despite logical analysis or well-meaning warnings, it couldn't sway his resolve. Yi Fan spoke coldly, his eyes blazing with intent. "Though I don't like harming others, if anyone kills my friends and family, I won't hesitate to retaliate. 5 layers of flesh, I just want to kill them. But before that, please take care of them for me. There are more important things I need to do now." Upon returning to Earth, he immediately went to Rulao Lane, where familiar names like Huang Ling, Zhuan Kong, Huang Ba Banj, and Hongdu were located. The shop owner warmly handed out the medicine and curiously asked, "I mean, brother, is there someone burned at your place? Why have you been buying burn ointments so much lately?" Hearing this, Bai Yi Fan suddenly turned serious. "Don't ask about that." The shop owner understood and smiled before seeing him off. "Alright, take it easy." But he couldn't help but wonder, though a guest of honor, he was always mysterious, truly an unusual person. At the airport, standing by the entrance to board the plane, his father worriedly asked, "Yi Fan, are you really not going on vacation with your parents?" Yi Fan only smiled and turned around, instructing his father to just worry about himself. There was no need to be concerned about money. There were 500,000 in the card, all earned during training, enough for his parents to play for half a year. His mother silently watched her son's figure fade away. His father patted her shoulder and said with confidence that their son had grown up and was doing what he needed to do. Meanwhile, in a high-rise complex, the phone on the table kept ringing. "Come over here, come over here," Quan Niu said as she picked up the phone, frowning in confusion. "It's so late. Who would send so many messages?" The screen showed Yi Fan's message. "Miss Quan, I have something important to do for a while. The rent is still owed. I've transferred it directly into your life insurance account. The remaining amount can be considered as my advance payment for the rent. For past matters, I really appreciate you." Reading this, she couldn't help but laugh in surprise. He knew how to repay kindness and even pay an advance on his rent. It seems he found a job, but not one that would make him die with dignity and live in hardship. Next month will be another cold north wind. Checking the account, her eyes widened. Wait, 100,000? This rotten kid, what did he do to earn so much? Back in the other world, Yi Fan held a vial of medicine and asked Tai Deifu with anticipation, "Tai Deifu, will these herbs work?" Tai Deifu stroked his beard, his eyes serious. "According to ancient prescriptions, it wouldn't be wrong. But I really want to know how you managed to gather so many legendary dragon herbs without any trace." Hearing this, he only frowned. How quickly for me, but very slowly for him. The weight of the necklace could carry a limited amount. These days, he had to go in and out in batches. He still remembered the miserable feeling of exceeding limits and having to take smaller amounts. At that moment, Yi Fan turned to call Nailing counter manager. we're here. Tai Defu thought to himself, just one herb from this list is already worth a fortune. The bond between the young master and his friends is truly as high as the sky and deep as the ocean. Both of them moved towards the nailing. The medicine is ready. Yi Fan handed over the vial of medicine to him. On one side, Muxie was lying on a sick, her eyes red-rimmed, trembling voice asking Yi Fan, "Brother, can I really return to my old self?" He gently stroked her head, his voice calm and reassuring, "Believe in me. Once the nose heals, I'll buy you a beautiful new outfit. Isn't it true that you like pretty outfits?" Just as she was still overwhelmed with emotion, a loud sound shattered the silence. The mirror above suddenly fell and broke into pieces. Nailing's shrill scream echoed from inside the room. "Nuolu, what happened?" Yi Fan immediately pushed open the door and rushed in. "What is it?" In front of him was a scene he couldn't believe. Muxie stood there, completely recovered. She smiled weakly and said with a hoarse voice, "Brother Yi Fan, I really have recovered now." Then she realized everyone was startled by the noise just now, bowing her head to apologize. "Sorry, because I was so surprised that I broke the mirror." From behind, the doctor's voice boomed. "This old man has been scared into thinking something happened." Yi Fan let out a sigh of relief and stroked her head again, his eyes filled with affection. "Muxie looks more beautiful than before." "Thank you, Brother Yi Fan." Nailing stood aside, curiously watching by Yi Fan leave with some long vines and a treasure chest of medicinal herbs. Her mind was filled with questions. Where did he come from? I'll treat these long vines as a thank you gift. Besides, there's something else I need to ask you. Just say it, young master. Get straight to the point and fetch all the advanced martial arts techniques from the 10,000 treasures hall here. And also, I want to choose a place to seclude myself as soon as possible. In a remote mountain village outside the city, Yi Fan silently took a bowl filled with high-level monster blood. A determined look appeared in his eyes. Not enough. He must quickly strengthen himself. The gap between him and Lamcan at the bottom of the marrow still seemed insurmountable. Without hesitation, he drank the blood and continued training. He kept cutting, each strike more powerful than the last, but it wasn't enough. Bai Yifan swung his sword with a Yang-style technique. Each slash tore through space, causing rocks to crumble around him, but that was still not enough. He took another bowl of blood and continued training. He kept cutting, each strike more powerful than the last, but it wasn't enough. Outside, Tai Dafu stood under the porch, worriedly looking into the courtyard. "I wonder, clerk, how many sets of martial arts techniques did you give him? He has been training non-stop for days and nights like this. It's really something. And also, is it just me or does he drink high-level monster blood as if it were water?" Nailing shook her head slightly, her eyes calm. "Dr. Tai, things in there better left unknown." Then she turned around and looked into the courtyard, whispering, "Now whatever he brings out, I won't be surprised anymore." Under the strong moonlight, Yi Fan continued his training. He didn't stop, not at all. The violent storm sword technique, Silver Moon Slash, each strike causing trees to fall and the ground to tremble. Finally, as night fell, he paused in the middle of the clearing, his face covered in sweat but filled with satisfaction. "Ha ha, I finally broke through." He raised his head and laughed loudly. His entire body radiated a strong aura. "Fourth layer corporeal realm, half-blood stage. I finally broke through." At that moment, Nailing and to others approached with some items. "Young Master Bai, you are truly powerful. You've broken through to the late half-blood stage in just half a month." Yi Fan put on his clothes and turned to face them, his voice calm. "These days, I thank Nailing for your help. I'm about to take action. If I don't return tomorrow morning, please protect Muxie and the rest of my family from the city, completely leaving this place behind." Hearing that, Nailing stepped forward and handed him a small box. His voice was serious. "Young master, wait." He took the box and opened it, his eyes curious. "What is this?" She immediately explained, "This is a spirit-strengthening talisman. After use, it can enhance a martial artist's strength to its maximum. The remaining one is a protective talisman, used for defending against powerful attacks. Its effect can last for an instance stick burn time, and could help you greatly. Line 60 ends here. He pulls out a shiny sword. This is a Chamsa sword, one of the famous swords in Yen. They say it can protect its master. I deliberately took it from another floor for you to use, young master. Holding the sword, his eyes shine brightly. Thank you, no land store manager. As for this money, Nolan interrupts quickly. His firm gaze shows he doesn't need it. Meeting here, white young master vows to fight and avenge the Wood family village. Nolan is deeply impressed and pledges his help too. Wishing you success, young master. Yifan puts on the sword. His deep eyes are intense. Thanking this kindness, I will always remember it in my heart. White Yifan stops before the large gates of Lin Manor. He looks up with a cold voice. Lin Manor is right here. As soon as he appears, the guards shout loudly. Who? An authorized person in the restricted area. Before he finishes speaking, his figure zips past like lightning, leaving behind a chill and continuous shouts. All those guards who were brushed aside fall down. None can resist him. White Yifan walks down the path towards the manor with intense eyes, cold voice. I am here to take your dog's life. Then he steps through the gate, full of vigor, and the revenge begins. Inside the manor, in the grand hall, Lin Van Kai happily talks to his father. Confident tone. Father, don't worry. Soon I will marry Jingni. Yes, yes, yes. Lin Deifu claps in approval. His eyes shine brightly. Van Kai speaks with increasing excitement, already planning his future path to glory. As long as I can be close to the master of this city, isn't Lu Yun part of our family's domain? With those words, both women beside him laugh joyfully. They are not disappointed by their son, Lin Deifu, indeed promising. Lin Deifu, the head of Lin Zhong, is about to raise his cup when a loud noise startles everyone. What was that? Then one guard is thrown inside with a painful cry. Van Kai jumps up in anger and shouts loudly. Who is it? Come out here. Who dares to cause trouble at the Lin family? At this moment, White Yifan steps slowly into view. His cold eyes are intense. He doesn't dodge but walks straight past the guard who was thrown in, meeting Lin young master again. Recognizing the newcomer, Lin Van Kai laughs with joy. Ha ha ha! Good for White Yifan. I still wanted to find you. But you came to me on your own. Today, I will catch you and hand you over to Hang Ni for punishment. But his arm hasn't reached him when he stopped, resting you, relying only on yourself. A single twist of the wrist, a crack echoes, making Van Kai scream in pain. My hand, yours, dare break my hand? He pales, unable to believe it. When did he get to the late-stage half-blood realm? Yifan looks at him and says slowly with contempt, I not only dared to break your arm, but also broke your leg, giving you a good beating. Van Kai collapses in pain. The other three stand rooted to the spot, stunned by his sudden defeat. Heini, even as he's in pain, Van Kai still shouts loudly, Father, run, call the city lord. Hearing this, Lin Deifu immediately flees. But before he can leave the main hall, Yifan appears right in front of him. White Yifan grabs his neck like a rat trying to escape. Run. Lin Deifu panics and tries to scare him. You can't kill us. You're like him, asking in return, why? He tried to save his life and that of his son. We are the fate of the city lord. If you kill us, the city lord will remember you, he said softly. Lin Yongkai added, right, I'm engaged to Xingni, so I'm half a member of the Lam city family now. You dare touch us and see what happens. Before he could say anything, Lan Deifu was broken neck by him. The scene left Yongkai stunned, his mouth open in shock, shaking all over. Father! Yifan let go, coldly glancing at Yongkai. Just try it out. By now, Yongkai had completely lost his initial arrogance. He knelt down and trembled. I never thought you'd really dare. Without any dignity left, he rushed to kneel in front of him, begging for mercy. By Yifan, don't kill me. I'll give you the entire Lam family fortune, all my assets. Please don't kill me. He smirked, despising look on his face. Your Lam family's wealth. You're really going to make me laugh to death. How much is the entire Lam family worth? 1,000 gold pieces? Or 5,000? Your emotions are about to die and you still aren't afraid. I'll tell you, any random herb I pick would be worth several thousand gold pieces, even more than 100 million. Do I need to take your lamb family seriously? Hearing that, young Kai sobbed, tears streaming down his face. Sorry, I was wrong. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Don't kill me. He wasn't bothered to listen anymore, grabbing his head with both hands, his cold eyes like a deathly gaze. No need to apologize to me. If you really regret it, go down and join your father in hell. Atone for the deaths of the Moga village people. With one decisive neck break, young Kai's body fell to the ground. After handling everything, Yi Fan slowly stood up. Without looking back, he silently turned around and walked away. Now it's the city lord's residence. In the main hall of the city lord's residence, the air was quiet when someone rushed in. Face pale, shouting loudly to report bad news. Something happened. He quickly knelt down, reporting urgently to the person sitting on the chair. City lord, something happened. Lin Pavilion just reported that Lin family is under attack. Hearing this, City Lord Lam frowned slightly, slowly opening his eyes. What's going on? The messenger trembled as he replied. According to what the servant said outside, a young man named by Yifan came to report. Order everyone to seal all entrances and exits of Liangyuan City immediately. Send General Bailing and Dooley with 300 armored guards to Lam family to capture the culprit. Instantly, the armored guards responded in unison. Yes! As he walked, City Lord Lam clenched his teeth as he thought, damn it, shouldn't that brat be dead already? Not long after, he rode out of the residence gates, ready to leave. Before leaving, he turned and warned Commander Yuan Beijing. The two guards inside the residence should protect the young miss. If anything happens, immediately report it. Hearing this, they bowed in response. Subordinates received orders. Then the troops marched out in formation under City Lord Lam's command. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, Lin Xingyi lifted the curtain and saw the scene, curiously asking, Commander Yuan, where is father going? Commander Yuan, why are we leaving so urgently? Why such a commotion? One of them quickly replied respectfully, visiting young miss, probably to capture a major criminal. She raised an eyebrow and asked again, capturing a major criminal. Then why aren't you going? Commander Yuan lowered his head to explain that the city lord had ordered us to stay in the residence for unexpected events. Hearing this, she stepped down from the carriage, walking while advising, all right, then you two will guard outside the courtyard. If there's anything, I'll call for you. Yes, she entered with her attendants, sighing as they walked. Father is really something. Our city lord residence has for generals, all in half-blood state, and father is a cleansed follower. A servant gently spoke up, young miss, I'll serve you while you rest. Which nightwear do you like today? Hearing this, Lin Xingyi glanced at the nearby nightwear, eyes filled with resentment. Why is this outfit still here? Master Lin said it's worth a fortune. She stubbornly retorted, that wretched woman, even licking my shoes wouldn't be fitting enough for her. Her dress can't be that good? Only that foolish man named Lin Wanhai treated this as a treasure and secretly gave it to me. Throw it away. Lam Hinny gripped the comb tightly in her hand, her eyes flashing with anger. Recalling those villagers only made her even angrier. And that by Yifan. He just keeps issuing orders for what belongs to me. If I see him again next time, I'll definitely cut off his dog's head myself. But at that moment, something unusual happened behind us. The two mates had fallen unconscious on the floor without making a sound. Seeing this, Lam Hinny paled and retreated in panic. Hong Ni, Lu Ni, what's wrong with you? A cold voice echoed from behind, sending chills down her spine. Miss Lam, how do you plan to cut off my head? She was terrified and turned around, shouting loudly. You! Why? Are you here too? This is the city lord's residence. You! How dare you enter my city lord's residence? Bai Yifan approached slowly, his voice as gentle as a breeze but chilling to the bone. Lam Hinny retreated, trembling and stammering in fear. You don't come any closer. Lam Hinny's shrill scream echoed. Where are the guards? Are there assassins? Yifan remained calm, his voice still gentle but chilling. Don't shout! In your guards, there were two generals at blood circulation realm who I killed completely. Hinnie's face turned ashen, her heart seemed to stop. All she could think was one thing repeatedly. By Yifan alone had killed two generals. He slowly drew his sword, his voice stern like thunder. Lam Hinnie, do you know why I'm here? I warned you before not to provoke me. The plan to massacre the villagers was yours and Lin Wanhai's, right? Lin Wanhai is dead, now it's your turn. Hearing this, Lam Hinnie fell to her knees, sobbing, please, don't kill me. She screamed, tears streaming down her face. By Yifan, please spare my life. I'm only 18, I don't want to die yet. Just ask me to do anything but don't kill me. Yifan remained silent, his cold eyes like steel. He was just 13 years old. Those children you burned in the Mu family village, some were too young. What did they deserve? She sobbed harder, more terrified. By Yifan, I'm sorry, please don't kill me. I can still offer something, right? I'm still a virgin. She no longer cared about her dignity. Her voice was filled with desperation. Kill me. Do you not feel regret? Just then, a bright light suddenly appeared, and she frantically covered her face in shock. Facing this reaction, Yifan's expression turned stern. He said coldly, a wicked woman like you would disgust me even if you were naked. With a decisive movement, he retracted his sword and continued with a calm but authoritative voice, as if the heavens had a good heart. I can give you one chance to live. Do you think you're worthy enough to lick my shoes? Saying this, he stepped onto a nearby chair, crossed his arms, and smirked. Now, lick my shoes. Hinnie was stunned, unable to speak. He raised an eyebrow and asked back, what? Didn't you just say anything goes as long as I don't kill you? Hinnie tightly held onto me, saying that as long as she wasn't killed, she would do whatever he asked. Reluctantly, she knelt down and approached to perform the humiliating task. Seeing this, Yifan laughed sarcastically. Miss Lam really did try hard for her life. She humiliated herself by licking his shoes while silently gritting her teeth, filled with resentment and hatred. You can be smug now, but just wait until my father returns. He'll make sure to punish you severely. But with each passing moment, our time is running out like half a stick of incense. After forcing her into compliance, she forced a smile and said, all right, clean up then move on. Suddenly, his expression turned icy cold, and his aura changed instantly. He gritted his teeth, saying it's done, let's go. Before she could react, a swift sword stroke knocked her down. Outside the city walls, soldiers marched along the stone path towards Lam Manor. His face suddenly changed, his thick brows whereupon in foreboding. A general beside him asked worriedly, Lord City Governor, what's wrong? He shook his head and said seriously, nothing, just a feeling of unease. Before he could finish, a messenger rushed up breathlessly to report, something is wrong, Lord City Governor. The messenger reported that upon inspection before entering the city, only corpses were found inside. Lam Defu and Lan Wankai's whereabouts are still unknown. Hearing this, the city governor's eyes widened in shock. What? Without hesitation, he barked orders, turning his horse around. Something is wrong. Let's head back to the city. As he spurred his horse forward, he cursed under his breath, you white trash. If anyone dares to touch Hinnie's finger, this city governor will make sure they pay the price. The two generals behind him were confused and exchanged glances. Lord City Governor, what happened? But before he could explain further, orders rang out again decisively. Everyone quickly gathered. Back to the city. They echoed in unison. Bang! The soldiers returned to the city governor's residence shortly after. As the city governor pulled his horse up before the gates of the city, his eyes widened in shock at the sight. There she is! The scene before him was heart-stopping. His daughter, Hinnie, dangled from a height. The sound of her scream echoed through the courtyard. But before he could react, a cold voice rang out. Everyone's here now. The city governor turned around, his face flushed with anger. White first fam. Losing his composure, he shouted, I must kill you. First fam raised his weapon high. Green energy surged forth. He challenged, who will kill whom? It's not certain yet. Without waiting for the opponent to react, First Fam unleashed a sword dance. Hundreds of swords flew out. The city governor dodged gracefully. Long was amazed. This sword technique must be the legendary explosive sword method? He struggled to land after the fall. Recalling that move, Long's eyes sparkled. The explosive sword method, a royal family-level technique in legend. Even I would need at least a year to master it. This kid has only been gone for over 2 months and already mastered the core of an inner White Realm member. First Fam laughed and said, "Old man, you have some eyes." As the city governor's aura changed, turning red with anger, he looked at him and said, "No wonder you could kill so many of our city governor's experts." But the city governor still wore a contemptuous expression, saying, "A small blood realm cultivator like you wants to fight against a purify realm. You really don't know when to die. His technique is the blood distance technique." First Fam replied indifferently, "Second explosive sword method." This time, even more swords were launched in a dense cloud. The city governor's eyes widened at the scale of this move. His mouth opened wide for 8 kilometers as he shouted, "What?" Before he could say anything else, First Fam's attack struck the city governor mercilessly, the green aura almost blending with the red. The city governor's eyes dimmed, a sword nearly touching his eye. A muffled curse came from the city governor. "Damn it." Following that was the Thunder Cage technique, an offensive move. First Fam's eyes widened as he saw this. His voice rose slightly. "What is?" From the palm of the city governor, a purple energy beam shot out. He shouted, "Activate." Instantly, that purple light attacked First Fam's swords. "You're making me uncomfortable," he said. "Hahoo!" The city governor held his hot weapon and said proudly, "A lowly creature like you can force me to use my divine artifact. Today will be your last day." He then sentenced himself, "Go die." Seeing the danger, First Fam dodged with the feather dance technique. The purple attack directly struck his head. The Master of Lamb made a loud shout. "Where are you running off to? Think about his move when you see it." It ruthlessly struck him, casting a bright purple light over the area. The Master of Lamb let out an eerie laugh and continued with his martial prowess, taunting, "Want to run? Keep going then." But as the dust cleared and Yifan appeared unharmed, he exclaimed in shock, "What's happening here?" His eyes narrowed, his voice filled with surprise. "You didn't get hurt at all." Sitting securely under a yellow defensive barrier, Yifan replied, "Master Lam Dacheng, your lightning power isn't much either." The Master of Lamb grew weaker as he observed. He looked around, feeling the weakening of his unawakened self. The lightning power had been absorbed. Now drawing a talisman from his pocket, Yifan explained, "This is the protective talisman given to me by the head of Nailing. It's indeed useful. Let's test the other one now." He shouted the incantation while throwing out the talisman, creating a shadowy barrier. The Master of Lamb was like a fish on a cutting board, overwhelmed by Yifan's power and exclaimed in fear, "Spell, you have spells?" Yifan, cloaked in green, charged forward with his sword, using the Bao Vu Kim Fap Storm sword technique, the third awakening, as a surge of green energy flowed from his sword. The Master of Lamb, desperate, summoned Violet Lightning and defiantly faced Yifan. "Little brat, I'll take that risk." A single body of Violet Lightning clashed with Yifan's green power. Yifan's power devoured the weak Violet Lightning from the Master of Lamb like a dragon swallowing its prey. The Master of Lamb was pushed back and shouted in pain. Now, Yifan felt the side effects of his immense power, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth as he grimaced in pain. Seeing this, the Master of Lamb laughed. "Even with a spell to enhance your body, you're still too inexperienced to use raw power against me." As Yifan asked, "Who said I wanted to kill you with my power?" his face grew pale. His words struck hard, making the Master of Lamb grit his teeth and think, "No good. Do you have more tricks up your sleeve?" Without warning, Yifan charged forward with a direct sword strike, not even considering it an ultimate move. The Master of Lamb was shocked, exclaiming, "Too fast." Unawakened Yifan used instant teleportation. He watched in shock as Yifan's attacks condensed into powerful strikes. Then a single strike pierced through the Master of Lamb, leaving no time for him to react. From that strike emanated an overwhelming power, the Jij Kim accumulated water sword technique. The Master of Lamb bled profusely and staggered, his staff questioning Yi Fan. Why did I lose to you? No, how? Yang Gao Jian replied, since you acted unjustly, this day was inevitable. Yi Fan's face showed a cruel satisfaction as he declared, it's over now. Then he stabbed the Master of Lamb with his sword, the only sound being the Master's painful groan. Yi Fan's blade dripped blood from the Master of Lamb, who lay in a pool of his own blood. Bending down, he muttered about a small item. This is that talisman, right? He held it up to examine it, surprised by its powerful lightning energy. This was the Vinlanhen Thunder Ring. He snorted in satisfaction and put it away. Now it's mine. The horse's hooves pounded the ground, dust rising into the air. The winner had taken control. The followers of the Master of Lamb were shocked by what they saw. Master, and even Lady Daishao, all of us have been killed. Yi Fan stood over the fallen body, declaring, 1 against 10, I've won. Listen up, those who surrender will not be killed. His eye stern, he warned, those who resist will be killed without mercy. Damon was terrified and stammered, this is bad. At the Wanbao Tower, Nailing beside Tai Defu was anxious as she spoke, wondering about Bai Yi Fan. Just then, news of Kowtow arrived. A panicked employee rushed in with the message. The store, something big has happened. Nailing grew more worried and asked, what's going on? The employee recounted in fear. Our people reported that both Lam Dafeng and Lan Yunkai were killed. All four generals, including Chengzi and Lan Hangni, are dead. The city master was engulfed by a large fire overnight. The employee continued. Nailing nearly fainted upon hearing this, thinking to herself, thank goodness, he did it. I never thought he could. Tai Defu hurriedly supported her and reminded, be careful. Tai Defu urged her to speak up, for generals, all at the Banzhou stage. Together with Nailing, they looked up in contemplation. The toys of Cheng Liuan are about to change. Early morning brought noise and commotion as people gathered round the notice board. Yan Kingdom's most wanted criminal, the headhunter will receive 100 taels of gold. Informants will get 50 taels. A villager asked curiously, I don't see anything wrong with this person. Why is he on a wanted list? The wanted photo of him was blown away by a car. A man wearing a hat looked at it and muttered to himself, forget about the reward notice. Why does it look so ugly on me? He threw it away in one swift motion while mumbling under his breath, forget it if it's like this. Then he continued walking, planning for his future. Maybe it was time to change environments and play somewhere else. At Wanbao Tower, Nailan stood by the window and thought, wondering how Baigonzi was doing now. What plans did he have after today? Suddenly a letter flew in. She picked up the letter and wondered, what's this? The letter contained just a few words. I must leave Yuan City immediately. Thank you for your care during this time. Inside the box was a gift from me to you and the villagers of Wood Family Village. It could ensure everyone a life without worries about food or clothing. If we still have fate, we will meet again someday. Goodbye, Bai Yi Fan. The box contained precious treasures that made Nailan's mouth drop when she opened it. These treasure-grade earth treasures were ones I had never seen before. She looked into space, thinking of Yifan and Baigonzi. If we meet again in the future, my words will be just a distant echo. The rider outside won't know. Yifan quickly urged his horse forward. Time passed swiftly. Half a month later, at the border between Yan and Su countries near Yunzhou, Yifan listened to the gossip around him. Hey, have you heard anything? Recently, the 5 Elements Holy Land among the 10 Great Holy Lands is preparing to open its tomb grounds. Their words contained much information for him. They said that even the lowest grade cultivation techniques from a holy land, once spread in the secular world, would become supreme arts sought after by everyone. Being a disciple of a holy land could be considered great luck. Continue, disciple, you have no future. If you can become an elder of a holy land, even princes and emperors wouldn't dare look at you. They continued moving and kept talking. The 5 Elements Holy Land in the Yan country was far from here. Without going to Yunzhou, riding 14 horses might not get them there. so they decided to leave tomorrow. Otherwise, it would be too late. Yifan sighed thoughtfully, his expression not very pleasant. Speaking of Yunzhou, it's the most important transportation tool in the ancient martial continent, extremely fast, able to cross the sky and reach its destination directly. There were many people gathered, noisy and pushing. Don't push, let me through first. Yifan approached the counter and quickly requested, "Boss, one party to the 5 elements Holy Land." He raised his hand, indicating the price. Yunzhou could only go to the fake 5 elements city, 500 gold per hue. His face showed disdain for Yifan. What a country bumpkin from where? You don't even know how to get to Yunzhou, and staying one night on our Yunzhou is very expensive. Even the worst room would cost 3,000 gold per night. If you can't pay, you'll have to sleep on an unprotected mat, exposed to sun and rain. He presented a pile of silver and requested, "Give me the most expensive room." His eyes widened in surprise. Huh? His attitude changed as he treated Yifan like a precious item. "Yes, we will immediately prepare the one heavenly palace suite on Yunzhou for you." Damn it, I deserve to die. This is someone from the mortal world testing their life in poverty. Yifan's troubles continued. "Hold on, boss, I'll double the price to get this one heavenly palace suite." The one who spoke was Prince Kangshan Wang Dang of Kang Family Mansion, accompanied by Princess Lingyang Wang Meng. Yifan asked back, "What do you mean?" He laughed and explained calmly, "Nothing at all. Whatever the prince of our family looks at is mine. This one heavenly palace suite was reserved for me." Yifan wasn't happy and folded his arms to explain, "Look carefully, this room was pre-booked by me." The boss gestured with the other party's group, 2 guests, confirming that this one heavenly palace suite had indeed been reserved by this young master. Wang Meng spoke next, her words contradicting her beautiful appearance. "This foolish person from nowhere dared to challenge us of the Kangshan mansion." She directly insulted the boss. "Hey, foolish person, listen carefully. I am Princess Yan Wang, the heir apparent with the title Feng Hao. My brother Dang is Prince of Kangshan Mansion." Wang Ming looked at Yifan and the boss like they were maggots as she continued speaking. "Treating you was already a favor, and you dared to look down on our prince's possessions. Do you want to die?" Looking at her attitude, he thought, "Everywhere I go, there are foolish people relying on their status to bully others." The crowd was intimidated by Wang Ming's words. "Prince Kangshan, isn't she from the lower realm?" People talked about this couple and reminded Yifan that they were children of Prince Kangshan. "Little brat, but that room is off limits to nobles like him. None of you would dare challenge Prince or Marquis. They're just 2 insignificant figures here." Every word from Yifan cuts deep into their pride. "Since I've set up this room, it's mine now. No amount of money will change my mind. Plus, your sneering face made these 2 frown. They can only bark at me." With one final statement, Yifan shows utter contempt, telling them to go stand at the back and shut up. "You fools." Wang Dang barks like a guard dog, "You." But Yifan doesn't hesitate, addressing the prince or marquis. "Sir, would you mind going to the end of the line? I'll keep room to next to yours for you." He's struggling with himself. One has power and the other has money. He can't offend either. Wang Dang still clenches his fists, asking him for the last time, "Do you know what happens when you oppose Prince Kangxi?" Yifan repeats the question in the same tone. "Do you know what will happen if you oppose me?" His attitude made him furious. The words are loaded with tension. "Alright, you got guts. Don't blame me for not warning you. Creating enemies outside is extremely dangerous. You might die without knowing how it happened." Yifan rubs his chin and sneers in agreement with Wang Dang's point. "I agree with your view. But..." However, Yifan continues to respond with a mad laugh. Who is more dangerous? Hard to say. Wang Dang grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. "Hateful. What kind of peasant dares to refuse me?" The store manager tries to soothe both parties. "Prince, the train from Zanzhou is about to depart. If you don't hurry up, we'll have to cancel." Finally, he calms Wang Dang down. "Forget it. For now, I won't argue over this foolishness. I'll get room to next to Tianzi for you right away." But Wang Meng is still unsatisfied and calls out, "Ah, He turns to her and reminds her, Mingmi, listen to your brother. Wait until the fifth element arrives. I'll buy you the most expensive clothes as compensation. She agrees with him. It's what your brother said. Don't break this promise. Wang Dang has no choice but to follow her. I say. The store manager laughs, but his sweat is pouring out of him in fear. Yes, I'll immediately range room to next to Tianzi for you. He sighs with relief. Thank goodness, this is finally resolved. But now, it's Yifan who won't let go. Hold on, have I agreed yet? Wang Dang turns round and grumbles. Huh? He tilts his head, jokingly explaining that he never liked noise while sleeping. Then he offers more gold, using money to buy the entire Tianzi rooms. Store manager, I'll take all of them. Wang Dang swallows hard in surprise. The store manager's eyes widen at the sight of the coins. He points and gets red-faced. What do you want to do? Yifan explains vaguely, I still have more to say. What's wrong with that? The store manager quickly bows respectfully. Sir, please take it. This is all the Tianzi room keys. Wang Dang sighs. The store manager's attitude has changed dramatically. Yifan leaves satisfied. That works. Meanwhile, Wang Dang and Wang Ming grit their teeth watching him go. Brat, you're in for it. After a while, Yifan gives a random person a key, completely annoying the Wang brothers. I think this kid is okay. This guy looks really annoying, so we'll give him this room for free. Everyone got excited about this move. Wang Ming cursed loudly, clearly trying to make things difficult for us on purpose. I gritted my teeth and replied, even without you saying it, I know. Then in Fancheng, when Yifan was on the boat, he was called back suddenly and had to stop the boat. A troublesome guy named Liu Yu appeared before him, saying there's something for you to do. Yifan looked at this guy indifferently and asked, who are you? They were both drinking together on the boat. The glasses clinked loudly and smelled good. This big guy is named Liu Yu, eating while talking with him. Duke Wang, just a title. It sounds great, but he's really hitting the nail on the head. Yifan asked again in confusion, who are you? He proudly introduced himself as Louis, coming from a martial merchant family. What's your name then? Yifan replied briefly by Yifan from Yan State. Inside, he was thinking about Louis's background. The martial state is Yan's neighbor, known for their martial spirit. They're not much weaker than Yan. He burst out laughing and said, meeting you is fate. Your actions aren't about power. I've seen everything, truly impressed by your character. That's why I came to join the trial of the 5 elements, Holy Land. If Wang Ming or Wang Mu want revenge on you, just come find me. I'll be the first to deal with them. He offered, tonight, my brothers will protect you, so just sleep soundly. I didn't say anything about being worried. Liu Yu enthusiastically invited him. Come on, let's raise our cups again. Today, I'm treating Yifan to a drink. We won't leave without drinking. After a while, Yifan blocked out the noise from Liu Yu. In his heart, he blamed himself for being the one who sought trouble. Just then, a rain of blows fell near the boat. Liu Yu fell down and his dishes broke. Yifan exclaimed in surprise. A few cups hit Liu Yu on the head. He rolled away while Yifan was confused about what happened. The people on Fancheng were bustling around. Something's wrong. A rain of blows is coming. It's raining blows again. This time, it hit the deck directly, scaring everyone. Save me. Save my life. I don't want to die yet. Run. Yifan laughed at this spectacle. How coincidental. He took out his Thunderbolt ring and thought, Thunderbolt ring, now's your time to shine. Back to the old story. On the way, he had studied the Thunderbolt ring worn by Lan Kan. This lightning attack can store electricity in the ring during storms and release it when needed to kill enemies. Unfortunately, there hasn't been a storm for 7 days. I'm so disappointed. But now, fate is on my side. Yifan happily controlled the Thunderbolt ring. With this big rain, it's perfect. He excitedly said, the lightning is gathering as expected. Everyone was terrified as they saw the lightning converge in one spot. What's happening? They all stared, amazed by what was happening. Look over there, all the lightning is converging to one place. A few people screamed, lightning strikes inside the room. The rain of blows continuously hit the boat. Ordinary people clung to the pillars for safety, scared and confused. What's happening? Our sky pavilion isn't protected by a formation. Yifan didn't care about his surroundings. He muttered as he let the thunderbolt ring absorb the rain of blows on the boat. After a moment, it was over. He happily held onto the item in his hand. Another defensive card for me now. The people on the boat pointed and cheered. Look, their destination is right ahead. They're at the Five Elements Holy Land now. When they left Fanchang, everyone was excited. Finally, we're on the boat. Yifan looked around in confusion. This is the Five Elements Holy Land, where candidates take their trial exams. Liu Hui smiled and explained, I heard that Duke Liang bribed the Five Elements Holy Land with a lot of money to build this fortress. The extravagance is unmatched by any other king. His hand kept touching his head, sighing in pain. Yifan was secretly impressed. Seeing is believing. He muttered, there are so many people here. It's quite a show. Louis said, this is the Holy Land trial, with thousands of martial artists from all over the world gathering here. Naturally, there are many people. He proudly told Yifan, look up at the sky. Yifan followed and saw people flying in the sky. Huh, these guys. He smiled and explained, see, this is Divine Vision Landscape. This is our first time seeing a cultivator with Divine Vision Secret Realm. Yifan thought about the new information. Divine Vision Secret Realm is different from emitting blood essence. Spiritual energy can be transformed within the body, flying like a bird, riding a sword to travel. Nothing is impossible. He laughed and said happily, this temple really brought us here for a reason. Suddenly, an order came from above, silent. Yifan was slightly surprised by the pressure. The others knelt under the pressure. This one is Nian Wanyang. He's stroking his beard as he introduces himself. I'm Nian Wanyang, Intersect Senior Elder of the Five Elements Temple. I am in charge of this initiation test. Anyone wishing to cultivate at our temple should register by noon on the Eastern Arena for the test. If you fail, you can still come and cultivate at the Five Elements Temple. The people below marveled at his appearance and kept whispering among themselves. As an Intersect Senior Elder of the Five Elements Temple, hurry up and sign up then start. Go on, go! Louis bid farewell to Yifan. The test registration for the Five Elements Temple is about to begin. Brother, bye, let's say goodbye here. Yifan politely replied. So you do your best, I'll be waiting for you. He laughed at those words. What are you waiting for? Sorry brother, our big boss can't protect you anymore. Louis waved goodbye. If you're scared, find a place to hide and don't let the two brothers find you. We'll have to say goodbye here. Take care. Yifan still seemed a bit confused. What did he mean by taking care? Maybe we'll meet again soon. At the Eastern Arena for the challenge match, voices were loud and bustling. Registration was happening there. Line up in order. Line up neatly. People coming and going. Expressions varied. Losing. Brotherly, don't be upset. I see you're not qualified to enter the trial yet. The sign-up desk announced. Next is the Taint Elimination Realm. Wang Ming pulled Wang Dang's sleeve from behind, pointing at Yifan and shouting, that little brat over there. He saw him and his anger flared up. It was a case of enemies in narrow streets. Who would have thought this little brat also wanted to join the Five Elements Temple's disciple test? Wang Ming continued, when will brother finally kill that little brat to settle my score? Wang Dang smiled darkly. He seemed to have a plan to retaliate against Yifan. Small matters not resolved lead to bigger ones. Let's focus on more important things. Once we become disciples of the Five Elements Temple, the humiliation in Vanzhou will definitely make that little brat use his life to repay us. Yifan approached with a command stick and spoke in a commanding tone. White Yifan, Bloodline Realm. The registrar was stunned, repeating, Bloodline Realm? A few people away, Wang Ding said disdainfully, even if he makes it to this arena entrance, he can't enter no matter how lucky or skilled. Competing with others would just be a waste. To add drama, Yifan showed the command stick to the registrar. Look at this. The registrar recognized immediately and said happily, this is. Then gestured for Meansi to invite him in. Wait inside. Yi Fan smiled and thanked them. Wang Dang and Wang Meng were wide-eyed, shocked, shouting inwardly. What's mean see? The command stick quickly reached Nian Wanyang, who was observing from a high tower nearby. He asked, "Whose heavenly command is this?" The registrar knelt and respectfully reported, "Report to senior elder. The name is Yi Fan." The disciple used royal-grade essence wine for verification. His background isn't much. Most are rich sons who accidentally got this heavenly command. Senior, how should we handle him? Nian Wanyang said calmly, "The lowest threshold of our outer sect disciples at the Five Elements Temple is the Taint Elimination Realm. He's just a bloodline realm. With his royal grade potential in our temple, he only qualifies as an outer sect servant disciple. But since he has this heavenly command, we'll make an exception and let him have official status as an outer sect disciple." The registrar responded obediently. Yes. Soon, a phoenix carried those who passed the test over the sky. Yi Fan lay on the back of the bird, sighing contentedly. In secular lands, bloodline realm could be a general. But here at the Five Elements Temple, he almost couldn't reach outer sect disciple status. He looked at his hand. "I came from Earth and my body's strength far exceeds several realms already." After much thought, he decided to let it go. Evaluating potential here is just low potential. With the vast resources behind me on Earth, simplifying martial arts techniques would be possible. As long as I train diligently later, there might still be a chance for glory. Suddenly, Yi Fan understood his situation and relaxed, closing his eyes to enjoy the breeze passing over his body. The phoenix flies at an incredible speed. In a short time, it transports everyone to a place with thick spiritual energy, where floating palaces hover in mid-air, arriving at the Five Elements Holy Land. And one of the elders steps forward to introduce these as Five Element Palaces. The center of the Holy Land. Only inner door elders or true disciples can enter. He continues, "This is where you will practice from now on." As they land, the disciples line up to listen to Van Tong explain the rules. From now on, you are an outer door disciple of our Five Elements Holy Land. Every action must follow the sect's regulations. Always think first about what benefits the Holy Land. A disciple carrying a tray approaches, and he continues, "This is food. Feel free to take it from there. The rooms will have various medicinal supplies for you to read carefully." After his instructions, the new disciples respond in unison, "Yes, elder, at our outer door disciples' resting place." In the room, one profound sits alone and counts the items he received: Purification Talisman, Speed Talisman, Life Transformation Talisman, Water Extraction Talisman, Spiritual Stones, and high-grade healing herbs. He leans his chin and evaluates. The Five Elements Earth's offer is impressive. The first item costs several million, yet I get it as a gift just for becoming an outer door disciple. Among them, one book catches one profound's attention. He reads the title silently, Ancient Vast Codex. He starts flipping through the pages, noting that the ancient vast continent is divided into 5 regions: Eastern Core, Southern Wilderness, Western Sea, Northern Frontier, and Central Region. The 3 races of humans, demons, and devils are at the top. 10 major holy lands include the Voidless Holy Land, the Ultimate Heaven Holy Land, the Five Elements Holy Land, the Broadhan Holy Land, the Precious Valor Holy Land, the Profound Sky Holy Land, the Heavenly Book Holy Land, the Treasure Store Holy Land, the Deathless Holy Land, and the Drifting Grace Holy Land. Among them, the Voidless Holy Land is the most mysterious. No one has ever surpassed 5 Inner Door Elders. Each is a unique genius. The Ultimate Heaven Holy Land dominates Central Region. It's the strongest in power and the most arrogant sect. The Precious Valor and Broadhan Holy Lands only accept female disciples. The Five Elements Holy Land is divided into 5 colleges: metal, wood, water, earth, and fire. Fire is a new promotion with the youngest history among the 10 holy lands. After reading for some time, one profound sighs and mutters to himself. Among these 10 holy lands, the Ultimate Heaven Holy Land is the strongest. If I knew this earlier, I would have run over there, even with my current wealth now. But if you're a waste material, people will inevitably look at you. Only by becoming stronger can you avoid such scrutiny. He thinks to himself, I need to focus on the bone refinement, internal strengthening, and blood nourishment stages. These are all about cultivating one's essence. The detoxification stage involves eliminating impurities from the body to purify the blood and qi. He rubs his chin and wonders, to improve my strength, I need to detoxify and replace my blood. What on earth can help me detoxify? A month later, at the outer door disciple's resting place, one profound sits alone in his room, maintaining his qi flow while thinking. He discovers that using spirit water can change one's constitution through reading documents. Swallowing it would be even more stable. Yang Quan and Lianzi, Tiandong and Yiren are detoxifying herbs from the common pharmacy. He immerses himself in them, and red qi radiates from his body. It gradually dissipates, taking away impurities from his body. One profound feels lighter and stronger than before, with a clearer mind. With this thought, he releases his inner energy, expelling the black toxins through the rising vapor. A strong belief surges in him. This time, he's sure to break through to blood nourishment stage. He silently shouts, break for me. Immediately, medicinal qi bursts forth. Spiritual energy gathers around him, forming a protective aura. After a while, the spiritual energy dissipates. One profound has achieved something new. A red aura now covers his body, completely formed from inner energy. He calls it blood nourishment armor and feels elated. He's successfully detoxified. Looking at his new armor, he mutters, this blood nourishment armor is much thicker and harder than lamb's, several times better than the blood nourishment plate of the open sky stage. Testing its effectiveness, one profound throws a punch. He evaluates the results. Not only has his blood nourishment armor improved, but now his 5 punches can generate force equivalent to 10,000 to 20,000 katis. Far stronger than usual. One profound's eyes gleam with pride as he smiles arrogantly. The path of cultivation at the 5 elements, Holy Land, truly begins now. Later, in the Grand Council Hall, a long line of disciples are waiting. He is among them. One profound thinks to himself, the Grand Council Hall manages all matters for the 5 elements, Holy Land, and distributes rewards. An elder places a bag on a disciple's hand and says, this is this month's allowance. The disciple respectfully takes it. Thank you, elder. The elder continues distributing to other disciples until he completes the attendance task of 100 points. Meanwhile, one profound remains lost in thought. Disciples at the 5 elements, Holy Land, can take on small tasks for rewards and resources. He looks at the jade card given upon arrival, noting his name and accumulated points. Points are recorded on the disciple's identity card. New disciples receive 50 points initially. The main use of these points is to exchange martial arts techniques from the 5 elements, Holy Land's library. It has thousands of volumes. Even a single technique can significantly boost a martial artist's strength. According to the ancient Vast Codex, there are 3 ways to earn points. Low-level tasks for 100 to 300 points, mid-level tasks for 300 to 1,000 points, and high-level tasks for 1,000 to 5,000 points. The second method is directly submitting treasures. The third is hunting criminals on the 5 elements, Holy Land's wanted list. He rubs his chin, thinking to himself, the third method offers the most and fastest rewards. Those who make it onto this list are the bloodthirstiest criminals of the 5 elements, Holy Land. Every year, a few high-spirited disciples challenge them but never return. Task points from the sect are too low. Hunting criminals is too dangerous. Submitting treasures seems the best option, just for me. Looking at the other disciples lining up behind him, one profound realizes that the 5 elements, Holy Land, can't compete with Flowing City's prestige. This place is complicated. If too many treasures are taken out, someone might target us. Though I'm not afraid of trouble, to avoid too much hassle, let's do this mission first, after receiving the reward for the first rank Ordinary Immortal. Stand in front and make a request. Our elder wants to take on a lower level task. Meanwhile, in the stone corridor, where newly graduated disciples go to claim their rewards, A loud voice boomed out, "Stop! Hand over your spirit stones here," to swordsmen blocking the way. One of the disciples spoke up, "Brother, these are all our spirit stones." And it's Wang Dang leading the group. He crossed his arms behind his back with a smug expression, saying that Cao Yang, the disciple from the outer sect, stepped forward arrogantly and said, "Old Wang, what do you want to say?" They clearly offered them willingly. "I didn't force anyone." He pressed close to one of the disciples, grabbed his head, and threatened with a laugh, "Are you saying this is true?" The disciple paled and nervously replied, "Yes, yes." Satisfied, he released his grip. Cao Yang from the outer sect asked, "Brother Cao, it's getting late. Can we leave if there's nothing else?" Suddenly, without warning, Cao Yang kicked straight into the man's stomach, causing him to roar in pain. "You have to say when it's over." The unfortunate disciple was knocked back, but luckily caught by his peers. "Are you okay?" He groaned but replied, "I'm fine." Wang Dang didn't pay attention to anything. Yifa approached with folded arms and said unhappily, "That scoundrel, he's here too." Cao Yang asked the stranger, "Do we know each other?" Wang Dang's face contorted in disgust. "Not just that, I know him well." He leaned close and said with a hint of resentment, "Brother Cao, listen to me. A few days ago when I was on Yunzhou," Cao Yang finally understood after hearing this. The more he recalled it, the angrier he got, gritting his teeth, "Although I don't know who he is. His moves are generous. Later, I heard that he's only at Bloodline Realm. To enter the Holy Land, one needs a Heaven Ascension order." Unlike Wang Dang's displeasure, Cao Yang seemed pleased, thinking this man must be rich enough to buy an Heaven Ascension order. He surely has many good items. Yifa sighed inwardly, trouble indeed. Suddenly taking out treasures will definitely attract attention. I'm not strong enough yet. Ordinary people are innocent while those with jade have since trust no one easily. Don't show off your skills too much. Suddenly, Cao Yang stood in front of him, his face fierce. "Hold on a moment." He demanded, "Disciple, can I borrow some tools?" Yifa was confused. What kind of tool? Cao Yang clarified, "Spirit stones." The surrounding disciples began to discuss noisily. "Is this a new disciple?" Yes, it's indeed unlucky to run into Cao Yang. They knew well that those who relied on their strength to bully weaker ones had often been targeted by him. While some resisted, they were beaten even worse. The poor new disciple obediently handed over his spirit stones. There was no need for force. If not, he would suffer. Hearing this, Yifa defiantly said, "Fine, I'll borrow the spirit stones." But Yifa tried to look intimidating but failed, ordering, "You must beg me." Everyone around was surprised by his words. What? Cao Yang was enraged and charged forward. Wang Dang froze on the spot. The others couldn't believe their ears. What is this new disciple saying? Did I hear wrong? He roared, raising a fist to strike. But Yifa dodged quickly, causing Cao Yang's punch to miss and hit the ground instead. This only fueled his anger further. Everyone was shocked, avoiding it successfully. He's fast. Wang Dang gritted his teeth, staring with disbelief at Cao Yang, a Peak Cleanse Realm disciple who couldn't gain any advantage from him. It seems this young man's strength is even stronger than I imagined. Cao Yang continued to attack. "Young man, are you going to repeat what you said just now?" For someone like him, he could still respond calmly, "Why not? Kneeling down, I'll give you 1 spirit stone, 10 more and I'll lend you another, elder. How many do you want?" His anger returned as he charged forward like a wild beast. "You will pay for your ignorance." At this moment, Liu Yi appeared, warning in her voice, "Stop or I'll inform the elders." Yifa was surprised. "Liu Yi, why are you questioning me? Why is it you at the 5 Elements Holy Temple? Are you misleading me?" His question made Yifa sigh and reply lightly, "You didn't ask where I was going back then." Liu Yi, laughing in return, finally realizing, that makes sense. Cao Yang had been standing behind Yifa all along, preparing to attack with a menacing gaze. "How dare you ignore me?" He turned around and pushed Liu Yi away. "I'll talk to you later." Yifa's hand opened slightly as if remembering something, but he forgot that there was still something left to handle here. Just one strike and I could hear Cao Yang's vertebrae cracking. He was in such pain he couldn't even speak properly. Ugh, you know. And his face turned pale. What? Even Yifan criticized him. Brother, why didn't you follow the rules like this? This habit of attacking from behind is not good. The disciples were constantly surprised by it. Wide open mouth. Did I see wrong? Cao Yang was utterly humiliated, begging for leniency. Hurry up and release me. Cao Yang looked terrible now, offering apologies in hopes of quick release. Yifan's arrogant criticism truly made one feel heartache. Clearly, I lent you some spirit stones out of kindness. If you apologize carefully, we can call it even. Then he winked with a mischievous look. But Brother Yi won't easily lose face over this. Let's try another approach then. Cao Yang's face twitched. He thought to himself, what is this brat trying to do? Yifan pulled him closer. A request. I also need some spirit stones from brother. How about that? Cao Yang struggled to form the words. His throat was tight. Ah. He silently blamed himself. Despicable. This brat clearly doesn't want me to speak up. Not only that, Yifan deliberately teased him. A burst of powerful spirit chi, if you will. Then Yifan calmly took all the important things from Cao Yang, my spirit stones. He spoke each word carefully as if for brother. Then he threw Cao Yang away, making him fly far. Thank you, Brother Cao, for your generous release. Cao Yang cried out in pain when thrown. The disciples gathered around Han worriedly asking, Brother Cao, are you alright? Yes. Yifan threw the items he just took to nearby people and ordered, these are all the spirit stones Cao Yang stole today, right? Return them to their rightful owners. Holding these made them extremely happy, quickly thanking him, but give everything to us. You won't get anything. Yifan gently interrupted with a meaningful look. Not in a hurry. He didn't miss the trembling ones running away. Yifan chuckled, aren't there still some rats left? So everyone had to surrender. Trembling said, this is all our savings. Please accept them. Yifan waved his hand dismissively with a contemptuous look. Leave the spirit stones on the ground. Get out of here. The group fell into a submissive posture, quickly agreeing. Yes, leave immediately. Do you think our leaving posture meets your standards? Yifan hadn't considered this. Suddenly, Wang Deng had to leave with a knot in his stomach. Wait for me, Yifan. He sensed the angry glare and instinctively glanced back. But the area was empty now. Only a cold feeling remained, clearly sensing a chill. Empty-handed clapping. Brother Yifan, I didn't expect your martial arts to be so powerful. On Mount Yanzhou, I opened my eyes then. Still talking about protecting you, like how you got injured fighting Cao Yang, not afraid he'll come back for revenge? Yifan wasn't scared at all. He understood this clearly, a half-smile full of confidence. People like Cao Yang are used to showing off their martial prowess outside. If we get hurt, just keep it to ourselves. After all, if someone finds out a new disciple beat him up, he'll lose face again. This is a bold declaration. In the future, if he wants to seek trouble, I'll welcome him with open arms. Liu Yi has an invitation for us, his eyes full of sincerity. This is the second time you've made me cry happy tears. We're to and need one more person. Have anyone come along? Who's coming with us? Shifa, what kind of mission is this? So Liu Yi started explaining, his tone serious. Shifa, our mission is as follows. Recently, General Yang Shizhong on the southern border of Yi State was suspected of conspiring with the demon race to plot treason and force innocent civilians to cultivate blood arts. Liu Yi added, this is a low-level mission. The reward isn't bad. Each of us can earn 60 contribution points by getting evidence against the traitor general. Shifa understood after listening, nodded. Got it, a low-level mission with 300 contribution points is indeed good. He stood in front of a room, looking very excited, introducing someone to us. This is Brother Liu Nao, Liu Shahin. They're neighbors and often meet. Zhuanwu spoke cheerfully as Liu Yi introduced them. This is Shifa, an old acquaintance from Yunzhou, Yuxu Mountain. He bowed politely, modestly saying it was his honor to be here. But Brother now seemed unsatisfied. After walking for half a day, I thought you'd found someone, but ended up bringing him here. And pointed out clearly, with a contemptuous tone, Shifa used the heavenly command scroll to skip the examination. During evaluation of his qualities, he was only at the low level of wildness. Liu Yi quickly tried to salvage the situation. Brother Shahin, don't say that. Although Shifa brother's cultivation is not high, his strength, I've seen with my own eyes, he definitely won't hold us back. Shifa teased sarcastically with a mischievous look in his eyes. In the book, the person who just said that will end up getting slapped hard at the end. He's about to get slapped and is raising his voice. Yu Shijin, noticing something amiss, stepped in to keep the mood light. Time is tight. This mission is important. Let's not fight among ourselves now, okay? She agreed gently. Yes, Brother Shahin, don't get angry, don't get angry. Tranen comforted her, looking at the level of our group. Having enough members is already good. I believe Brother Shuhan's eyes will be sharp. Liu now reluctantly stood up and left. Forget it. This blame can only be on me. Handing over the mission with a contemptuous look. How could you expect a cripple like me to find someone? Prepare and set off. Liu Yi's face turned pale. Shifa was new and asked curiously, what is bloodline obsession? Zhuanwu looked at him with a questioning gaze. What do you mean by that? She explained, I have the bloodline of obsession. This innate trait comes from ancient savage beasts. Those with this bloodline eat more than others from a young age. It's easy to cultivate. Just keep eating non-stop. The more spiritual energy in food, the faster a martial artist's cultivation progresses. But Zhuan was still worried about him, however, looking at it differently. The bloodline of obsession is also a waste trait because it requires hundreds of times more resources than others to cultivate. Becoming scarier as one grows older, Zhangxi sighed. He believed that even the elders of the Holy Land wouldn't be foolish and could train 100 cultivators of the same level with those resources. Zhangxi muttered, if it were someone else, they wouldn't want to lose in this deal. Zhuanwu glanced at him, seeing his carefree attitude, pinched him. Shut up, talking too much. Zhangxi winced, painful pain. Seeing everyone worried, he reassured them, don't worry, I've understood this since childhood. Fortunately, the elders still gave me an outer door disciple rank. As long as there's a chance, I'll strive to gather cultivation resources for myself. Zhangxi encouraged him, right, even without resources, if you're stuck in the outer door all your life, I won't look down on you. This time, she didn't mock but encouraged him, talk more when you can. Shifa listened to their conversation and pondered, cultivation resources. Other things aside, there's no end to the resources on Earth. Even if we combine the 10 holy lands, they might not compare. He thought deeply, still keeping an eye on them. With my willpower, I could quickly cultivate someone into a divine realm secret world, even surpassing the existence of divine realms. Zhuanwu and Zhangxi encouraged Liu Yi. We value you very much. He scratched his head shyly. Thank you. Shifa wanted to help Liu Yi, but wasn't the right time yet. Since they weren't deeply acquainted, explaining where these treasures came from later would be difficult. So he decided it was better to keep this promise for now and deepen their bond further. We need more observation time. He called out, Shifa brother, let's go. 5 of them quickly arrived at the fake border city. Liu now analyzed that General Yang Shizhong had common period body washing cultivation. Based on the crystal oscillator, he deduced there were for major leaders only at peak blood realm, but quite difficult to deal with. He could mobilize 30 million elite troops. The others widened their eyes in surprise. What? Shifa also pondered. 2 hands can't match 4. Gathering a large group like this, even if each was a rotting realm cultivator, it would be hard to handle them all. He warned everyone that we could only act secretly for this mission. We couldn't act openly. Liu now agreed. Right. The intelligence said General Yang Shizhong conspired with the demon race and forced innocent civilians to cultivate blood arts. This is a grave crime. He might rebel at any time. Shifa continued, if we can find solid evidence, it's best to capture him alive, otherwise, bring his body back. Very quickly, all 5 arrived in front of the general's residence. Ahead was the general's office. They didn't dare to rush in. Instead, they hid behind the wall and observed. Liang Liao directed them, using a concealment spell. Under the effect of the concealment spell, the 5 of them successfully sneaked in. Liu Liao led the way. They slipped past the soldiers without being detected. Suddenly, one of the guards on duty sensed something unusual. The surrounding soldiers also got agitated. A strange wind seemed to herald dusk. Liu Liao took them up onto the roof to observe the entire compound. He outlined the next step. They had successfully infiltrated and now needed to find Xizhang. Next, we need to locate Xizhang. Suddenly, Zhuan Wu exclaimed, "Found him." Following her directions, he entered through the city gate. Xizhang was there, surrounded by guards who were busy attending to him. "General, you've returned." He nodded at the soldiers and retreated. Inside the compound, a concerned voice echoed, "The weather has been hot lately. Father, don't overexert yourself on your military campaigns." Xizhang expressed gratitude. "The lady cares. Recently, military duties have been busy. If the campaign ends soon, she'll be worried, but if our troop strength remains intact, we won't feel so isolated." Mentioning children, his attitude suddenly turned cold. Xizhang interrupted, "Lady, I'll go practice martial arts. You should rest early." Lady Yan looked wistfully at his back and called out, "Old man." He took a few steps before stopping abruptly. Xizhang suspected an unusual energy around him. The 5 of them realized he was looking in their direction. They wondered if they had been discovered. But quickly, he continued on his way, causing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. He left. This was when Liu Liao wanted to lead the 4 brothers into action. "Let's follow him." Xizhang silently entered the room, and those outside ordered all doors to be closed. He approached a vase on the table, gently moved it aside, and a voice echoed back, "Thief, thief." A secret underground chamber opened up. 2 guards were there. Suddenly, Chang Shi, hiding, couldn't help but exclaim, "Surely there's something wrong. The general's mansion has secret passages like this." Liang Liao replied, "Waiting for Xizhang to descend before we figure out our next move." As he descended into the underground chamber, Xizhang disappeared from sight. Changxi and the others looked down. Xizhang had been there for a moment already. Zhuan Wu asked, "Liang's senior brother, what should we do now? Should we follow?" Liu Liao descended while saying, "Into the secret chamber. I see that Xizhang is clearly trying to find his own death." The deeper they went underground, the larger the space revealed, surprising everyone. They didn't expect such a large underground palace hidden beneath this room. He warned them to follow closely and stay alert. Suddenly, he detected an unfamiliar scent. "What is this?" Liu Liao laughed. "The blood stench is so strong. The intelligence wasn't wrong. Xizhang is indeed practicing demonic blood cultivation." Zhuan Wu shouted loudly, her eyes wide with shock. "Wait, look over there." Before them was a horrifying sight of blood lake. Inside the lake, countless white bones floated, shocking everyone into silence. So many white bones, how many people has Xizhang killed? Round them, many were blinded by the light, and demonic energy lingered. Their eyes turned to Xizhang in shock before he cried out, "For of you take positions at the 4 cardinal directions. We'll launch an attack using our formation when I give the signal." Suddenly, he shouted loudly, his tone mocking, "If we're here already, why hide?" His unexpected words startled everyone. They cried out in alarm. "We dodged just in time." Liu Liao wondered how Xizhang had discovered them. He replied arrogantly, "Turns out those little devils who haven't dried their noses yet sneaked into the general's mansion to seek death." Immediately, they revealed themselves. He pointed his sharp sword at him. The harsh voice belonged to Xizhang, a general who had allied with demons. He murdered civilians and refined blood for his dark arts. Today, the Holy Ground disciples will surely kill them. Xizhang mocked, his eyes filled with contempt. How could the Holy Ground make all its disciples come? Yifan felt something was about to happen. Sensing an ominous sign, he excitedly said, his voice full of enthusiasm, 5 cleansing spirits. Not bad, just 1 step left for my general to refine a blood-kill demon. He quickly shouted, "It's too late. He lured us here on purpose. The door slammed shut with a loud bang. It was over. He excitedly said, his tone full of self-satisfaction, "Today you'll become my new sacrifices." Then a powerful force erupted, shattering the air. They were cornered, now they could only fight and kill together. Liao Yi also wanted to charge in, us too. Wait, but he was stopped by Shizhong. Don't act rashly. As the battle began, the corpses started to move. For corpses held on, 3, 4, 5 broke free from their iron chains. They rushed towards them with empty eyes full of malice. The corpses were released. Be careful, everyone. Liao Nuo was stunned by their terrifying speed. This speed, he shouted, pulling to people back. The corpses struck the ground, shattering it. They realized these weren't ordinary corpses but wraiths, fighting fiercely to resist. He couldn't hit the opponent and angrily cursed, "Disgusting." Liao Nuo said in frustration, "Damn it, this old man is a bit tricky." The wraith from before was hit, blood spurted. Zhuan Wu worriedly asked, "How are you?" He replied, "I can still hold on." He angrily shouted, "Shizhong, you dared to refine a wraith. You're dead now." Yifan had been lost in thought. The corpses were controlled by special spells of the deceased to manipulate them. Wraiths, however, used living sacrifices. These wraiths retained all the original strength and memories after being refined. They could even cultivate and grow stronger continuously. For 5th stage wraiths plus Shizhong, he quickly deduced that there might be a more powerful wraith waiting to attack. This made things complicated. He ordered the general to kill them. The corpses charged, and he helplessly said, "Take your chances." Liao Nuo fought and cursed, his sword moves sharp as a storm. "Go die." He quickly defeated one of them, taking care of one. Shizhong laughed mockingly, "Nonsense." He raised his hand to release a dark aura force. "Can you kill this wraith so easily?" San recovered. The corpse that Liao Nuo had just defeated suddenly revived. Everyone was shocked and exclaimed in unison, "It's back." Liao Yi nervously turned to ask, worriedly, "Brother Liao, now what should we do? Quick, think of a plan. This can't go on like this." He took out a talisman from his clothes and said, "Everyone fight hard. I'll deal with Shizhong." Liao Nuo quickly pulled out the talisman and said, "To catch the thief, you must catch the king. We need to cut off the wraith's power first." When placed on him, it automatically released a sword that whistled through the air, cutting fiercely. The sword rushed towards him with lightning speed, but he calmly blocked it. "You're the highest cultivator among you guys, right?" Shizhong waved his hand, and the sword rebounded with terrifying force. "But to deal with me, you still lack the skill." It circled a few times before striking back at Liao Nuo, causing him to bleed. He shouted, "Brother Liao." Liao Nuo shouted in surprise. The intelligence reports must have been wrong. Liao Yi quickly panicked, her eyes wide with fear. "Brother Liao has the highest cultivation too." Then he ordered, his tone bored and disinterested, "Throw them into the blood pool." The 2 5th stage wraiths followed orders and charged in. Green Face said, "Do we have to die here?" Suddenly, Yifan rushed from behind, so fastly Ao Nuo barely turned around. A bright light beam was shot down with a shout, "Shield bash." Shizhong screamed in pain and shock as his hand flew up into the air. Everyone was stunned, not understanding what had happened. What just happened? Shizhong kept shouting, hugging his severed arm, "My hand." He lost a hand, went berserk, charging at him to punch. "I'll kill you." Yifan immediately used the second Bao Wu sword technique, invoking countless sharp stones. He then used Blood Shield to protect himself. The stones flew towards him with incredible speed, shocking him. What? Shizhong strained his muscles, but couldn't stop the terrifying destruction. The King Soji keeps charging, making it disappear completely. Thanks to Yifan, even the corpses fell down and lost their ability to act. Look quickly, the corpse has lost its ability to act. He points his sword at Shizhong, speaking with certainty, "It's over." Yifan coldly advises him to give up resistance. Note a slight tremor, eyes can't believe it. Heartfire says in amazement, "Heaven and earth, how could Yifan do this?" Shizhong, with trembling limbs, said, "Using imperial sword techniques like these, I'm injured so badly, No wonder he's a Saint Land disciple. He raises his head and laughs loudly, a mad grin on his face. Today is definitely your death day. Seeing this, he turns to look with worried eyes. It's bad. Everyone is surprised. Then a loud voice rings out. The last ghoul has finally been unlocked. People shout warnings in fear. Yi Fan is dangerous. Shi Zhong. He actually cultivated an exorcism demon to its peak form. Yi Fan sees the situation isn't good and shouts loudly. It's over. Everyone run away. Hearing this, they quickly dodge. Hardfire looks at the scene behind with alarm. That ghoul is too strong. With a strong body and saliva dripping from its mouth, she is extremely frightened by the sight. We are no match for it. They hide behind a pillar while Liu Yi keeps shaking his body, shouting, Shi Zhong, wake up people. He becomes more scared and orders, with a face, quickly make it stop. Seeing no reaction from him, Liu Yi doubts, dead already. Just then, he raises his hands high, eyes shooting red light, quickly reporting, it's bad, the demon is out of control. Like that, the monster acts on instinct and rushes to the pillar. Yi Fan can't help but shout in fear, he's coming towards us. Hearing this, everyone hurriedly dodges. Suddenly, Hardfire notices something and says, we should hide and stay silent based on the sound. Immediately after, they hide behind another pillar, silently watching it destroy the house. She looks extremely scared. Brother, what do we do now? Liu now leads with a small voice. Retreat, relying only on us can't fight back against it. Hearing this, he protests softly. No, if we don't handle the demon here and let it out, innocent lives will be harmed. Although Yi Fan speaks quietly, his resolve is firm. Handle it here. He looks at him with fear in his eyes and orders, shut up for me. Alone, what can you do? Better leave quickly and find a way to call reinforcements. Suddenly, Liu Yi places his hand on Yi Fan's shoulder, saying, who said, I'm just one brother, I'm here too. Liu Nao's brows furrow in anger. Liu Yi, what do you mean? He stands straight and questions him. Brother Liu, ask yourself. Even if they immediately seek help from the Saint Land after leaving, Vietmen can arrive at most within an hour. Liu now struggles to explain, but finds no words. His uncle seems hesitant. Liu Yi answers himself. The fastest is 1 hour. In this hour, this blood-sucking demon will likely massacre all the people around here. Then, he pats his chest confidently as Kainan Ni says, even if it's me, I'll die with my hands tightly holding onto the path of righteousness and never sacrifice others' lives for mine. Moved by his resolve, Hardfire speaks up from behind. That's great. I'll join in. Zhang Shi stands beside him quickly adds, me too. Against this goal. Liu now looks at the group with clenched teeth. You clearly went to die. His face darkens as he lowers his head slightly and says, a great calamity is right before us. If no one dares to fight, how can we protect our country or home? Then Yi Fan looks directly at him and asks, this world has people who know they will die, but still bravely charge forward. Isn't that the essence of this kind of spirit? Shamed by his words, Liu now suddenly shouts loudly, who are you guys anyway? The noise attracts the monster's attention. Yi Fan senses danger and warns, it's bad. Liu Wei looks outside and reports, he's coming towards us. He stands in front and shouts, fight with him, Liu. Just as he was about to charge out, he quickly takes over and shouts loudly, few like a ghost. Looking at the scene, he mocks, fool. A mere level 10 exorcist wants to engage in close combat against a level 20. It's too late now. Liu Nao's mocking voice echoes behind him. A balanced person can't hurt him. Yi Fan, unfazed and coldly reminds, then open your eyes and see for yourself. He immediately uses the lightning vortex ring. Yi Fan's sharp eyes glance at his opponent and continues softly, who is truly foolish. A swift lightning strike hits it. The previous move was the 10,000 armament thunder. The monster, hit one-sidedly, flies away. Its body disintegrates in a scream of pain. Louis can't help but shout, the demon is dead. He opens his eyes wide in shock at the events just witnessed. Hardfire, still holding back the strong wind, explains. It's the positive lightning force countering the blood-sucking monster's power. The ring continues to emit electric sparks, but he gives a faint smile. Can one show mercy to their opponent? Me, as the demon fades away, it struggles to say, General Toot Toot, I don't regret. Yifan looks at its flowing tears and is surprised. This demon still has humanity. He looks at the beast creature that has transformed into a pile of ashes or remains in his heart. Normal demons are usually stripped of their humanity to be controlled, but one with humanity can still obey the ritualist, which is impossible. This must have been a voluntary transformation into a demon. How could this happen? Liu Yi's face has some bruises and he looks happy as he casts a spell. Good news, demons are really gone now. Liu now rushes over with a puzzled tone. It can't be. You're using your own magical weapon. Where did you get it from? Yifan speaks slowly and steadily. If it's a top-secret technique, how could anyone else see it easily? He looks down at the blood suspiciously. This blood doesn't seem right. Hartwin notices something unusual and asks, Yifan, what is it? His hand points to the pool of blood on the ground as he speculates. This sacrificial pool seems not to use human blood, but animal blood. He sounds surprised when mentioning this, but intelligence clearly states that Yang Shizong is a demon. How could he use animal blood? Suddenly, a strong transformation occurs. She quickly warns, trouble, the underground palace is collapsing. Seeing it's not safe, Yifan orders everyone to retreat, hurry, and leave. At that moment, an infinite power and mysterious voice rises up. A green protective circle appears. He can't help but be stunned by what he sees. Oh my god, what is this shield energy? Just in time! That voice was from Little Thoa's forest. She hovers midair and laughs happily. Phew, you're not too late. Are you all okay? Liu Yi sees her and exclaims, Little Thoa, senior sister of our sect. He mutters to himself about something. Little Thoa crosses her arms and smiles, encountering a blood demon's aura. You guys could still survive. It is truly miraculous. I must spread the good news. Just as she was speaking, a large pillar behind them breaks suddenly. She continues praising them, boosting their reputation far and wide. They all rush over anxiously. Senior sister, be careful. Little Thoa doesn't hesitate to snap her fingers. The large pillar behind them explodes with a casual tone from her. Don't worry, I've sensed it for a while now. Louis is so shocked he can't close his mouth. Mystic realm, incredible power. After the incident, they all respectfully clap and thank senior sister for saving their lives. Little Thoa approaches Yifan, who is still lying down. You're named Yifan, right? A commoner could kill a blood demon in one breath. That's quite impressive. He modestly replies, just lucky, I guess. She pats his shoulder and says, I heard everything you said. An outer sect disciple with such enlightenment is truly precious. Besides, this man seems to be hiding a powerful artifact, a small scoundrel. Liu now holds the magical items in his hand with a sinister smile. Who would have thought that an ordinary soldier in the secular world has such a dangerous treasure? Suddenly, Little Thoa grabs his wrist and asks, is this the best thing on him? You really do have sharp eyes. Liu now cries out in pain as she twists his arm. It hurts. After getting the magical items, Little Thoa throws them to Yifan. You killed him, so these battle spoils naturally belong to you. He smiles at the ring in his hand and says, thanks, senior sister. I'm happy now. Having a written artifact is hard to come by. With it, we can explain our contribution of heavenly treasures later. Thank you, senior sister. He thinks happily inside. This magical item is something rare in the world. Having it will give us a reason for our contributions. He's angry and shivers. How hateful the Yifan person is waiting there. Looking at him lying down, Little Thoa says with pity, Shizong really suffered. Shizong was a loyal general who guarded the border for the state of Wei, protecting the people, a rare good general. Then Little Thoa recounts Shizong's sad past. Shizong's only daughter, Yang Tujuo, fell in love with one of his subordinates, was forced by the king to marry into a distant tribe for peace, and ended up being killed by bandits. Hearing this, they recall what Lady Yang said, if our Tujuo were still here, I wouldn't be so lonely now. Liang Wu seems to realize something as he speaks slowly. No wonder that Lady Yang said that back then. Little Thoa looks at his body in confusion and asks, "There are scars on him from leading troops into battle?" The image of the beast creature suddenly appears before vanishing. Shizhong's General Tujuo, "You don't regret it," he says with a frown. No wonder that demon had some humanity. All choices were made by that general. Liu now can't hold back his anger and kicks Shizong while cursing. "You're dead now. No more talking. You don't deserve sympathy for something meaningless. Just unlucky." Just then, someone steps forward and says, "Stop. He's already dead. More words won't help. He doesn't even deserve our pity on such a useless matter." See him still kicking stones under his feet, not stopping. Liao Engao is in pain, clutching his leg and angrily getting up. What's he doing? You step forward to hold his body and remind him a few things. He's already dead. No need to use the corpse for humiliation. Seeing Yifan walk away, he suddenly thinks of something and calls back, "Where are you planning to take the body?" Yifan still doesn't stop walking and answers, "Bring it back. Give it to Yang." Liao Engao suddenly shouts loudly, reminding him, "You can take the body, but you must leave the head for me. Otherwise, we won't be able to complete our mission." Yifan looks at him coldly and says, "I only said I need to hand over a whole body to Yang. Do you understand?" Liao Engao hurriedly calls out, "Yifan, can you stop?" He still holds the corpse, shrugging. "What?" At that moment, a box appears on his shoulder with words, "No need for further argument. Just hand over the box." Liao Engao picks it up and looks at it in confusion. "This is a magic box." Xiaotho nods quickly. "Yes, this controls the general's troops." She looks at him holding the magic box coldly and adds, "For a general, this is more important than life. Bringing it back will definitely complete our mission. I support Yifan's way." Liao Inga's face darkens as he replies, "Fine, I'll follow sister's advice." Outside, but still secretly scolding himself, "Damn Yifan." After some time, incense and paper money fly around Yang. Liao Wei suddenly says, "I've told everything to Yang." He looks at the tombstone in front of him and asks slowly, "Is Yang okay?" Xiaotho slightly tilts her head and looks at Yifan. Yang probably expected this day. She said that her husband has been carrying too much on his shoulders. Now they can reunite with their daughter in the afterlife, escaping the cycle of karma. She thinks for a moment before saying, "Mrs. Yang will focus on Buddhism from now on and chant sutras to help souls find peace. She hopes to help souls on earth escape suffering and be reborn soon." He stands there looking at everyone behind him and says, "That's good. Let's go." As they leave, he wonders, "Right, how did Sister Dai find us?" Xiaothoa looks at her and slowly recounts, "I was following Sister Kuang to the border chasing a demon king. But my strength is too weak. I couldn't help much. She told me to catch some loler." At that moment, she sensed a dark red aura, strong demonic energy. Coincidentally, near there, she found demonic energy and followed it to Yang's mansion. Xiaothoa talks, but they only focus on her weakness, wondering what kind of creatures she encountered. Then he hesitates and asks, "Sister Dai, you just said Sister Kuang. Could it be?" She nods happily. "Yes, the holy maiden of our 5 elements, holy land, East Lingka among the 5 true disciples." Yifan looks at her in confusion. "Holy maiden, 5 true disciples." Xiaothoa helplessly looks at him. "You don't know anything?" Before she can say more, Xiaothoa excitedly says, "The 5 true disciples are the 5 who received direct transmission from the head of the 5 elements, Holy Land Institute. They gather the holy arts. East Lingka, South Sword Mystical, West Mysterious Sound, North Black Tiger, Central Divine Dragon. Kuang Lingka is the youngest and most talented among them, also the top beauty of the 5 elements Holy Land. Just thinking about her noble image makes her show respect. That's why she's called the Holy Maiden. I admire her very much," Yifan says awkwardly. "Why?" Then she happily puts her arms around them and continues, "Come on, do you want to see the Holy Maiden's demeanor?" Meanwhile, in the vast wilderness, 2 powerful figures create a great commotion. The disciples are fighting nonstop, encouraging themselves. Keep going, yes. But against that darkness, they can do nothing. It's the great compassion demon king. He keeps attacking viciously a bunch of weaklings. They can't even touch the king. Is there anyone else in the Five Elements Holy Land? You have to fight with these weaklings. Kwang, Linka, and Muke appear and say, enough for you. Xiaothoa proudly says from below, see? That's Sister Kwang. Our level is too low. Just watch them from afar. Don't bother them anymore. He was surprised to notice Mahavira. Even from 10 miles away, he could still sense his terrifying presence. He continued to look down on all attacks. If people don't know their place, today will be their last day. She raised her hand and the power glowing around it spoke. Mud Court Disciple, sky-resounding dragon formation. The crowd below responded, yes. They watched in confusion as a few threads approached Mahavira. This is. Before he could understand what was happening, they quickly rejoiced, great, we've got it. Mahavira couldn't help but feel slighted. King Linka, did you really think you could capture the king like this? Just by using his inner strength, he caused chaos among them. This demon's power is too strong. We need to stabilize the formation. Linka coldly pointed her sword at Mahavira and said, who said I wanted to capture someone. He suddenly noticed the creature flapping its wings and wondered when this golden thread appeared. Yifan couldn't help but be amazed by what he saw. This golden thread could suddenly burst with energy like that. Her cold voice echoed again, I'm just creating an opportunity. A flame immediately burst into life at that moment. Linka ordered, and right then, the Crimson Phoenix swallowed it, falling into a sea of angry flames. The Phoenix bravely charged forward, swallowing Mahavira and plunging into the raging fire. He roared, King, Ling, I won't let you off. This is the ultimate move, vengeful annihilating fire. As the Phoenix transformed into a ball of fire in retaliation, Linka coldly said, you no longer have any chance. The Crimson Phoenix's vengeful annihilating fire will burn everything you possess. She softly said, vengeful annihilating fire, destroy. The Phoenix dragged Mahavira screaming into oblivion in an instant. Everyone rejoiced and cheered, we won. Finally, the great king of demons is dead. The ball of fire exploded. Linka urgently reminded everyone, be careful, use your protective charms quickly. They all obediently followed her instructions. Yes, yes. Even those far away were affected. This explosion is too powerful, too powerful. He shielded himself with the heart dance. Exclaimed in amazement. The heat from the explosion left a large crater on the ground. Everyone was amazed. Just one move and they've annihilated this feared demon king. As Linka landed, everyone exclaimed in surprise. This is the power of a true disciple. The disciples rushed over to inquire. Senior sister, are you all right? Linka replied without any injuries. I'm fine. Clean up the battlefield for us. They immediately obeyed her orders. Yes. Xiaothoa hid behind a tree and explained. What just happened was the heavenly law formation. Liang Yi was impressed by her. Not only is she strong, but she's almost as powerful as celestial immortals. Yifan observed silently. Could I also reach that realm someday? Linka noticed them and said, come out. Xiaothoa hesitantly said, we've been discovered. She stepped forward and asked, senior sister, when did you discover us? She reproached, why bring outer disciples here? What if something dangerous happens? Xiaothoa playfully explained, isn't it because we wanted to broaden their horizons and take a look at senior sister's handsome figure? She pushed Yifan gently and introduced him. Moreover, I've discovered a promising talent. Yifan is in the tainted realm but managed to defeat the peak cultivation of Dongfang. He's truly talented. Are you still not fully formed? Linka asked again. Tainted realm, fighting against the peak cultivation of Dongfang. They looked at each other and she asked, little brother, is it true? He shyly replied, yes. Linka praised him. You are indeed very strong. Yifan modestly said, senior sister, you're too kind. This little cultivation of mine isn't worth mentioning. His eyes avoided hers, pure and clear, completely unable to look directly at her. Liang Nuo saw this and was envious. Even if you are more powerful, you're still just a royal class talent. Heart Dance whispered in his heart, you don't need to be so jealous. She kicked hard at his leg, making Liao Nuo cry out in pain and tell him to shut up. Ling Ka was chatting with Yi Fan. You have royal grade talent. He replied, that's right. Liao Nuo sneered, almost forgot. Yi Fan is the last of the royal grade. At the Wuxing Holy Land, they value this rank. Just as he finished speaking, Ling Kai praised Yi Fan again, so even stronger. He didn't expect it either. Is that so? Really? She explained that the master of the Piao Mao Holy Land also has royal grade talent, but talent doesn't mean everything. On the ancient continent, there are many seniors with poor talents but strong cultivation. Ling Ka encouraged him to keep going. If you can enter the Divine Mystery Secret Realm in the future, I might recommend you to a sect. Yi Fan gratefully replied, thanks senior sister, I will try my best. Xiao Tu said goodbye and returned with Ling Ka. Liao now was even more envious. What a female master personally recommended. His face darkened as he thought, you received the recommendation from the 5 core disciples, which the southern sect elders highly praised. I will give you many cultivation resources. This little Yi Fan, Liao Yu announced. It's not early anymore. Let's go change our contribution points now. Yi Fan agreed, okay. Then they returned together. In the morning at the contribution path, they arrived there. Yi Fan reported to Elder Tang, Sir, we have come to hand over the mission of capturing the commoner. As he added points, he praised their work well done. Here are your contribution points. He received his point card and thanked Elder Tang, feeling very proud inside. A low-level task can earn 60 contribution points, which is already quite difficult for a new disciple. Zhuan Wu became excited. Great, with these contribution points, I can exchange martial techniques now. Liao Yu had been looking forward to this for a long time. I've been eyeing a certain technique. Then Liao now loudly ordered, Yi Fan, stand still. They turned around and looked at him. Zhuan Wu shouted, Liao now, what's wrong with Yi Fan? He sneered, looking at your snake-like appearance. You want to monopolize it, right? He asked back, so what? Liao now roared in anger. I don't allow this. As team leader, I have the authority to distribute spoils. Hand over these items. Liao Yu angrily rebutted, Liao now, I've been tolerating you for a long time. When Sister Yi was here, you didn't dare speak up. Now that she's gone, you're openly robbing. Do you have any face? He continued to curse her. Damn fat bastard. What did you say? Liao Yu insisted on arguing until the end. If it weren't for Yi Fan, we would have died in the dungeon. How can you still have the nerve to say this now? Liao now turned even faster than his ex-girlfriend. Business is business. I put in effort and got injured too. I'm the one who led this mission today. Yi Fan made a decision himself. Apologize to me or I'll attack. He angrily shut his face off. Liao now, don't bully people so much. Liao Yu hurriedly stopped him. Calm down, Yi Fan. Everyone was shocked. He didn't care and kicked him, making Liao now fall to the ground. Yi Fan warned, all actions in secret rooms haven't been settled with you yet. He couldn't bear it and whined, hurting so much. With a cold smile, he said, if I apologize, maybe, but you have to kneel now. Liao now wasn't scared and showed his attitude. Yi Fan, at first, I had good intentions to accept the underling into my team. You keep disrespecting me, now daring to attack me. This can't be forgiven. But then he cowered behind Zhuan Wu. Just today, I'm not counting this. Spare his life for now. Respect your senior brother in the future. She couldn't react in time. Liao now tried to run away with his face still red, but threatened, next time I won't be so easy to talk to you. Spare me this time, he thought, waiting for Yi Fan. Then he called him back. Senior Liao, wait a moment. Liao now stopped. He turned his face and said with a pained expression, I've changed my mind. Actually, master, many more. Then he hit Liao now's other cheek again, sending him flying. Zhuan Wu hurriedly tried to stop him. Yi Fan, don't fight anymore. Liao Yu stood there in shock. Ying Yi said, the more I think about it, the less comfortable it is. It's better for his face to be symmetrical. Zhuan Wu urged, let's go now, this isn't a place to fight. But Liao Nao's face turned red and still didn't stop, drawing his sword provocatively. Little brat, I'll risk it with you. Just as he raised his head, Yi Fan's sword was already at his neck. And your life now. I've been tolerating you for a long time too. Liao Nao was sweating profusely in fear. His eyes turned threateningly. Don't let me meet you on the road again. If not, hit once more, okay? Then Yi Fan left with his teammates. Let's go! That Liao now is angry and scheming something. Okay, I still have unfinished business with many nearby disciples started discussing. Isn't this the new disciple Yi Fan? He fought so bravely. It seems they also know the consequences of breaking rules among disciples. Their guts are too big, not sure where such disrespect to sect rules came from. Liu Yi had good intentions to remind by disciple, you got carried away, but at least you're out of the contribution hall now and can deal with him. If he reports back to the contribution hall's legal department afterwards, you'll be punished by the elders. But Yi Fan is very carefree. It doesn't matter. You brought 3 elven blood vials, right? Everyone was quite surprised. Liu Yi asked, here, isn't this the famous Kinming for tier spirit beast blood? He confirmed, yes. Zhangzi found it hard to believe and asked, a 4th tier spirit beast is equivalent to a divine sense realm cultivator of our human race. 1 vial can be exchanged for 10,000 points of contribution. You're really giving this to us. Shi Fan Haofeng said, don't worry about it. This mission was completed through everyone's joint efforts. We all share the credit. Whether you take them and exchange them for contribution points or use them for cultivation is up to you. Liu Yi was very surprised as he observed only he knew of those treasures. Actually, it's chicken blood brought from Earth that still has remnants from breaking through the exorcism realm before. Liu Bai smiled and revealed, I've never seen 4th tier spirit beast blood before. The scene and context. Me too! Zhuan Wu also expressed gratitude to him. Shi Fan, he's been so good to us. Seeing them being so honest, Shi Fan recalled, after the Commonwealth incident, these 3 have effectively risked their lives and deaths together. Their character is also good. He offered more to treasures. Liu Bei, your personal weapon, this one benefits cultivation. If you need anything in the future, I'll help. The 3 of them were surprised to see this. Liu Bei exclaimed, this is really great. Besides blood, there's also heart. Zhuan Wu was very excited too. This is even more valuable than elven blood 100 times over. She explained why it's so rare. Kinming prefer to live in groups and warn each other when under attack by enemies. They are hard to catch and their combat strength is fierce. Extracting blood from them is already extremely difficult. Extracting the heart is even more so. Liu Bai was moved to tears as she hugged him tightly. Shi Fan, no, white brother, starting today, you're my big brother. Even a real elder brother can't compare to you. Shi Fan awkwardly said, Ahem, wipe your nose and don't get it on my uniform. Chapter 7. And at the contribution hall, legal department, Elder Mingjian asked, is what you said true? The arrogant Liu now was here with a pitiful expression explaining his side of the story. Elder Mingjian, Shi Fan not only disobeyed orders, but also thought he was the team leader. After the incident ended, he monopolized all the treasures. He fabricated that I came to reason with him and he dared to attack me in front of everyone. If this isn't handled seriously, it will undermine the contribution hall's legal department's authority. Elder Mingjian found it hard to believe. He never expected such a thing. He summoned using a jade tablet and issued orders. Snail Dragon, Phoenix Soothing, you to lead Shi Fan here. I must personally interrogate him. The 2 tall men appeared and received the order. Wind, your subordinate receives the command. After a while of walking, Liu now started to wheedle. To senior brothers, wait, I have a request from me. They asked, what is it? He bribed them with some money and pleaded, to senior brothers, help me out. Give that white-haired boy a little lesson in sincerity. It's not much. The 2 men happily accepted. But the black-haired one said it wasn't enough. With this amount, we can't do anything. The dark-toothed man also cooperated. Moreover, for legal disputes, you must take truth-telling medicine. This is not under our control either. Liu now offered more gold. Here, senior brothers with great wisdom naturally know what to do. He said this and that, these are all my assets on me now. I'll go back and get some more before bringing them here. You two must find a way to make it happen. The Blacktooth named asked, this is heavy too. Are you really doing this? Liu now answered satisfiedly, I can't bear to let go of the child, so I won't catch the wolf. That ring with the beast script must have valuable treasures. Worth it for sure, he whispered in anticipation. Without letting go of the child, you can't catch the wolf. In that ring, there's definitely something more valuable than what we have now. The Blacktooth handed him a vial of divine medicine. No problem. Just wait until then. Secretly switch the pillar for you to drink the truth serum and spill everything, regardless of what he says in front of the elders. Liu now responded enthusiastically. This crime, Yi Fan will definitely take responsibility. Brother, I'm troubling you now. On a quiet night, at White Yi Fan's residence, he sat under a tree practicing body essence cultivation, closing his eyes and meditating in silence, focusing on meditation. Holding the cosmic wool with both hands, the strong wind blew through, swaying the tree leaves. Continuous hard work turns all illnesses into dust. Yi Fan opened his eyes glowing red. At this moment, a red light surrounded the technique. It was the blood shield, top-notch defensive power. He controlled the light to contract as his cultivation level increased. It could block stronger attacks and even smaller undetectable ones, worth practicing. Yi Fan thought this might be the most valuable thing among the beast scripts. He observed the beast scripts and pondered that most of them were just some nourishing elixirs, taking a few fruits from Earth to exchange for points tomorrow. Suddenly, someone called out at the gate. The door was kicked open. Is Yi Fan here? The blackhead asked. Here? Yi Fan calmly asked. Who are you guys? What do you want from me? The blackhead replied. It's Yi Fan. We're from the law enforcement department, said the Blacktooth. You dared to attack someone on the contribution path. Quite bold. Follow us and leave this place. Liu now is behind them. He arrogantly crossed his arms and glared at him. Yi Fan, what you shouldn't do most is provoke someone like me who has a bad temper. But Yi Fan didn't argue and agreed. Alright, lead the way. I have something important to go to the contribution path now. The blackhead was confused. What? Do you have something? He explained, Brother Liu hasn't told you guys yet. I want to submit some blood from a 4-die demon beast. He wanted to monopolize it, so he attacked him, making the two heads look at Liu now. The Blacktooth seemed displeased. Blood from a 4-die demon beast is worth quite a bit of money and contribution points. He denied immediately. Don't listen to what he says. I don't know anything about it. Then he hinted, never mind. After taking the true serum, who lied would be known anyway, right? Liu now realized, damn, this is blackmailing me. He whispered to the two heads, brothers, let's discuss. Once I get the loot, I'll share 50% of the money and contribution points with you. But the Blacktooth suddenly changed his mind. We take 80%, you get 20%. Liu now gritted his teeth. FCK, this is a big loss. It's all because of that scumbag Yi Fan. But he reluctantly agreed. Alright, Chang said. The Blacktooth reminded Yi Fan. We have to enforce the law now. Don't delay our time. Follow us. He politely replied, I understand. Just that I finished my practice and haven't had time to change clothes yet if we go on this trip. What if I end up in prison? Can you let me borrow a set of clothes? The Blacktooth suspiciously said, We're going with you. Don't try anything. He told Liu now to wait here and he followed. Yes, brothers. As Yi Fan was picking out his clothes, the Blacktooth warned, Hey, don't dilly-dally. You won't be a match for us two if we really fight. He replied nonchalantly, I understand. I'm not that stupid to argue with you guys. Yi Fan picked out some clothes and muttered, Let me check. Change into bathing clothes. Suddenly, the Blacktooth seemed to sense something. Big brother, something's wrong. The spiritual energy in his room is stronger than ours. He pointed at a carpet on the floor and asked, "Big brother, is that blood-stained carpet made from divine herbs?" The blackhead was shocked. What? Then he noticed something else. Is that forest legerist made of historical dog's teeth? He confirmed with certainty that color, right? And another item, the towel in the basin between his legs looks like it's made from fungui golden feathers down. Divine beast hide, the blackhead was stunned. Divine beast fur for cleaning feet, the black tooth exclaimed in surprise. These treasures, they're rare and hard to come by. How did he get them? The blackhead agreed. Yes, I've only seen these at auctions before. Yifan hinted, all of this is just stuff I don't need anymore. Line 60 ends here. The two brothers laughed at you. Then he handed over a few bags of bath salts to them. These are these homemade bath salts we made. If you don't mind, take them. The black-haired one's eyes were hard to believe. Here, they're all top-tier treasures. While the black-toothed one was speechless in surprise. Not just inner-door disciples, even high-ranking elders find it difficult to obtain such items. The black-toothed one whispered, "Big brother, help this little guy check if he has any background. If he really isn't a disrespectful person, then he must have some significant background. Do we really want to offend him?" The black-haired one thought through it and started to wonder about the absence of Liu Nao outside. Strange. Why did the two brothers take so long inside? The two black-haired ones stepped out immediately. The black-toothed one sneered and asked, "Little brother, have you been waiting for a while now?" The black-haired one held a treasure in his hand. Feeling something ominous, Liu Nao's face turned pale with fear. "Brothers, what are you planning to do?" The black-toothed one replied straightforwardly, "What are we doing? Of course, bring you to the law enforcement hall." The black-haired one raised the treasure and explained, "A good meal is as satisfying as any other." "We understand." Liu Nao panicked and shouted, "What?" He was utterly terrified. "Here, what's going on here?" Later at the law enforcement hall, Liu Nao was explaining to Elder Mingguan, "Elder, everything has been thoroughly investigated." Kneeling down, he said that he wanted to run away from battle and take all the spoils for himself. Hating ordinary people, he deliberately slandered him. Although he didn't want it, due to drinking the truth-telling potion, he was very agitated. "All of this is my doing. It has nothing to do with Bai Yifan." In his mind, damn it, that truth-telling potion. I dare challenge the elders to make a decision. There's nothing more to say. Leading the team was a failure and harming fellow disciples. He will be fined half a year's bonus and sent to the repentance garden for 3 months of repentance. But Liu now refused to let it go, pointing at the two black-haired ones and saying, "Elder, wait, there are still two law enforcement brothers here." Before he could finish speaking, they pressed his head down to gag him. "Elder Mingguan, subordinates will take him away now." Elder Mingguan rewarded by Yifan. Additionally, Bai Yifan submitted a rare treasure. It was given 30,000 contribution points. Before leaving to receive them, he showed respect and thanked the elder. Elder Mingguan ordered, "Bring him down. They will carry out the punishment immediately." There, the black-haired one placed his hand on Bai Yifan's shoulder and said, "Old brother Bai, if you encounter any trouble in the 5 elements holy land, just speak up. We'll help each other." The black-toothed one echoed, "Brothers, we may not talk about it, but there is still a little sentiment." Bai Yifan replied with ease, "No problem." Outside, the two black-haired ones were very pleased with their spoils. The black-haired one was delighted. This time, they got a big score. Both agreed indeed a windfall. Suddenly, from nowhere, a bag fell on them. The black-toothed one wondered, "What is this?" When the bag covered both of them, he struggled and screamed, "Whoever dares to harm me, come out here." The black-toothed one helplessly asked, "Big brother, this bag can't be broken. What should we do?" Not done yet, they were still beaten up. "Who is it? It hurts." The two black-haired ones screamed in despair, "Stop hitting me, spare my life." When the bag was opened, the black-toothed one lay on the ground and shouted loudly, "Here, return what's mine to me. It's my stuff." The black-hooded man also asked sarcastically, "Who are you in the end?" The black-hooded man raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are you alright second time around?" Their attacking power was a bit too strong. The assassin just asked, "No harm done. Where's the stuff?" Then the assassin behind had grabbed all kinds of items and fled. The assassin looked at them and said, "We might meet again." When the mask came off, it was none other than Yi Fan's ugly face. His way of taking care of people is something you can't handle. At the Five Elements Holy Temple the next morning, without warning, the head elder asked Yi Fan, "You said you wanted to exchange your martial arts skills for a higher rank. Five Elements Great Power Technique. Have you thought this through?" He crossed his arms confidently and said, "Elder, just take me there." The head elder advised, "This cultivation method is profound and difficult to understand, very mysterious. With your current realm, how can you comprehend it?" Yi Fan smiled brightly and assured him, "There's no need for you to worry about that." He lost the fight, didn't listen to his seniors, got killed right in front of everyone. Take this. Now the Five Elements Great Power Technique is back with me. Holding the book in his hand, he was very interested. His realm had advanced, and so did his new martial arts skills. What next? Soon enough, Yi Fan arrived at the Five Elements Holy Temple, the Talisman Hall. He pointed to items without thinking twice. This one, and even this one. Then he instructed the shop owner, "These are not needed. Take everything else." He held Yi Fan's jade slip with wide eyes, wondering where such a young man could get so many contribution points. Again, he went to the Five Elements Holy Temple, Spirit Beast Hall. Yi Fan said straight away, "Elder, all these weapons on that wall, package them for me," shocking the elder greatly. What? He tried his sword and thought, "This weapon is not bad. It's time to upgrade my equipment." Under the eyes of many swordsmen, Yi Fan gathered all the items from each weapon shop. Someone was surprised. "I didn't see that coming." Was Yi Fan really going to clear out both the Talisman Hall and Spirit Beast Hall? He played big. Everyone was so shocked they exclaimed, "How many contribution points does this kid have?" Holding a pile of weapons happily, it was a number no one dared to imagine. Late at night at the Five Elements Holy Temple on the mountain, Yi Fan came here to train with the simplified Nishima Great Power Technique. To cultivate this technique, you need to find ways to absorb large amounts of essence from the blood of Fish Clan beasts. He started absorbing a few vials of beast blood, cow's blood on earth. As much as needed, he had that much. After fully absorbing the power, Yi Fan's body glowed red. Then intense movement was required to transform the essence into his martial artist strength. He threw an empty bottle to attract attention in this desolate place. "Only you guys can play with me here." The fallen creatures chased after him, and he was delighted. "Come on, let's have some fun." In no time, they caught up. Yi Fan immediately remarked, "Your speed is fast too." Yi Fan turned around and punched one of the fallen creatures, testing to see how it would react after his transformation. It lost balance and hit another creature. He was satisfied with this result. "Not bad. You can now feel your meridians surging clearly." With the help of cow's blood, his body gained the strength of 30 strong horses. Then Yi Fan stood still and tried a new move. Give it a try. It was the cute way to paint mountains. A powerful surge of energy shot from his hand and struck the fallen creatures directly. With just one strike, all the fallen creatures fell into holes, none left. Yi Fan happily speculated, "The Five Elements Great Power Technique is complete now." Suddenly, he felt something was off due to strange spiritual force activity. In a cave on the mountain, there was a man in a black cloak. "Come out, I know you're here." Han urged impatiently, "I'm short on time, just get to the point." A dark aura appeared and spoke, "Meeting you is indeed difficult, old friend." A gate gradually appeared behind the aura, still speaking in a golden voice. "You've been an infiltrator at the Five Elements Holy Temple for years now." The turning wheel Ma-Tan emerged from the gate and teased, getting more human-like by the day. "Have you forgotten your identity as a long-hated Ma-Tan?" The man angrily said, "Stop talking nonsense." Han seriously inquired, "The one who contacted me through the talisman is because of the Great Benevolence Demon King's death, right? Speak up. What are your plans for the Eternal Ma Tutors?" Yi Fan was hiding behind a tree listening. "What's going on here?" There's actually an altar to the demon clan in the Five Elements Holy Temple. The Turning Will Matan angrily replied, Householder Qiangling Ka, after becoming a true disciple, she has attacked our demon robes more than 100 times. Now, even the great benevolence demon king was killed by her hands. I'm determined, of course. I'll find a way to eliminate her quickly so the demon deity can be happy. Hearing this name, Yifan exclaimed, Demon deity. The mysterious man warned Han, you want to kill her. Qiangling Ka is the gemstone in the hands of the Five Elements Holy Lord. The top disciple of the Outer Sex Academy dares to make a move within the Holy Temple. She doesn't fear causing another war between demon and human clans. The Turning Will Matan said, that's why I need you. I believe you can handle this matter more appropriately. The man quickly thought, 3 days later, the Outer Sect disciples' Spirit Bird Garden trial will begin. For years, it was 9 Yun Tong who handled it. It seems this year has been given to Qiangling Ka. But there's a taboo that if she makes a mistake, she'll be punished by going to Ki Swan, Night Devil Sorrow Eater, and the guards over there are lax. It would be much easier for her to disappear. The Turning Will Demon Sovereign smiled contentedly. This isn't bad. The Turning Will Demon Sovereign spoke softly, with a sinister tone. I'll make some elixirs then. You think of a way to lure the talented disciples into the mountain ravine. I'll arrange for a spirit beast. Let it kill them all. How about that? Facing him, a face appeared in the black round robe and gave a faint smile. Your brain is quick too. The Turning Will Demon Sovereign's chilling, sinister laughter echoed. If all the talents of the Five Elements Holy Land are not far away, Yifan hid behind an old tree trunk. His eyes widened in surprise and fear. I never expected to accidentally discover such a vicious plot. I must quickly think of a way to leave here. A burst of powerful energy suddenly erupted from the black round road figure. He shouted, Any movement? Who? He turned around, his pupils constricted with fear. It's over. I've been discovered. A loud explosion shook the sky and earth. Thick smoke obscured vision. After a few minutes, the scene returned to an eerie silence. He looked around, puzzled. If nothing is here, then maybe I was too suspicious. He sighed, giving up. There's no sign of life around. It seems I overthought this. He turned and walked away, muttering to himself. This place can't be stayed in for long. His solitary figure gradually faded into the void. Fortunately, he narrowly escaped danger. Yifan sighed with relief. Luckily, I still have some luck left from today's transmigration. Almost got killed. His eyes hardened as determination burned within him. Who would have thought that the demon race would plot every way to deal with Qiangling Ka? No, absolutely not. Their sacrificial plan must fail. Deep in thought, Yifan realized the complexity and difficulty of the current situation, but had no evidence at hand. If I suddenly report it, it might cause unnecessary trouble. A small outer disciple wouldn't be enough to draw attention. Eavesdropping on a conversation between two demon sovereigns and escaping unscathed, there's no way anyone would believe me if I couldn't give a reason. After careful analysis, he made a bold decision. This can't be ignored. It seems I have to go to the Spirit Medicine Garden for an investigation. 3 days later, the scene brightened significantly. The Spirit Medicine Garden appeared before him with towering mountains and lush greenery. Many disciples gathered in front of the gate, creating a lively atmosphere. A voice full of excitement echoed, Brother Zhongfeng, long time no see, your strength has improved. He replied confidently, Of course, I must win as the champion of this Spirit Medicine Garden trial. The other's voice mocked him, praising sincerely. At another corner, Yifan and Xin Wu stood there, their eyes following the crowd. Zhang Shiji spoke, So many people here to participate in the trials. It is indeed lively. Xinwu smiled and explained, Of course, if you perform well in the trial, you might be promoted to an inner gate outer disciple, so everyone naturally wants to join. Suddenly, a group rushed over, shouting, Move aside. The arrogant voice of Long Feng resounded, Move, don't block my way. Look there, isn't that Long Feng? Another added. Not only Long Feng, but also Huang Zan and Xiao Dai arrived, along with Shimain and Yuan Bai. Shinwoo stood beside Yifan and whispered, I heard the 5 of them are prominent outer disciples. They were selected by 5 inner gate academies before. They just need to break through to the mystic realm to be immediately admitted into the inner gate. He thought, his eyes flashing with coldness. The Turning Will Demon Sovereign wanted to kill a talented disciple. These people must be included too. Yifan turned to her and asked curiously, Right, Shinwoo, what do you know about the demon race? Can you tell me? Shinwoo was surprised. She replied, Strange, why are you suddenly interested in demon matters? Shinwoo began to explain seriously, ever since ancient times, the demon race has been a rival force against our human race. Unlike our cultivation world, they rank based on combat strength, simple and brutal, demon emperor, demon king, demon sovereign, demon V. She continued explaining in detail, Demon Emperor is the supreme ruler of the demon race. There's only one person said to have immense power. No one can escape his hands. No one has ever seen his true face. Shinwoo continued, her voice soft. Beneath him are 7 major demon sovereigns, Eternal Darkness, Sun Moon, Vengeful, Netherworld, White Bone, Scarlet Mist, and Haunting. The terrifying images of the demon sex appeared before his eyes, with her face showing concern. Their brutality is unmatched. They do not spare any evil deed, posing the greatest threat to our human race besides the old monster tribe. He looked into the distance, his gaze lost in thought as he pondered. So that's how it is. This really does seem difficult to resolve. A clear call echoed silence. The scene returned to stillness. In front of the Lin DCC garden gate, Ling Ka and the elders appeared floating in midair, their figures solemn yet ethereal. She announced with a clear voice, Meridian's fellow disciples, the trial for the Lin DCC garden is about to begin. This year's trial will be fully managed by me. I hope everyone can abide by these rules. The disciples below admired her ethereal beauty and couldn't stop praising. This is indeed the Eastern Spirit song, King Shifu. So beautiful. A disciple next to him exclaimed in awe, This is my first time seeing a real person. Are fairies like this too? Ling Ka looked down with a stern gaze. First, the trial encourages combat but forbids killing, especially for disciples from the Scenery Estate. They must not attack lower-level disciples, such as those in the Purification and Enlightenment stages. Time passed. She continued to explain the rules of the competition. Second, the trial lasts 7 days. After it ends, no one is allowed to stay behind. Third, if you gather good medicinal herbs, keep them in your bag. After the trial concludes, you can retain them. A long line of disciples moved orderly, each carrying carefully packed bags. Linka's words echoed through the air. Anyone who violates these 3 rules will be punished with 100 kneels. Then she announced decisively, Alright, this year's Lin DCC garden trial begins now. The disciples rushed into the portal gate with great enthusiasm. Dongsheng said, Let's go, I must be the first to find the medicinal herbs. He spoke and Liu Yi responded. They quickly entered the portal together. After passing through the portal, Jippen stood still in a dense forest, surrounded by towering trees. Stepping out of the gate, his eyes firmly focused ahead. He marveled at the thick spiritual energy. This is indeed the Lin DCC garden. Jippen's gaze swept over the tall ancient trees before stopping on an open space. Thinking to himself, we entered together but now I'm alone. It seems we've been separated. His face showed determination as he walked forward. He thought, according to Liu Yi, the Lin DCC garden was opened by a senior of the 5 elements, Holy Land using supreme divine techniques. With an area of about 100 miles, the deeper you go, the higher the probability of encountering medicinal herbs, but also more dangerous beasts. Suddenly, a strange noise caught Jippen's attention from afar. He turned around, his eyes filled with vigilance. There was movement over there. Let's check it out. From above a tree, 3 giant snakes with sharp teeth lunged at Jippen at high speed. He was slightly surprised. This is... Jippen slowly drew his sword, his keen eyes scanning the 3 snakes as he commanded. A small beast dared to be so insolent in front of me. He unleashed the powerful technique 7 characters decapitate wind, slicing through the bodies of the snakes with precise strikes. Leaving 3 neatly severed heads on the ground, Jippen calmly sheathed his sword, thinking to himself, "These are tough but not a threat to me now." He thought again, "I wonder where the medicinal beasts ranged by the transcendent soul monarch are. Forget it. Let's just keep moving and deal with it later." Suddenly, an urgent cry for help reached him. A frightened girl shouted, "Don't come here. You stole my medicinal herbs and did such inhuman things. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the elders?" He laughed mockingly. "Elderly punishment. The punishment is from my 70-year-old skin. Who dares to touch me at the outer gate? Besides, do I have evidence?" The girl stammered, "You, don't come here." Wang Dang urged, "Senior brother, don't waste time with this person. Let's hurry, someone might come." Cao Yang replied firmly, "No need to rush. Let's go together. You can be more relaxed, girl." She struggled in vain. "Please." "Thank you. I thank senior brother for taking care of me." He secretly smiled, this person. "If it weren't for my long time on the mountain practicing asceticism, I would have been a prince. Do I need to play with a woman like him?" Suddenly, a stone flew over and hit both of them. They shouted in pain, "Hey, come out here. It's that scoundrel who dared to sneak attack me." Jippen slowly approached, throwing the stone he held with a calm voice. "In this forest, there are few other things but plenty of living creatures." The 2 men were surprised by his appearance and shouted in unison, "White Jippen!" The girl pleaded, "Sir, please save me. They not only stole my medicinal herbs, but also..." He angrily shouted, "Brat, it's you again. It seems the heavens have eyes. I never expected to meet you here." Jippen replied firmly, as a defeated subordinate, "I don't want to beat you up anymore. Go away or wait for me to cripple your legs and then leave." Cao Yang laughed loudly. "You think I'm still the same Cao Yang from before?" "Jippen, after this period of time, I've been training hard. My cultivation has now reached the peak of enlightenment stage. You came at just the right time. Let's settle both old and new grudges together." He then swung his fist towards him, red light flashing around it. Jippen taunted, "So what? Let me see how strong you are. Raise your hand," easily blocking Cao Yang's attack, causing him to freeze in place. "That's all. It seems you can't even hit me with your finger." Cao Yang was surprised. How is that possible? Then he realized this guy had become much stronger than before. Yi Fam warned, "I'm giving you one last warning. If I see you mistreat the weak again, I'll make sure to disable you completely and get out of here." With his final strike and a loud shout, "I will cripple you for good, scram." Saying that, he bent over and ran like hell. Yi Fam said with disdain, "Trash, hitting people is so dirty." Turned to the other guy. As for this remaining shocker, Vuong Dang, he's trembling in fear. "What do you want, Yi Fam?" He threatened softly, then used his technique to block the flow of qi and blood. "I'm warning you, my dream queen is now an inner door disciple." Do you know what being an inner door disciple means? It means you'll become a senior elder in the future. I told you to die, and you must. A sudden punch from above landed with force. Wang Dang fell to the ground. He cried out in pain. Yi Fam responded challengingly, "Are you threatening me?" Wang Dang coughed weakly. His internal organs felt like they were about to break. He thought silently, "One punch and my internal organs are already broken by him. He's much scarier than before." Standing there with a smug look, Yi Fam said, "Inner door disciples are strong." Wang Dang lay on the ground, struggling to get up in vain. "What do you want? It hurts. Don't come here. You, don't come here." Cao Tan approached and kicked Wang Dang, sending him flying with a warning. "Now go find the coolest spot you can." Then he added, "I hate it when people threaten me in this life." Wang Dang lay motionlessly on the water, utterly miserable. Yi Fam picked up his bag from the ground. He sighed and said, "There's not much on you too, but it's quite valuable." "Too bad, now they're mine," a soft voice echoed. "Brother Bai, thank you for saving me. If not for you, I would have been destroyed by these two. I was afraid that my injuries would be too severe." He turned and replied, "It's nothing, don't mention it. Are you injured?" Yi Fam handed herb to the girl. "Take this medicinal herb to treat your wounds. It can help people recover quickly." She took it, her eyes wide with surprise. I didn't expect it to be rare golden coin grass, something rarely seen even in auctions. Brother, buy. The girl hesitated and asked, Hein, are you really giving this to me? He turned away, a bit flustered, saying your clothes have fallen off. Yifan tried to keep his composure. Ordinary herbs don't work much for me. I need high-grade medicinal herbs, the girl said with deep intent, if you want to find medicinal herbs. Follow this river upstream and there are medicinal fields in the depths. But once you cross this forbidden river, it means that at any moment, level 7 monsters might appear. With our cultivation, it's like eggs against stones. He pondered, his eyes showing a hint of thought. Forbidden river. Maybe it's the key to the demon tribe. We need to investigate thoroughly. Deeper into the forest, a magnificent waterfall appeared before their eyes, water swirling down and creating a misty scene. That's the forbidden river deep inside, on the waterfall. A large rock protruded, and on top of it grew rare medicinal herbs. Someone shouted excitedly, brothers, look, it's clear mint grass. With this herb, our achievement in this competition will be impressive. Suddenly, a warning echoed anxiously, don't get too happy yet. Look at what's under the roots of the herb. Instantly, a large white beast appeared below the rock, groaning. It cried out desperately, it's a lion spirit, damn it. Its protection means we can't take the clear mint grass. On another side, someone asked worriedly, what should Zhangxi do? This lion spirit is at least a 6th stage monster. If we act suddenly, the outcome might not be good for us. He agreed, yes, just wait. Moreover, more high-ranking disciples are gathering here. Our strength isn't enough, don't stand there. Being able to watch such a battle is worth it for us. A hand reached out from the darkness, accompanied by a cunning voice and an implied laugh. You can have such insights, it's worthy of admiration. Louis exclaimed, who? Then he jumped and turned his head to look around. Yifan appeared and spoke, his alertness not bad. He was surprised and called out happily, Fan brother, your teacher has arrived. Let's ask him a question. Where did they go? We've been looking for them for a long time. Louis continued, that's right. It wasn't easy to gather everyone together in just a few days. Zhuanwu was surprised and asked, Yifan, who is this lady? Yifan smiled as he introduced her. Allow me to introduce. This is Hua Chun. She's also a new comrade from the same batch with us. This is Louis, our leader. Leader of the formation, Zhuanwu. They greeted Hua Chun together. Hello, hello. Hua Chun recounted her story in a shaky voice. After being teleported here, she was bullied by bad people. Fortunately, Brother White saved me. Everyone nodded and agreed. So that's the situation. Let's all act together then. A call echoed through the air, catching everyone's attention. Look quickly, the formation is about to attack the lion pillar. Strong wind commands, Old Strong, Huayer, throw stones at the lion pillar from outside. Make it retreat and clear the path. Two warriors immediately charged forward Dao Hu and Ni, with a disappointed expression, and Meng Faisi, with an important look. They shouted in unison, clear the way for me. Stones continuously hit the lion pillar, waking it up. He ordered Huang Baliang Pai attack from both sides. The two warriors bravely charged into battle. With great momentum, Huang Ba and Liang Pai, with a 9-weighted spirit, rushed forward. Huang Ba said, no problem, Liang Pai roared, go. Strong Wind clearly said, attack directly, maintain formation, don't get disorganized. He then charged and shouted, die here. The others also flew over, shouting in unison, watch out. On the other side, the crowd was bustling with discussion, the atmosphere becoming lively. Strong Wind is no ordinary disciple from the neighboring sect. He's really strong, someone else said. Everyone admired his attacks without hesitation. The four disciples worked well together in their formations. They will surely wear down the lion pillar with this. Suddenly, the lion pillar roared loudly, shaking the space and creating a destructive invisible sound wave. It was an attack from subsonic sounds. Everyone shouted in fear, no way, the masters are being split apart. Everyone screamed in terror. Strong Wind struggled hard, his body shaken. He exclaimed, damn it, Why is the line pillar so strong? They were all swept up into the air. Panicked voices said, "We can't even withstand one attack. Like this, we'll all die here." The line pillar roared angrily with bloodshot eyes. It laughed menacingly and charged towards Mengfaisi. He shouted desperately, "It's over. I'm done for." The line pillar aimed at him. A powerful punch hit Mengfaisi, causing him to cry out in pain. Mengfaisi's body crashed into a stone, breaking his internal organs and staining his clothes with blood. A heart-wrenching scream tore through the air. The strong warrior was mortally wounded. Huang Ba panicked. "How strong is this line pillar? It's much stronger than before." "Much stronger than just now." Huang Ni trembled and said, "Why does it seem like it's going crazy?" Yifan suddenly realized, his eyes flashing with understanding rage. Line 60 is repeated for the exact count. This level 6 pet is not yet awakened, but its bloodline has already started to rage in this extreme state. A voice said, "Quickly run away. Get out of his attack range first, and then look down at the ground." Chao Feng stood there with a stern expression. "Hui Mei, come on, brother. Take me along too. Don't pull me back. My foot is already injured." He turned around to see the lioness charging towards him at alarming speed and exclaimed, "It's over. Run in this direction, or you won't make it." Chao Feng struggled, gritted his teeth, and shouted, "Don't pull me." She cried out in pain. He was desperate, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. Disgusting. If he doesn't think of a way, he will also become the lioness's meal. Chao Feng thought there might be someone hiding over there. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His eyes lit up. Got it. Behind the tree, Yifan asked curiously, "What is he doing?" On the other side, Chao Feng tightly held a large piece of meat, his eyes full of calculation. This piece of meat contains a lot of spiritual energy. No spirit beast can resist it. Then he threw the meat away. "Go!" Chuang Feng stood there panting and thought, for survival, there's no other way. Behind him was the charging lioness. But then it hesitated, greedily looking at the flying piece of meat. It immediately turned around, chasing after the delicious smell, its heart racing as it said in fear, "The lioness is running towards us." It swooped down from above with incredible speed. Yifan still stood there. A voice rang out. "Yifan, quickly get away. I just caught this piece of meat." Yifan ran to the monkey, ignoring his teammates' warnings. "Ordinary fellow, don't," you shouted loudly, trying to calm them down. "Don't worry, be patient and wait for me to come back." When he was far enough from the monkey, he called out to it, "Hey, foolish monkey, over here." Seeing the meat, the monkey charged without hesitation as planned by Yifan. He immediately ran while waving the meat to encourage it. "Good job, come this way." And so, one person and one beast gradually moved away from everyone. Liu Bai was deeply touched. "White brother, he did this to save us by luring the lioness." Shinyu stood beside him in agreement with concern. "Yifan, is he alright? That's a level 6 spirit beast." Meanwhile, the other comrades were still in shock. Some were still not recovered from their shock. "What happened?" The person next to him answered. "It seems Bai Yifan led the lioness away." Hearing this, he opened his mouth in surprise. What? Did Bai Yifan really willingly become a bait? His unusual brave behavior surprised everyone, but also worried them greatly for him. Liu Bai wanted to help? "No! I can't not worry about him. I must go check on him." Shinyu agreed, "Let's go with you," and Hua Shen tried to hold them back. "Wait, Master Liu, where are you going? It's very dangerous ahead. He won't listen to your words." Hua Shen, "Don't block the way, step aside." Zhangxi was still angry with her. "Hua Shen, we can't let Bai Yifan face danger alone. If you're willing to help, you can go with us. But if you're scared, there's no need for you to follow." She hesitated. "This matter. Oh. At that moment, Chuang Feng came from behind and teased her. "Hua Shen, it was right not to go. Probably now Bai Yifan has been eaten by the lioness down to the bone. Going won't help anyway." Hua Shen heard this, turned around and looked at him. "Master Zhuang, Hui Mei is injured." Hearing his words, she angrily cursed. "You abandoned your teammates and harmed Bai Yifan. Do you still have any sense of shame?" But Chuang Feng replied to her indifferently, "So what? I didn't force him. Keep talking and Huimei won't want to argue with such a shameless person anymore. Disgusting. The gentleman pretends to be noble. Someone is paving the way for him. Looking at the medicinal herb planted in the river, Longfeng hesitates. With this medicinal herb, we can ask the elder to refine the soul pill. Suddenly entering a mysterious realm of divine techniques. A bright future awaits. Dreaming as he reaches out to grab it. What's wrong with being underhanded? The result is everything. White first ordinary, white first ordinary. I really should thank you. Who would have thought that before even touching the medicinal herb, First Ordinary rushed over and hit it straight into the interface, pushing his dirty hand away from my medicinal herb. Unprepared, Longfeng was pushed directly into the river. Everyone is surprised to see him return so quickly, even with his intact body. Oh my! What happened? First Ordinary didn't get hurt at all? That's right! Who would have thought he returned so quickly, rushing over to take the medicinal herb while cursing that turtle-faced guy under his breath? For this damaged medicinal herb, he dared to act differently from Longfeng's sanctification. Holding it in his hand, he feels, this doesn't even seem worth as much as a random grass I picked up from the ground. These people are really amusing for being envious. Liu Bai is happy to see him back. First fam, are you okay? Hua Shan also chimes in. Big brother First fam, are you alright? He calmly responds, what could happen to me? This isn't even enough to make my blood boil. Louis laughs at his relaxed demeanor. Good then, good then. Now that he's climbed up the hill, he struggles to question him about how you're still alive. Lion-headed one. First fam answers indifferently, are you talking about the beast? Probably now, dreaming a beautiful dream, not knowing how he knocked it out in a deep pit with his fist. Indeed, he was hit by those jealous and resentful people. He's not just a displacing user, right? Yet he managed to escape from that monster. The guy next to him doubts too. If not, his strength should be hard to surpass Feng Chang. Especially Feng Chang, he hates the commoners more and more, especially this small newcomer with legendary imperial talent. He dared to make me lose face. If I don't teach him a lesson today, how will I live in the Holy Land? Can't hold back anymore. He used the mysterious ice cauldron to attack by Yifan, that imperial talent waste. Otherwise, don't blame me for not being polite. Shinyu wants to stop him. Brother senior from a seen disciple, how can you not use underhanded means to snatch your junior's opportunities? He brushed it off, sacrificing his honor. Shut up. Today, I'll just take what he has. Dare insult me. Die. Yifan won't back down. He opens his blood shield. Your name isn't even worth crying over a coffin. Suddenly, a shield appears in front of Yifan, surprising him. What is this? You're mocking me. From the scene, you only have a little strength. Truly pitiful. To think using such a move to deal with you is a waste. Then he closes his blood shield. Feng Chang falls down. What? What are you doing? He clenches his fist tightly. Fish spirit. Realizing the wrong person was attacked, he stammers for mercy. Bye, brother Yifan. Spare me. I'm sorry, but it's too late. Yifan punches Feng Chang hard, using the great sword method. Everyone watching outside is shocked by his punch, causing him to spit blood. Brother senior from was knocked away by a group. Some can't believe their eyes. Playing with dirt. What's happening here? Those who previously looked down on Yifan might change their attitude now. Feng Chang has already been defeated by someone just in the door for 2 months. A senior jaw drops. This is too strong, Yifan arrogantly says from brother senior from. Didn't you call me a waste before? How come even a waste can't beat it? So aren't you more of a waste than a waste? He's beaten up and crawls back on the ground. What are you doing? Don't be reckless. Rules say seen disciples can't attack display disciples. Yifan smirks, knowing he's breaking the rule but not saying anything. Display disciples can't fight higher level seen disciples. With no argument left, he shouts in fear. You don't come over here. And a loud shout echoes through the forest. Yifan doesn't let Feng Chang's name be added to the board. He just retrieves his honor and what he deserves while teaching him a lesson. That reluctant learner still dares not listen. he still speaks boldly despite fear. Bai Yifan, I won't spare you. Yifan happily takes the spoils from Brother Bai. Then I'll wait. Let's settle this properly, it's heavy stuff. I won't play fair anymore. He distributes the items to everyone. Each person picks two items. Hua Chun is surprised he gets some too. Really? Louis cheers. Yifan's good shot. Everyone quickly takes what they need, thanking Yifan for his generosity. But to distribute fairly, he wants everyone to take what they don't have yet. Hua Chun, you already had the herbs before. These won't be given to you again. She looks disappointed, but not as much as Fang Chang. The most upset is still Fang Chang. He's beaten up and hasn't received anything. Despite his shameless attempt to take what he wanted, he clenches the knife in his hand. By any means necessary, no matter the cost, I'll kill him today. Before he could stand up, someone shouts, "Stop!" A huge hammer lands on him. Yifan hears the noise and turns around, surprised to see it's a weapon formed from condensed blood and qi. Those three brothers showed their chivalry by ambushing a fellow disciple, Little Guy. Such behavior is indeed shameful for our outer door disciples. Long Wind went crazy and started cursing back. You have no right to manage me. Profane One noticed the other person's movements and realized they could condense a psi from blood qi. They can also form a set of armor from opening cultivation, while the Death Chamber realm can. This guy is named Yellow Garrison. He proposed to first wait from 3rd level Tomb Realm. Disciple brother, I've already taught him to help you out. No need for guest instruction. How about we go a priver with us on the Chui River? Profane One understood his hint and formed a group. That night at the upper reaches of the Chui River, from Dang Pavilion, they were planning to break through the barrier. It's right here. When Ling Medicine Cauldron was within this barrier, it would require everyone using their spirit energy simultaneously to break the restriction. They quickly got down to it. Prepare, 1 to 3, done. After some time, they made progress. Look, a small hole has appeared in the barrier. Yang Xiao Di from 2nd level Tomb Realm encouraged everyone, just hold on a bit more and we can open this restriction. This group consists of Yellow Garrison's fellow disciples. Just then, he brought Profane One's group to assist. Sister, we're here to help you. He might have arrived late, so he was impatient. 2nd level Tomb Realm didn't even bother looking back. Yellow Garrison immediately transferred his spirit energy and broke the barrier for us. With everyone's effort, they broke through the barrier with a loud shout after some time. Bang! Shouty finally relaxed. We finally opened it. Now Admire is asking Yellow Garrison for an explanation. Brother, you're finally here. Seeing the situation clearly, Profane One understood why he was asked before. That's how it is. This tomb ravine needs combined strength to open the restriction. It's no wonder they needed a group effort. Meanwhile, Admire was still scolding Yellow Garrison. Brother, I thought you wouldn't make it in time. He just laughed and said he spent some time looking for you. Profane One thought that the outer door's elite disciples should have arrived by now. Someone recognized him. Isn't this by Profane One? I remember he joined not long ago. Why is he here? Yellow Garrison told Admire about what he just witnessed. You still don't know, right? Even Longwine failed against him. Don't reward him. Let's not waste everyone's time here. He led the group inside. Alright, now that the barrier is broken, let's go in and check it out. In Tomb Ravine, as soon as they stepped in, everyone was surprised by the abundant spirit energy. Admire felt a bit strange. It's so quiet, no sign of any monsters. His fellow disciple beside him said it was normal. Tomb Ravine is where Moon Orchid resides and is one of the strongest beasts in the Ling Medicine Garden. Ordinary beasts dare not enter here. Suddenly someone shouted, look, there. There are such rare medicinal herbs here. This flower can be used to refine ascension pills. Its roots and leaves can also treat injuries. He got excited and approached it. If sold, at least worth 50,000 spirit stones. It's mine now. Suddenly the plant transformed into a fierce beast. He was scared. This is... Profane One reacted quickly, immediately shouting to warn everyone of danger. There are traps. claws almost hit one disciple, causing him pain. The other disciples were confused about what happened. What's going on? Look at that thing in the darkness. They fearfully looked ahead. This can't be happening. We've already encountered it. A silver moon wolf slowly approached a disciple. The other disciples shouted, "It's a silver moon wolf, a level 7 monster." They knew they couldn't match it and quickly turned to run. "Hurry up, run." Yellow Garrison formed a large bloodline trident. "What are you afraid of?" A level 7 monster is equivalent to the strength of a Tomb Realm human. With so many of us, we won't be able to handle it. Let's use our blood refinement tridents. The other disciples stopped running and formed weapons from their spirit energy to attack Moon Orchid. That's right, it comes from the Silver Moon Wolf. It can sell for 1 to 10,000 spirit stones. We want to gouge its eyes out for our one-trick magic practice. Don't even think about competing with me. Nezer isn't as rash as they are. You've noticed something strange about this beast. It's not that simple. The aura of this beast is very peculiar. The moon wolf grinned, showing its sharp teeth. Finally, Neza discovered what was odd about Moon Wolf. Beasts aren't spirits. They've never awakened their spirit intelligence. How could it have human expressions? Huang Zan laughed when he saw the beast use the move just now. It's that attack again. I'm stronger than the disciple from before by a whole level. But soon, his claws cut him into pieces. He was scared to death. What? How could it be? Huang Zan, who had 3 layers of protection in the spirit realm, was killed instantly by Moon Wolf's claw. Moon Wolf unleashed its power and killed 2 more disciples. The other disciples saw the situation wasn't good and quickly fled. We're doomed if we stay here. Run, run. Nez's face turned black. Elite disciples, spirit herbs, spirit beasts, yes, it's right here. The trap set by a demon beast. And with such a big move from the beast, this won't be easy to deal with. In another courtyard, Lin Kao and the female attendants were practicing cultivation. Sensing something, she suddenly opened her eyes. We're in trouble. It's time for the spirit cave. Without wasting any time, Lin Kao leaped into action, reminding everyone to prepare their equipment and quickly head to the spirit cave. The female attendants were confused about what was happening. Sister Kuang, what happened? Wait for us. The group of disciples gathered behind a large rock, hiding together. What should we do now? We might be able to survive if we stick together. Even the beast's claws can't handle all of us. That mind trembled with fear. If we keep doing this, sooner or later, we'll die here. I don't want to die yet. Yuan Bai clenched his fists in anger. How hateful. This beast is leading us into a trap but moves slowly. Is it playing with us on purpose? The moon wolf let out a long howl. That mind asked everyone, do you hear that? What's it doing? That sound seems to be calling for help. That mind couldn't resist saying this. What? A single moon wolf is already hard enough to deal with. If more join in, we won't have a chance to survive. Only Neza thought to himself, no, that sound isn't calling for help but... Someone shouted, calling the beast army. Everyone looked and saw all the spirit beasts from the spirit cave had been summoned. Moon Wolf stomped its foot on the ground. Countless beasts prepared to attack. Someone asked, what does this Moon Wolf want to do? Neza guessed right. According to rumors, spirit beasts can match divine techniques and have superhuman intelligence. They can even command ordinary beasts to fight for them. Damn it. Moon Wolf has ordered the guarding beasts at the exit. If we don't think of a plan soon, we'll be captured in less than an hour. The others only realized something was wrong now. Why would there be spirit beasts in the spirit herb courtyard? They were supposed to be level 7 elite factors. We've been tricked. That mine immediately ran away. No, I don't want to die here. I must get out of here. The others called after her. That mine, don't run around. Moon Wolf lunged and bit her. One disciple was so scared by Thit Mayan's death that she couldn't stand up. What should we do now? I don't want to die here. Yuan Bai ran over to comfort her. Little Yi, calm down. Nezer calculated in his mind. Even the elite disciples are losing their composure. This can't go on like this. If we handle Yulang alone, there's a chance. But now we need to ensure everyone's safety. You saw Yuleng close his eyes and lie down. He even moaned as if meditating. That makes sense. The roles of hunter and prey have changed. They want us to lure in a bigger fish through us. Looking up at the bright moon, we don't have much time left. The longer this goes on, the worse it is for us. Yifan gritted his teeth. He can only rely on strategy now. Yifan leaped out from the rock. Tell everyone to stay still behind the stone and think of a way to deal with them. The disciples were worried. Master Yifan, you're giving up. Come back. He ignored them, reached into his green robe, and told everyone to calm down. Then Yifan threw out some kind of seed. Try it out. See how effective this is for the beasts. The group of disciples smelled the scent and immediately covered their noses. Wait, that's the smell of. The seeds Yifan threw grew into 3 flowers with a terrible stench. What is this? This must be something powerful. Can this really work on these beasts? Yulan woke up when she smelled the scent. A disciple said it doesn't seem to have any effect. Glaring at Yulan, which beast lost consciousness after smelling that scent? No, a disciple pointed out the problem and informed everyone. Look at those beasts behind Yulang. The beasts fell one by one. Everyone was overjoyed. It works. This time we're saved. Those still awake retreated, afraid to approach where the scent is active. The outside beasts were also forced back. This is too strong. Tiaoyi covered her nose in surprise. I know what this is. It's Wanshi Hu or Cow 10,000 corpse poisonous grass. Yuanbai was alarmed. 10,000 corpse poisonous grass. That's a top-grade poison. They say just one small plant can emit the stench of thousands of corpses, keeping away any living beings within its range. How did Bai Yifan get this? Standing on a branch to avoid the scent, Yifan said it was the 10,000 corpse poisonous grass. I never thought this smelly herb would have such an elegant name in this world. He recalled when he collected these smelly herbs. Oh my, that person smells so bad. Don't say such things, it really does smell. Thinking about the spirit medicine trial, I gathered them to use for protection. Ancient people used smelly herbs to repel wild beasts. It has some effect on these beasts. A disciple kept pointing at him and praising him. Bai Yifan, you're really good. Another disciple chimed in. Brother Bai, you're amazing. Everyone was extremely happy as the beasts fell one by one. Great, all the beasts inside the circle are down now. Jumping off the tree, Yifan thought all the troubles were over now. He took out his sword and stood facing Yulang. Now it's your turn, Xiao Yulang. Yulang still glowed with fierce energy around him. A disciple asked, can Bai Yifan defeat Xiao Yulang? Who knows, but he's our last hope for survival. With a swing of his sword, the flames flashed and struck Yulan. It was tough. Like you, one full strength strike only made it harder. Yulan growled with eyes filled with killing intent. He thought to himself, same expression again, dying, attacking its weakest spot like the belly only gets this much. Yulan opened its mouth, sharp teeth ready to swallow Yifan whole. A disciple shouted a warning. Master Yifan, be careful! It's coming! Yulang's speed was too fast. He couldn't react in time. It's over! But quickly, he dodged its attack. We need to limit its movements. Opening its sharp mouth, Yifan had no choice but to take a risk. He had to try this. Gathering his energy into the sword, he thrust it into its throat. Yuanbai was so angry he gritted his teeth. How foolish! Although this could severely injure Xiao Yulang, it would also cost him an arm. After that, there would be no chance of victory anymore. Breathe energy into your palm and command, come here. Xiao Dai stammers, that's. A bloody sword appears from his hand, and it's called Blood Cry. Without hesitation, he chops at its mouth. Die for me. The blood cry of Moon Wolf keeps flowing out. The other disciples can't believe their eyes. Moon's No is dead. How could Bai Yifan use abilities beyond his realm? Whitefear speculates, could it be? He broke through. He broke through in combat. A stream of spiritual energy keeps emanating from him. Bai Yifan is back to the main realm. Even now, Whitefear can't believe Moon's No has been killed. We won! We've already won and we're still here? Thanks to Bai Yifan's rescue. Xiao Dai is also scared by Xifen. How long has he been in the main realm? He's too strong. Holding a sword wrapped in swirling spiritual energy, Bai Xifen feels incredibly happy. This must be the feeling of condensing spirit into soldiers from the main realm. Not bad. A stream of blood essence flies out and laughs. Ha! Bai Xifen glances back to see who's speaking. He shouts loudly, warning everyone, be careful. It's demonic energy controlling a spirit beast trying to resurrect Moonsnow. A bright thread appears from nowhere and the giant beast emits light. It tightly binds Moon Wolf's body. The blood essence inside it cries out in pain, suffering too much. Flames burst forth, wanting to burn its body. Demon Sulfiery Flame, source of demonic energy, howls with hatred, unwilling to give up. Spirit Beast's entire body is filled with spiritual energy as it slowly descends. Everyone sighs in relief. Finally, you've arrived. If you came any later, all the disciples here would have been killed by this demonic energy. Xifen sees her and is overjoyed. Sister King! It's Sister King coming to save us. The other two disciples are relieved too. Sister King has arrived. Sister King! She still managed to destroy Moonsnow's body with her spirit. Her face turns serious as she asks them, who can tell me what happened here? Whitefear angrily points at her and curses, Sister, how dare you ask us? We should be asking you. Isn't it because of your carelessness that the spirit beasts with awakened intelligence entered our garden, almost killing us in the process? Xifen steps forward to stop him. Comrade, don't judge without knowing the facts. The black energy just now isn't from the spirit beast in the garden anymore. There might be other implications. If not for Sister King's timely rival, we would have died unjustly. Others agree with Xifen's explanation. That black energy wasn't from the spirit beasts in the garden. There must be more to it. If not for Sister King's timely rival, we would have died unjustly. The others also agree with Xifen. Yes, that demonic energy was terrifying just now, completely different from the spiritual energy of the spirit garden. Yes, I agree with Bai Huan's explanation too. Xiao Dai approaches Spirit Beast and respectfully recounts what happened earlier to Sister King. The situation is as follows. We came from Mount Dangwo to find spirit herbs, but encountered this evolved Moon Wolf Spirit Beast. Fortunately, Xifen's 1,000 corpse poisonous grass repelled the evil beasts, allowing us to survive until now. Otherwise, we would have suffered more than gained. Spirit Beast asked Xifen where he got the 1,000 corpse poisonous grass. Where did you get such a precious treasure? The girl doesn't want to talk anymore and stops asking. Good job. We'll investigate this further. Spirit Beast sits down and begins examining Moon Wolf's body. Xifen stands beside her, waiting a moment before speaking. What now? She says, before the trial began, I checked each of the 7th level evil beasts in the medicine sect. This moonlight rat is indeed about to evolve into a spirit beast because I had placed restrictions on it, completely suppressing its power. But now, those restrictions are gone. Yifan guessed that maybe it was broken by the river. The girl replied, definitely not possible. I have divine perception at the 7th level. Even if this beast turns the sky upside down, it cannot break through the restrictions I set. Yifan said, then there's only one explanation. Senior sister, you've been framed. Looking at him, I think so too. Ling Ka turned around and reminded them. Everyone, let's leave the Death Bell Cavern first. I will definitely investigate this matter and give everyone an answer. Yuan Bai left in anger. Let's go, let's go. If we wait any longer, it'll stink like gunpowder. She looked at him and thanked him. White Yifan, thank you. If not for the help just now, all the disciples would have been killed by the monster. This can be considered as indirectly saving me. She took out a secret manual and gave it to him. To express my gratitude, I'm giving this to you. Golden Thread Technique. Ling Ka said frankly, I don't have many martial arts techniques, but only this advanced one fits you best. Hope you won't criticize it. Yifan accepted it respectfully. Better to obey than to be respectful. Thanks, senior sister. She also gave him a bottle. Right, there's this too. He looked at the bottle in her hand and asked curiously, what is this? Lin Ka explained, since you entered the death realm, I'm giving you 3 essence stabilizing pills. They will surely benefit your cultivation. He took it out of her hands. Okay, thanks, senior sister. She leaned close to his face with curious eyes and examined him from head to toe, but she was still very curious. You're not a royal grade talent, yet you're cultivating so fast. There's no wicked herb in the spirit medicine garden. Where did you get it? Huh? Yi Fan scratched his head and said awkwardly, sure enough, senior sister can't hide anything from me. This might be due to the items of Yang Shidong. There are many good things inside. My cultivation has also improved thanks to them. The wicked herb is also in those items. Although I don't fully believe it, without proof, I'll give you a chance this time. So this time, I trust you for now. Yi Fan remembered something and turned to Lin Ka. Right, senior sister, I feel that this matter is related to the demon tribe. And more. She asked, what else? He glanced behind him, thinking, could there be someone watching us from a distance? Realizing someone was observing him, he quickly changed the subject. No need to worry, he thought. In general, one must be cautious. The 5 Elements Holy Land has a secret temple with even stronger power than Scholar's sister. This is a big matter. Before we investigate thoroughly, the fewer people who know, the better. A group of female disciples ran over. Scholar's sister, Lin Ka said to them, you're too late. Follow me and temporarily stop all training activities in the spirit garden. Investigate thoroughly, Wind. Lin Ka stood in front of the main hall facing the 4 senior deans. Stone Dung's voice rang out. Senior deans, don't rush to conclusions. In my opinion, there must be something hidden behind this matter. Stone Dung, Water Dean said, how can a level 7 monster break through the restrictions Lin Ka set? Zhang Jingshang, Han Dean said, maybe there's something hidden. As far as I see it, Scholar Lin Ka must be scared and careless, leading to this incident. Yan Tianxi, Metal Dean said, senior brother spoke seriously. The annual spirit medicine garden trials usually kill dozens of disciples, but the number of deaths this year hasn't exceeded 10. It's not a disaster, right? Zhang Jingshang didn't agree with what Tianxi said. But according to what I know, if Scholar Lin Ka had arrived just 1 step earlier, the others nodded in agreement. The elite outer door disciples will be severely punished, almost breaking the law of heaven. Lin Ka just stood silently without any rebuttal. Deng wanted to use her merit to reduce the punishment for Lin Ka. Although so, not long ago, Lin Ka had already killed 3 major demons of the Eternal Night Demon sect. That's a significant achievement. I think we should handle it lightly. The merchant was about to burst with anger. Merit is merit and crime is crime. How can merit compare to crime? A voice cut across the meaningless argument. Mok Lao, head of the Mok Institute. That's enough. Lin Ka, this trial for medicinal spirit cultivation. You did a bad job. I'll punish you with 3 months of herb refinement and then transfer to the teaching hall. Lin Ka respectfully accepted the order. Yes, disciple accepts the punishment. Kwang turned to negotiate with Qin Merchant. Brother, if this is due to our Mok Institute's disciples' negligence, naturally, it should be punished by us. I am Lin Ka's master. I voluntarily accept half a year of punishment for my gongfu. Do you have any comments? Mok Lao has lowered himself to this extent. He can't make things difficult anymore. I have no objections. After everything was resolved, Tian Sak spoke up and asked, Lin Ka, according to what I know, this risk was solved by a disciple named Bai Yifen. Is that true? Shangxi reported, head of the Baoyan Institute. Indeed it is so. Deng greatly appreciated this person. A new recruit has already achieved many accomplishments in a short time. Wei also progressed quickly like that. It seems this person has extraordinary potential. I wonder how he will develop later. Truly intriguing. Chionsek said, too bad. If Sister Twin were here, she would have enjoyed it as well. Back at the practice place, Bai Yifen suddenly hummed and wiped his nose, wondering who was talking about him behind his back. Looking at what Lin Ka gave him, he started to calculate. Upon returning to the small courtyard, I will immediately try out the elixir given by Sister Twin. But it didn't work as expected. The quality of this medicinal pill still needs improvement. The Spirit Sea is the source of all spiritual power and can generate regional spirit and produce spiritual energy. It's like a royal palace. But when breaking through to the Spirit Sea realm, one cannot fully control this strength yet. One must nurture the brain until it reaches a certain level before completely transforming. How to nurture the Spirit Sea? If not careful, one might fall into demonic possession. He started to eat the walnuts, thinking that on Earth, walnuts are brain supplements. Hopefully, they can work in this world too. After an hour, he opened his eyes wide. Bai Yifen felt his body had completely changed. The task was accomplished. The strength could now fully follow his mind. He took out the martial arts techniques and prepared to practice. Next was the secret scriptures given by Sister Twin, which he brought back to Earth for refinement. Bai Yifen returned to Earth. He stretched and yawned. It had been a while since he came here. With so much money now, let's take some time off and enjoy ourselves. He picked up his phone. Don't miss any important news. He saw his mother's message. The scenery in Mandeville is beautiful. Next time, we must all come here together. Mother's health has recovered well. Don't worry about her. He thought deeply. Parents, I have Quach sister. It seems everyone lives well. That makes me feel at ease. He continued to read and saw a message with a name. Don't shake. November 1st. November 2nd. There are some things I want to ask you about. November 11th. Several days have passed. Why haven't you replied to my messages? November 15th. What's going on? Strange. He suspected that second Miss Du sent him so many messages. Why would she do that? He read the message and felt embarrassed. Recently been busy. Just got this message. What problem did you encounter? Suddenly someone knocked on his door. Come in. Who is it? It's late at night. Someone came to find me right after I returned to Earth. Too much. He opened the door and saw a man waving at him. It was Sheng Hui, Bai Yifen's childhood friend. He smiled and said, Yifen, long time no see. Bai Yifen was extremely surprised. Sheng Hui, why are you here? Drink up, old friend. Sheng Hui said, I came to work at the market, so I'm looking for you. Does that make sense? When did you start doing career work? This is my dream car. Little brat, have you been hitting on any rich women lately? Yi Fan shook his drink. Haven't seen each other in years, but your little brat still knows how to poke people. Hearing this, he laughed loudly. This isn't poking you. It's praising you. Based on my looks, I want to hug a rich woman. People no longer bother with me. Come on, let's finish it off. A voice rang out. Don't touch me. Yi Fan turned around and looked behind him. The voice was very familiar. His face was flushed red like a chili pepper, clearly drunk by a man. I really can't drink anymore. The man tried to force the glass of wine on her with a sinister smile. Look at me. Have another sip. Yi Fan called out. Don't shake. Thin Hui, seeing that Yi Fan knew the girl's name, asked, You two know each other. Yi Fan didn't have time to explain and stood up to leave. Stay here for me a moment. The man shook uncontrollably in his heart, thinking dirty thoughts nonstop. It's not easy to get the big misses to meet him at a bar as classmates. The bodyguards were still guarding outside. He would pull her into the bathroom later for some fun. Rice is cooked into porridge now. What do I fear not marrying the big misses after this? He kept urging her to drink more, shaking and having another bowl. She tried hard to refuse, but couldn't. She really can't drink anymore. My head hurts. He wouldn't give up on her. Just one last glass. Come on, finish it all off. Yi Fan stepped forward and grabbed his hand tightly. She had said she couldn't drink anymore. Didn't you hear? He was so tight that the man cried out in pain, his head hurting. You little scamp, what are you? Get away, don't meddle with my business. Yi Fan didn't say much and punched him hard in the stomach. I'm your grandfather. If I see you harassing her again, I'll beat you to a pulp. Do you hear that? Yes, sir, I'm very afraid. Please forgive me. Grandfather, don't hit anymore. You help her up and kindly ask Han. Don't shake. Are you okay? Can you stand up? This foolish girl, why did she have to encounter such a situation? She asked by Yi Fan dazedly. It was him. He waved his hand in front of her face and asked, Where are your bodyguards? Why did you leave me here alone? Her vision became blurry. She had drunk so much she couldn't stay awake anymore. Why am I here? 2 hours ago, after receiving Yifan's message, she felt very happy. Bai Yifan finally replied to her message. On her phone, it showed the name Bai Yifan. She asked, "Are you free today? I have something to ask directly from you. If you're free, let's meet up." He answered, "Sorry, I still have some things to do. We can meet another day." Seeing this, he wasn't happy and refused her again. She turned back to the present, hugging him tightly and crying loudly. "You fool, damn it. Why didn't you pay attention to me?" Yifan's face froze in surprise at how things unfolded. She looked up at him with a flushed face and tear-filled eyes. Wanting to see him once was so difficult. "How have you been these days? Have you been checking out another woman?" Dung Dung started questioning. "Is she prettier than me? Richer than me? Am I that unattractive? You said you went to a bar and drank?" Yifan doesn't know what to do. "Hey, don't talk nonsense." Henghu sat there gloating as Yifan struggled. "You really hit on the old lady, didn't you?" he said angrily. "Don't say such things. Hurry up and help out." Yifan brought Dung Dung to a bodyguard and told them, "She's too drunk. I've already spoken with her sister. You can go ahead. Tomorrow I'll bring her home safely." Dung Dung wouldn't budge from the ground, refusing to get into the car. No, back home." "Bai Yifan, I want to talk to you." "You're trying to soothe her." Okay. "Not back home, but at my place." "Get in the car first." Henghu raised his thumb and told Yifan to use a good approach. Yifan puffed up, "Not like you think." After some time, he laid her down on the bed and sighed with relief. "Finally, we're home." Dung Dung kept mumbling his name while half asleep. Bai Yifan, listen to me. I have something very important to tell you. You were thinking about her like a married couple in the middle of the night. How did this turn out? You undressed her at midnight, male and female together, even with a bed. It's hard to explain." Suddenly sitting up, "Where are we?" Yifan said helplessly. "Miss, take off your clothes and sleep. We'll talk about it tomorrow." He didn't notice Dung Dung's arm reaching towards him while he was thinking, "This girl, what kind of trouble has she gotten into that she can only speak when face to face?" Suddenly grabbing his face, Yifan said in shock, "Don't, Dung Dung, what are you doing?" She said, "Don't talk, listen to me. Bai Yifan, I want to tell you something, actually with you." He widened his eyes at her, and before he could say anything, she vomited all over him. He was so sickened. "Little Miss Second, you came here to torment me, right?" She stepped out of bed and undressed completely. "Disgusting. Me, I need a bath." Yifan was furious. "The bathroom is over there. And more. Don't just take off your clothes randomly. There are still vomit stains on your clothes." He kept coughing. Yifan lay in one corner of the bed. Dung Dung lay in another corner. He shivered and sighed. "The laundry isn't dry yet. Sleeping on the floor like this is really cold. How awful. Wandering around in a different world all day. I forgot to buy special items for home. Plus, we still don't know what Dung Dung wanted to say." Nizi Fan's face showed a mix of emotions as he glanced at Dung Dung, but he reasoned that she was indeed quite beautiful. He reminded himself to focus and not think too much. "Go to bed early so you can wake up early tomorrow to buy a bed and bed frame from the mall." Suddenly, Dung Dung's arm reached out and hugged his waist. "Nizi Fan, this time, you're finally closer to me." Huang Gang was sweating profusely. Run had been awake all along. She whispered, "Bai Zifan, do you know, I'm going to start kissing now. I've always thought about you." Nizi Fan wanted to turn around, but Run stopped him, saying, "Don't turn back or I'll be embarrassed." She started expressing her feelings. "She hadn't had the chance to see you recently, and if we could meet again, that would be great. But you always keep people guessing, close yet distant. Hugging you now gives me a sense of reality." As she spoke, she hugged him tighter. Since childhood, others have always listened to her. She had never experienced the desire to see someone else before. "I think I'm starting to like you." Nizi Fan didn't know what to say about this girl. She continued, I want to confirm if my feelings for you are admiration or true affection. So can we share the same bed tonight and cover the same blanket? He reminded her, this is a bit too much. Run, aren't you drunk? Do you know what you're saying? She whispered back, no, I'm not. I'm very sober. Please. Nizi Fan sat up and asked sadly, Mr. Nizi Fan, are you leaving? Before he could finish, Run's lips stopped him with a kiss. He blushed. A gentleman wouldn't refuse a woman's request. As she cried more, Nizi Fan, she wept even harder. They continued kissing. The next morning, Run woke up groggy. She had stayed up till late last night. Nizi Fan looked around his room and shook his head. He reached for his phone. It was still early. Run sent a message by Zifan. After last night, I've thought clearly. I really do like you. But I need some time to adjust my feelings and about what happened last night. Don't tell sister immediately. Nizi Fan felt conflicted. Men should not accept women's advances when they are wearing pants. Why is this different? I thought we were in sync. Suddenly, he became worried. Trouble if the lady and her sister who protect her find out about last night with Run. They would definitely expose me. The atmosphere was that intense, and I didn't think of family distance. In Baizi Fan's alternate world, a bird was shot down by a bullet, turning into a toad. He caught the bird and noted that after being simplified by Earth, toad venom was extremely effective for long-range attacks. He healed the bird and could use it flexibly in future battles. Then he released it. With this, they would have an extra advantage against strong enemies later on. A stream of spiritual energy appeared from the opposite mountain. Suddenly, a voice echoed. It was the Five Elements Mountain's Heaven Sound Bell. Lewis ran to Nizi Fan and said, Ordinary Sect Master, all Outer Sect disciples listen up. We just received news that Talama Sect's fire character Demon Head has massacred a small city at the border of Yen country, capturing 180,000 civilians for cultivation practice. This is an unforgivable crime. After consulting with the True Martial Holy Land and True Martial Sect, they decided to take up Heaven's cause. They would eliminate the fire character Demon Head from ancient times. All Outer Sect disciples discussed this. What? Ancient Ma can. Lewis continued, this training session, those who volunteer will be rewarded with a life pill Dan, an exquisite red azure sword, and advanced martial arts techniques, 3 original powers. A disciple said, and there are also top-tier magical treasures and advanced martial arts techniques. The Outer Sect offering such rewards means this training won't be simple. Lewis asked Nizi Fan, Brother Ni, what do you think? Nizi Fan shared his thoughts. This training session with 3 Holy Lands together is likely to see us perform well for the Holy Land's glory. Otherwise, they wouldn't offer such good rewards. However, this is a source of worry. Makan is the main base of the demon clan. Those who train there are all 9-year-old immortal souls. Brother Bai, do we really need to go? Lewis was enthusiastic. Let's go, even if we don't win any prizes. Nizi Fan agreed with Liu Yi. Then let's go. I also want a place to train. He frowned and thought, but this training isn't the sacrificial ceremony at the Thukil Holy Land? If that's true, it will be dangerous. Jiangxi suggested, since we've decided to go, we shouldn't leave empty-handed. We should prepare special equipment. Nizi Fan looked puzzled at him. Special equipment? Jiangxi explained. Makan has 99 levels, each a small world. All the space combined is more than 100 times larger than the mainland of the alternate world. The underground realm is dark with countless monsters like Yama, Lishat, demons, Jumu, Enghima, Tula, etc. living there. There are numerous strange treasures in the underground realm, especially various types of spirit birds and earth minerals. The deeper you go, the more abundant they become. However, as a result, these monsters have grown increasingly terrifying. But because they've been accustomed to living underground, all the monsters share one common weakness: extreme fear of sunlight. Heartwu provided necessary knowledge for everyone. We need to prepare many moonstones or glowing talismans. Realizing this, First Virtue came up with a plan. Afraid of sunlight, That's easy to handle. 3 days later, outside the Hake city walls, Jingsheng introduced the city briefly to his disciples. This is Hake City, where many ancient Markan entrances are located. He distributed talismans to the disciples. These are common transmission talismans among the 3 great holy lands and 5 major sects. In case of danger, they can transmit spiritual energy into them. If lucky, someone might come to save them. He continued, disciples training in the 4th to 5th layers of Markan, disciples cultivating in the 6th to 7th layers of Markan, disciples from the 8th to 9th layers of the underground realm train, below layer 10, without divine vision or secret realms. It's best not to go. Do you understand? The disciples responded in unison. We understand. Jing Sheng gave orders. All right, disperse and head out in different directions. They received the order, each group go in their separate ways. Understood. Hua Chun turned to the 3 people. Fellow disciples, my saber is a bit worn. Let's go into town to buy some weapons first. Heart Wu spoke up. Perfect timing. Let's also buy some provisions while we're there. Let's go together. At the weapon shop, First Virtue looked around. This sword doesn't look bad. This black one is indeed fancy. Even a small weapons shop has long swords. Zhang Hong picked up a sword near Hua Chun. I'm sorry, miss. I've already examined this sword first. Iron-plated sect. Zhang Hong. Hua Chun tried to grab the sword, but was too weak to compete for it. Literally in her mouth. Clearly, I saw it first. Zhao Shuo walked over and grabbed Zhang Hong's shoulder, reminding him. Iron-plated sect. Zhang Hong looked disdainful at his words. What about the 5 elements Holy Land? They're just lowly followers of the Holy Land. Those who fear should be scared. First Virtue frowned, thinking to himself, who's this persistent person coming to give experience points? Liu Yi was uncomfortable and spoke up. Miss, you can't say that. Even if we're lowly followers, we are still a Holy Land. We've probably surpassed those 3 streams sects many times over. Hua Chun saw things going too far and tried to stop them. Brother Liu Yi. Zhang Hong angrily cursed. You say who's a 3-stream sect? Fat bastard. Open your dog eyes and look carefully. Our iron-plated sect is a 2nd grade sect recognized by the continent. Liu Wei laughed. 2nd grade. 3 streams. Aren't they all the same? Anyway, in our Holy Land disciples' eyes, everyone's half blind. Unable to hold back anymore, Zhang Hong drew his sword to kill. Who said you're trash? Die! A voice echoed, stop. First Virtue pointed the sword at her neck. I've never fought women before, but I won't fight a woman who causes trouble. She was extremely frightened inside. He's too fast. I couldn't see his movements at all. You're overreacting, put down the sword and get out of my way. Tong Hong was angry and left with his men. It's just a broken sword, nothing special. Let's go. Xinwu brought out a refined sword to promise Neza that he would train harder, or else others might bully him. Not everyone can follow to protect someone all the time when entering the Demon Con. She replied sadly, I remember now. Xinwu comforted her. Bai Neza was just worried about people. There's no blame intended. Even a lantern needs its own strength. Just train harder in the future. Yes, she nodded, senior sister. I understand now. At some inn, the incense fragrance hit their faces. All the disciples following her knelt on the ground trembling. Curses stopped pouring out. Trash, the one who lost face. She hugged her face in fear. Sorry, elder, it was me who made the sect lose face. He looked down from above. Haven't I reminded you all about this clear and peaceful situation? Don't act rashly without certainty, especially against the 5 elements, Holy Land, the armored sect, thinking of the elders. He sat down rubbing his head. The 5 elements Holy Land being far away might be involved in this top-grade sect assembly. By then, the power of the 10 great Holy Lands will resist one seat. Although our armored sect is a 2nd-grade sect, with support from genuine martial Holy Lands, we're not necessarily outmatched. His eyes full of anger. You did well at such a critical moment. Instead, you blackened the sect's name and lost to the outer gate of the 5 elements Holy Land. I don't care how you do it, but you must regain your honor, otherwise, I'll hold you accountable. Incense fragrance bowed down obediently. There, Neza outside Clear Bell City looked at the door under the tree. It was here. This entrance to the ancient demon con is closest to us from outside Clear Bell City. Are we ready? Go! They all shouted in unison. All right. In the sixth layer of the demon con, they entered a different space. There were fewer monsters nearby now. After defeating these ones, let's rest for a bit. Liu Yi killed an evil beast and replied to him. The wind blade was sharp. Zhuangxi also killed one monster. Go die. Liu Yi wiped the blood off his sword and said, we've been on the sixth layer for several days now. The number of monsters killed is around 800 or so. No wonder it's a gathering place for demons. Zhuangxi was very confident in their group's strength. More would still not be our match. Xinwu found something good and called them over. Look, I found a demon spirit. Zhuangxi looked at it for a moment. Alright, you can tell just by looking that it's very precious. Xinwu confidently explained its benefits. This thing could be sold for a high price. You all have one too. Naturally, I can't fall behind. Neza reminded everyone. It's time now. Let's split up here. I'm going to the seventh layer to see how it is. Your realms aren't stable yet. Just stay here for now. Liu Hui asked, Neza, do you want to go? He walked over and patted Tran and Liu Yi on the shoulder. I'm going to the demon con to train too. Can't just stay in a safe area with nothing to do. Ao Yu, your strength is now the strongest. Take good care of Xin Wu's group. Liu Yi patted his hand. Don't worry. Hua Shun came over. Brother, bye. Brother, can you stay a few more days? I couldn't even get a demon herb. Nezer didn't stay for her and turned to leave, telling a Wu to lead people to search instead. The demon con is so big, there must be many treasures left. A Wu said, don't worry, Hua Shun, we all have spirit herbs now. She looked at the next one with disappointment on her face. Alright, in the seventh layer of the demon con, here, the red demons are taking turns tearing human flesh. Is this seventh floor hell? Can't fight, I really can't fight. This level 6 demon, it's truly terrifying. A disciple hiding behind a stone shudders in fear. Those monks ahead of me couldn't even withstand 3 moves from the Yamakso and are now dead. What kind of trial is this? What rewards? Better to leave when they're not paying attention. Quick! Suddenly, a demon appears right before him. Grinning maliciously, he's terrified. Save me. Save my life. The demon gathers its strength into its weapon. Then it strikes. As the hammer is about to stab him, he's done for. He grits his teeth in. This time I'm really finished. I don't want to die yet. Just when it seems like all hope is lost, a beam of light attacks the Yamaksoa and blows it up. The others share the same fate. Who would have thought that the first demon we encountered on this 7th floor would be a Yamaksoa? The Yamaksoa turned to see where the power came from. He cheerfully says, just in time, you can become my flying beast and test out my new skills. That disciple couldn't believe it, stuttering. Alright, I'm saved. He walks over and steps on a Yamaksoa's corpse. Let's play together. Xiaofan looks behind and wonders why there are only a few of them. Why just a few? That disciple shouts, no good, they're all being led here. This little brother, do you have any glowing treasure on you? He gathers his breath with an extremely confident tone. No, I don't need those things. The other disciple is so scared he's trembling. What are you saying? Even the stronger brothers have already died here. Alright, there are too many of them, we can't escape. Just like this. Before he could finish, it was like a blur. Xiaofan stands firm and says, don't worry, just these few. The weight isn't enough for me to fight with. Seeing Xiaofan easily handle the group, the disciple's eyes widen in shock. What? A blood sword on his shoulder. Strength can't be judged by appearance alone. More Yamakso arrive. There are 7 at the top level and 5 at the opening level. He quickly releases a series of powers. Baoxu and sword technique. Xiaofan searches everywhere. Suddenly, a hammer flies towards him. There's someone stronger after all, like a blur, incredibly fast. Looking at the Yamaksoa hovering in midair, he silently assesses it. This Yamakusa must be at the late stage of the death realm. Finally, someone stronger has arrived. Capture the leader first. Both sides engage in battle. Xiafan releases his power, brilliant and fierce, holding them off. Quick response indeed. He gathers breath on his hand. Since it's like this, let you try this move. Toa Kimzabin Evolution. The Yamakusa that Xiafan hit in the chest smiles happily. Toa Kimzabin, easy to deal with. He is shocked. Really? And he actually killed a Death Realm Yamakusa from his eyes. The other Yamakusa see their leader gone and scream in terror. The rest of the Yamakusa are scared and run away. Is this person really our sect member? He's quite strong then. Xiafan creates an energy ball at his fingertips, aiming directly at the Yamakusa. Want to leave? Here you are, stay here. The heads of the Yamakusa roll on the ground. That disciple can't believe what's happening and keeps repeating it. This person is really too strong. Xiafan holds two horns in his hand. Incense scent. Yamakusa horns can be used to refine magical weapons. Reward 200 points of contribution. Although I don't like contribution points, it's good to have them. He crosses his arms behind his head and walks happily. The Toa Kimzabin seems effective already. Maybe try all 10 fingers. He calls out in panic, wait, please lead the way. Xiafan lies on the ground leisurely, using his hands as pillows, chewing grass. It's been 2 days since then. I've encountered many underground monsters, like the dog-headed demon, water spirit, mummy, and several groups of Yamakusa that have all been killed. Where is the entrance to the 8th floor? I don't want to continue bullying the weak on this 7th floor anymore. Suddenly, you realize the light show is over. It keeps glowing continuously. What's going on? Someone is calling for help. It seems to be coming from across. Huaini holds a sword and follows with 2 loud shouts. Bear up, honor your ancestors, release the 2 tusks. What do you want to do in the end? The 2 tusked ones are terrified as they're threatened by the people's swords. Senior sister, honor the tusked one speaks. Foolish woman. Do you really think the 5 elements Holy Land still has the power it had a few hundred years ago? She continues mocking. The last of the 10 great Holy Lands. It's about to lose its Holy Land status. What good is that? Thak laughs, send into the lotus. Yes, I heard the 5 elements Holy Land spiritual veins are depleted. The finances of the Holy Land can't cover expenses. There's no need to report this to the 100 Sex Alliance. Soon, she orders everyone to throw away all your talisman and weapons, otherwise, I'll kill them. Little Tusked One cries out in fear. Huaini senior sister, save me. On this side, everyone immediately drops their weapons and talismans. Okay, don't harm them. Senior sister, burn it. See how you beg for help now. She orders to surround them. The people around quickly obey the order to surround the 3 girls. Understood. Huaini is angry. What do you want to do? We've already shown our faces, Thak. What do you want? Listen carefully. Take off your clothes. Don't make me say it twice. The ones nearby follow suit. Take everything off. Yes, take off your clothes. Let's see what you're wearing. Senior sister understands and the other tusked ones leave to avoid them. The senior brothers quickly move a bit. We'll get out of the way first. The male disciples with eager faces. They laugh happily. Your female disciples from the Clear Earth sect. Usually, they claim to be noble and high-minded. Today, let me see how you react when faced with other tusked ones. Huaini senior sister will fight these beasts. Kill a path through blood. As long as one of us survives, we won't let them live in peace. Hearing this, the men become more excited. Brothers, don't let those women run away. Let's go and strip them bare. A figure appears. The one named Zuzu falls to pieces with blood splattering everywhere. The one beside him shouts, sister, brother. She hears the cry and turns around. What happened? He yells, summon brothers, kill, kill. The others are also alarmed. What's going on? It's sudden. They turn back to see who it is. A first-rank sect elder immediately answers that some tusked ones are harassing women here. You call our second-grade sect trash for nothing. Seeing the senior sister, he shouts, it's a person. She panics, feeling the power of this person is extraordinary. run, run. He points at them with his finger and extends his piercing gaze. Everyone around her falls down, brothers, sisters. The first rank one approaches her. I've said before, I don't hit women except those causing trouble. Senior sister is terrified, moving fast. You approach in front of her with a cold look. Same here, I won't kill women unless they're causing trouble. She trembles and pleads, no, no. Senior sister trembles, crying, don't. I was wrong, please don't kill me, please. Blood splatters everywhere, her fate is inevitable. Huaini speaks on behalf of the tusked ones, thanking Brother Yifa. If not for him, we would have been in danger today. The other tusked ones agree. Yes, those beasts from the plate armor sect, who knows what they might do? Famnit is humble and says that as fellow disciples, it's our duty to help. Actually, I also have a question for the senior sisters. Do you know where the entrance to the 8th floor is? Your question made the senior sisters quite nervous. The 8th floor. Huni replied, White junior brother, I heard that the 8th floor might have a demon leader with divine perception abilities appearing. If you go down there, be careful. Famnat responded, thank you for your concern. I will be very cautious. You'll guide me by pointing in the direction. Since that's the case, we won't say much more. From here, go out of the forest. You'll see a river. Famnit happily took out the horns of the starlight deer as they walked along the river. Thank you for letting me know. These are some starlight deer horns. As a token of appreciation, this is for your help. Huni was excited and thanked him. He then took out a bottle with some divine milk inside. After drinking it, you'll recover faster. Everyone listened with great interest. Who would have thought it's divine milk? This is the divine milk that revives vitality. At least this bottle is worth 700 to 800 spirit stones. White junior brother is really generous. Famnit waved goodbye to the senior sisters, saying it's nothing. Farewell, Huni. See you later. I'll contact you if I have time. The other senior sisters watched his departure with admiration, commenting that Famnat was not only kind but also handsome. They didn't know that two brothers nearby had witnessed the entire scene and were envious. Wangdong met him again. That Famnit really has good luck. Cao Yang added, besides the spirit beast meat. I didn't expect there would be divine milk too. I even wondered if he had gotten a whole spirit beast's body. Footsteps approached them, and they knew they couldn't expect anything from Brother Wang. Wang Ming criticized, 3, you're really useless. Wang Dong immediately cheered up. Meng Mi, why are you here? Cao Yang looked at her chest with a sly smile. Wang Dong, do you have such a beautiful lady? Little Ming has a spirit beast. Before he could finish speaking, Wang Ming's sword pointed straight to his chin. Cao Yang pleaded for mercy. Little miss, spare me. She shouted, shut up. The dog is barking wildly and daring to come a step closer to this little miss. Do I cut off your head? Cao Yang's sweat rolled down his face. Yes, I won't do it again. She retracted her sword and stepped aside. He bowed and trembled as he replied. Yes, Wang Dong then went to calm the anger of the senior sisters. Meng Mi, now you're at the late stage spirit realm. This time, follow the elders to the 9th floor of the demon realm for training. She reminded him, didn't we say that Xiaofu would help me train Famnit, but seeing him, I'm too scared to go up. With our current strength, even if we find Famnit, we might not be able to defeat him. This is called a man who doesn't take losses lightly and someone who doesn't know how strong he is. She smiled. Who said you should kill Famnit yourselves? I have a plan that will ensure his death without any chance of escape. In another part of the forest, Famnit had discovered a small stream in the middle of the lake. The center of the lake over there must be the entrance to the 8th floor, right? Suddenly, his talisman in hand started glowing. Is that possible? Why would someone call for help here? He quickly flew off. Forget it. Saving people is more important. A loud cry for help echoed, save me. He was extremely surprised to see Hua Chun. Why would she be here? She fought off the giant spiders while shouting, don't come over, go out and save yourself. He used his golden needle technique against the giant spiders, but kept thinking weren't Hua Chun and Co. training on the 6th floor? Why did they run to the 7th floor? The giant spiders exploded instantly. She was relieved. Got it, we're saved. Yifan called out her name, Hua-chan, and she fell into his arms. Brother White, are you my brother? Why are you here? He quickly replied, I still need to ask that. Where are Zhangxi and Xinwu? Why aren't they with us? She sobbed, Brother White, please go save Brother Aoi. We encountered a giant spider leader. It's been chasing us. Master Zhangxi and Master Xin Wu are gone now. Brother Huai is in a mountain cave. Brother White, please go save him. Yifan was slightly confused, but still asked, Hua-chan, why did you run to the 7th floor? She was dazed. The 7th floor? This is the 7th floor. Oh my god, I got lost and ended up here. He shook her firmly. Pay attention, lead me this way. She immediately agreed. Okay. Hua-chan quickly led him to a cave entrance and said, Brother White, it's right there. He was locked in this cavern. Following Hua-chan's directions into the cave, she spoke with confusion. Why is there no sound inside? Could Brother Aoi have? Yifan still wasn't sure of the situation. Don't worry, let's go in and check. The cave seemed endless as they moved forward. She whispered fearfully, it's so dark. He calmly said, no worries, follow me. After a while, Yifan raised his wrist to cover his nose. What is this foul smell? Hua-chan called out from behind in fright. Brother White, please walk slower, it's really dark here, I'm scared. She pulled out a golden talisman and muttered, taking the opportunity. But before she could do anything with it, Yifan grabbed her wrist first, revealing his true intentions. She shouted, Brother, what are you doing? He picked up the fallen talisman. Let me see, a spirit seal, trying to catch me? Hua-chan hesitantly explained in a shaky voice. Brother White, what are you saying? I just took it out because it was dark and accidentally grabbed the wrong one. Not letting her continue, Yifan squeezed her neck without mercy. Are you trying to fool me like a child? How did this conversation start? Hua-chan cleared her throat and tried to explain. I don't know. Brother White, I really didn't know. Yifan was nearly at his breaking point. You've been deceiving me from the beginning. I felt strange about you right away. A mid-stage spirit realm cultivator like you. How could you run here without any trouble? What good luck? Yifan tightened his grip, tears welling up. Tell me where your friends are. Just as she spoke, a cave explosion occurred, and rocks flew everywhere. He exclaimed in shock, the entrance to the cave is collapsing. Yifan looked around. The exit was also blocked. Inside the cave, he heard the piercing cries of many animals, which confused him. What are those sounds? The cries grew closer as the cold eyes of the creatures stared at him. Only when Yifan could see clearly did he realize it was a bloodthirsty pack chasing him. He released Hua-chan's wrist and said, Bloodsucker, this is your fate. You'll die with me. She fell to her knees, holding her face as she coughed. After calming down, Hua-chan rushed towards the cave entrance and shouted, No, no, let me go. Why like this? Didn't you agree with us? Just help us and we'll release you. Outside, Wang Ming laughed mockingly. Hua-chan is still incredibly foolish. She believes whatever we say. Wang Ming and 3 people of promise behind her are blinded by light. Welshin, Wu, and Zhuangxi are dazzled. 2 hours ago, Zhangxi's group was overwhelmed by Wang Dang's gang and had to kneel. Wang Dang loudly threatened, demanding an explanation from Zhuangxi, who ignored him. What do you want to kill your fellow disciple for? That violates the rules. Don't you fear us reporting this to the elders? He sneered down at them with contempt. Actually, I don't have any grudge against you. But who said we had a good relationship just because it was convenient for me to deal with him? His arrogant words made Xin Wu's anger boil over. You scoundrels came up with such contemptible tactics. We will never let you achieve your goal. If any of you helped us lure Bai Nian, I'll spare his life. Xinwu turned around and shouted, Get lost, useless. Hua Yi confidently declared, I would rather die than betray my brother even if I die. His words enraged Wang Dang, who kicked Hua Yi in the stomach. Fine, you have spirit, go die then. He was kicked away and Xin Wu shouted worriedly, Oh, are you alright? Wang Dang drew his sword and said, Die if you want to. Xin Wu added, "We're not afraid of you guys. Go ahead." Wang Ming noticed Hua Qin's cowardice and asked, "Are you not afraid of death?" "Hua Qin, what about you?" Her face turned pale. Before Hua Qin could finish, Wang Ming smiled and knelt to pat her shoulder, calling her Hua Qin. "Just leave by 9 here and we'll spare your life and give you a magic herb." She started manipulating the situation. "Look at this. How long have you been with them without finding any spirit herbs? They really see you as one of us." Hua Qin hesitated. "Ta-ta." Wang Ming approached her softly and said, "Actually helping us. You don't need to feel guilty. Remember, they're all dead now and you'll be safe back at the Holy Temple. Moreover, after this, you'll belong to us. Do you know I'm an inner door disciple? Not only will I protect you, at your temple, no one will dare bully you." Seeing Hua Qin, Wang Ming smiled with malicious intent. Zhuangxi couldn't stand it and said sarcastically, "I don't care, woman, stop wasting your energy. Hua Qin is not like that." But it seems her resolve wavered after a few words. "What should I do?" In the end, Hua Qin betrayed them. Wang Ding smiled sycophantically. "Our master is clever. Came up with this plan and now first 9 won't escape." Wang Ming arrogantly declared, "No need to talk anymore. I have to return to my elder status. To avoid suspicion, the rest is for you guys." Wang Ding excitedly agreed, "Of course, let's handle it." Meanwhile, in the sealed cave, Bai 9 faced the swarm alone with Hua Qin behind him analyzing. The blood-sucking attacks were not strong individually, but their sheer number made them hard to deal with even for late-stage Death Warders. "But do you think they can kill me that easily?" He started casting a protective spell, Lung Guard Soup. Lung Guard Soup was the strongest defensive spell in his arsenal. It could block damage temporarily. As he thought, the spell emitted an eerie energy forming a shield around Bai 9. Hua Qin was left outside wondering why she was pushed to this. "Brother White, please let me in. I don't want to die." Bai 9 directly told Wang Ding and others honestly. He said he had already informed them and asked for immediate entry. After listening, Bai 9 changed his tone. "When did I agree to save you?" She cried out in shock. "What?" Hua Qin pleaded. "Please let me in, Brother White. I don't want to die." "You're not a man who sees death and doesn't help." Just as the swarm attacked her, Hua Qin shouted desperately, go away, Brother White. I was wrong. Please save me. We don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Once it's broken, it can never be fixed. Ignore them as they surround her. Harm one and harm yourself." In the dim light, Yi Fan disdainfully said, "Even heaven-made karma can be avoided, but self-created karma is unavoidable. This is the final lesson Brother Dao taught us." Outside the cave, Wang Dang heard the screams inside and thought, "Did I hear that? It must be Yi Fan who's dead." Cao Yang sneered, but he lost his resources in the cave too. Wang Dang replied, "Killing him won't be easy. Brother can't ask for too much." Cao Yang looked at the 3 remaining alchemists and decided to eliminate them, letting them self-destruct where they were. Despite not being able to approach Yi Fan, the falls kept charging in. He sighed, "Difficult. There are too many. It looks like my shield won't hold for long." Although returning home with ancient energy would reduce trouble, he slowly drew his sword. Dark red-black energy shot out as Yi Fan moved. "You're weak, but I trained in hell, running at the first sign of danger. What kind of hero are you?" He shouted orders, "Come out, blood recognition." Yi Fan's speed increased dramatically, slicing through the falls with his sword, their cries echoing non-stop. The falls kept dying and Yi Fan's eyes glowed coldly. Next, he cast a spirit fire talisman to activate it, creating a roaring dragon from energy. Each of these attacks left flames and spread, burning the falls until they vanished. Their cries echoed non-stop. Yi Fan sighed, "This power is really satisfying. They're all dead. Next, we should deal with those snakes outside," he said. Suddenly, something caught his attention. "What?" Yi Fan exclaimed in disbelief. "There's even a bigger one hiding." A powerful force attacked from where he stood. He dodged quickly. This fall was larger than the others, its sound waves creating significant vibrations that made him dizzy. It must be a third resonance attack. Too strong, my blood and chi are being drained. The sound wave tends to amplify in narrow spaces. Yi Fan recognized the danger. Echoes, things aren't good. The third resonance amplified due to the cave's shape, making it much louder. This place isn't favorable for me. I need to leave quickly. He calculated that in a confined space like this cave, the chances of Yi Fan getting hit were high. But before he could do anything, another sound wave hit him. He was thrown but landed in a deep pit instead. With his life on the line, he used blood recognition to embed his sword into the rock. Using friction to reduce momentum, he shouted, "Stop!" Yi Fan tried to use both feet and hands to cling to the wall, slowing his fall. He sighed in relief. This pit is too deep. After much effort, Yi Fan's fall finally stopped. He looked down with a grimace. Finally stopped. If this continues, I'll definitely die. He stepped on the ground below. It was time to go down and see what's there. Yi Fan took out a spirit fire talisman, illuminating his path. The green flame from the talisman illuminated him. Yi Fan wondered, so many bones of monsters? There were demons, humans, and even more human cultivators. Could there have been a major battle between humans and demons here? He saw a figure in golden armor with a large hole on its chest, stabbing a monster. Yi Fan examined the giant demon statue. Let's see how a demon dies from an attack. Then he carefully observed the man who had fallen to his death with a black hole in his chest, and this was a human corpse. The wounds were fatal, he thought. Even though these two died years ago, their bodies showed no signs of decomposition, still very lively. The blood hadn't dried yet, indicating they were powerful. Yi Fan looked around, analyzing the situation. If he guessed right, these two might be top demon and human cultivators who fought each other to death. The bones outside could be their subordinates. Nothing caught his attention. Yi Fan muttered, "What is this?" He opened the item, which emitted strong energy waves. Immediately, he turned around cautiously and shouted loudly, "Who?" Then a ghost from the man in golden armor spoke up, "Very good, very good." The wild pull relied on its last thread of soul, over 9,000 years old, finally waiting for someone with destiny. Seeing his soul, an ordinary person was secretly amazed. Over 9,000 years, a single thread of soul persisted for over 9,000 years. Even the 10th stage divine sage couldn't do that. Then the soul asked politely, "Young friend, what's your name and where are you from?" As Yifa presented himself as a guest. "At White Lower Heaven, I come from the Five Elements Temple. In my head, I thought such a powerful figure should be respected even if it's just a single thread of soul." After hearing that, the soul laughed and said, "Five Elements Temple, a disciple of the temple, good. Do you know who I am?" Yifa replied, "I'm just asking your name and your title. If not, I'll return to Earth immediately." Suddenly, the soul transformed into the human king's true form, respectfully introducing himself as the eternal sage of the Imperial Peak. Leaving Yifa speechless or thinking he was the eternal sage of the Imperial Peak. Then his face changed, beads of sweat forming. The ancient necklace said, "The Imperial Peak has three sages known as the Three Sovereigns, Heaven, Earth, and Man. Each is immensely powerful with boundless divine power. This soul is the eternal sage of the Imperial Peak, while he carries a refined appearance. It's normal to doubt it. After nearly 10,000 years, the world outside might have forgotten my glory long ago." Then the human king recalled his battle on the battlefield against the demon race. Back then, the great war between humans and demons. "I led 3,000 celestial soldiers from the temple, engaging in a fierce battle with the demon emperor of the Sun Moon Demon sect, nearly breaking through the ancient demon pit, destroying countless demon lairs. Finally, we fought to our deaths at this abyss." Meanwhile, Yifa opened the scroll and continued listening. "Young friend, that scroll you wanted is mine. The Wine Demon Scroll, one of the three treasures of the Imperial Peak Temple, can kill all demons in existence. Even the Demon King and Demon God aren't exempt. It's like their seal." He was amazed to ask. Turns out this scroll is the Wine Demon Scroll. The human king looked at his necklace and said, "There are also gold threads on me. and I killed the Demon Emperor with my Human King sword. And the Demon King's peak of power, all our supreme divine treasures that dominate the continent. Alas, my life was short, unable to seize this great legacy. Then he looked down at Yifa, who was still in shock, and asked, "Young friend, if we have destiny, do you want to inherit my legacy?" Hearing this, Yifa boldly asked, "What does the senior have for me?" The Human King laughed and proposed a reasonable condition. "Come before me 3 times, bow down, and call me master. I will pass on to you the 3 generations of the Imperial Peak and my current equipment." This is the highest divine art of the Imperial Peak Temple, divided into heaven, earth, and man. After learning this technique, you'll be a true disciple of the Imperial Peak Temple, able to bear the surname Human King with supreme honor. And the Human King saw Yifa nodding and replying, "If that's the case, thank you, senior, then let's make nice." "No need for thanks, we can part ways now." The Human King then asked Yifa to kneel down, promising to immediately pass on his ultimate technique. The future of humanity depends on him. Suddenly, before he could finish, Yifa jumped back, refusing from a distance. "Right." The Human King was surprised and asked, "What do you want to do?" Yifa smirked, saying, "Senior, you won't pretend to teach me the technique and then betray me." Immediately, the Human King denied it. "Why? How could that be? I'm the Human King, one of the strongest humans. How can I betray a junior like you?" Yifa turned and laughed loudly, saying he was just overthinking, "But as a disciple of the 5 Elements Temple, without my sect's consent, joining someone else's sect is disloyal. I don't need this legacy. The senior should wait for another destined one." Instead, the Human King flew towards him with great force. "Little brat, come here for your emperor." Yifa opened his mouth wide in surprise. The Human King had waited 1,000 years. He couldn't let someone leave like this. "Hand over your body now." Prepared from before, Yifa touched the ring on his finger and thought, "I guessed right. There's indeed a plot. Luckily, today is not my lucky day for time travel." Then he whispered, "Return." The light from the ring spread in all directions, changing the spacetime. Yifa lay on the bed, raising an eyebrow, sighing with relief. "Back now, if not, I'd be gone." He stretched and sighed, thinking of resting at home for a while before dealing with that old man. But he was still uncomfortable when the Human King in ball form appeared behind him, looking up and speaking, "Is this old man just your emperor?" The moment the words left his mouth, Yifa jumped, shrinking in fear. "Who?" Meanwhile, the Human King flew around angrily. "Where are we now? Why is the Human King here? How terrible! What secret did you keep from me, Emperor Seat? My soul energy is gone." Yifa raised his hand in confusion. "What's this?" Then he broke out in a cold sweat. Narrowing his eyes, he wondered, "What happened here? What's going on? This spirit is the Human Emperor. He actually transmigrated here too." The Human Emperor in his ghostly form narrowed his eyes at the lights and wondered, "What kind of magical treasure is this? It can emit such dazzling light. Why didn't Prince Wang recognize anything from me fanside yet? I remember that even if you bring something from the continent to Earth, it would be dispersed. Why is this ghost spirit still here?" He put on a ruby ring and silently speculated, there must be more secrets in this ancient ring. Suddenly, the Human Emperor flew over angrily and scolded, "Hey kid, why are you like this? What is this place? Give back my spirit energy quickly." Before he could finish speaking, Yifan used a vacuum cleaner to suck him into his face with a loud noise. "For now, lock him up here," making the Human Emperor panic and run around. This is some kind of soul-sucking magical treasure again. After a while, Yifan sat on the sofa with a frown, watching the Human Emperor in the transparent cubic box angrily bang his hand against the large box. "You are a lowly outsider. Release me quickly." Hearing this, he frowned uncomfortably and reminded him not to waste energy. "Listen up, from now on, I'll ask one question and you answer one." Then you gritted your teeth in refusal. "I am the ancestor Human Emperor. How can I be intimidated by you?" Immediately, Yifan took out a vacuum cleaner with a menacing red gaze. "Really?" The Human Emperor was terrified and cried for mercy. I say, first put away your magical treasure." quickly. Then he poked his finger into the box and frowned. Are you really the ancestor human emperor of the Holy Land of Huangji? Hearing this, the human emperor crossed his arms and answered with a sneer, nonsense. Can this be fake? This made Yi Fan even more suspicious. Then as leader of humanity, why would you want to harm your descendants' children? Just try being imprisoned in the deep abyss for thousands of years. Once you regain freedom, what need is there for morality and conscience? Yi Fan narrowed his eyes and continued interrogating. So I ask you, how many magical treasures are under the abyss? How many have been destroyed? Can they still be used? In your mind, don't we already have enough cultivation resources? What's lacking is only magical treasures and martial skills. The human emperor folded his arms and recounted, both the human emperors of my reign and the 8 demon empires' netherworld peak were all damaged, their spirit energy destroyed. Completely useless now. Seeing no use, Yi Fan lifted the box and said, then keeping you here is also futile, so let your soul disperse. Live a super life. The human emperor panicked and tried to persuade him, no, these 3 magical treasures are all broken, but my phantasmal tablet can still be used. The original of this phantasmal tablet was a celestial scroll from another world. Its power is immense. It could be called a treasure of humanity, the nemesis of the demon tribes. Then he shrugged and decided to try something else. White Xiaoyu, release me, then I'll teach you how to use this magical treasure. Believe me, people will definitely be amazed by its power. But Yi Fan showed a bored expression, as if nothing new. Tell me about it first. The human emperor shrank and talked non-stop with small arms. My phantasmal tablet has 9 uses. First, pacify the soul, especially that of demon tribe strongholds. It can restore or strengthen. Second, seal and enslave demons to work for me. Third, co-cultivate with immortals. Fourth, absorb heaven and earth. Fifth, refine demonic materials. After a while, he continued his story. 9. You don't need to use soul energy. Suddenly seeing him take out a phone, the human emperor stepped back in fear and shouted, what kind of magical treasure are you pulling out to deal with me? Yi Fan calmed down by looking at his glowing phone screen. It's okay. Continue. Didn't you just say you wanted to transfer the Holy Land royal family's greatest divine technique to me? It seems called the 3-world treasure. Tell me now, after transferring everything, I'll release you. However, as an ancestral human emperor, he was very cautious and suspicious of this young man. Forget it. A hero must endure for now. Wait until I regain my freedom and show this brat his true power. Outside the high-rise buildings, the old man's voice echoed with the 3-world treasures of the Holy Land of Huangji. Heavenly Emperor, Earthly Emperor, Human Emperor. As a human emperor, it's only me. Time passed. 2 hours later, Yi Fan looked at the exhausted human emperor still trapped in the transparent box and concluded. In short, anyone who practices this skill will become sorrowful, impermeable to water and fire, immune to toxins, and unable to be harmed by objects. This is the magic of this cultivation technique. After old man finished speaking, he checked his phone and assessed, this cultivation technique really is amazing. It seems even the potion isn't bad. The emperor was lying back with his tongue out, panting heavily. Finally, it's over, but I didn't think it would take you so long to bring that box up here for some garlic. Alright, since we finished talking, staying here won't be of any use anymore. Don't worry, after all, we have a connection. I'll properly perform the exorcism for your family. This made the emperor frown in confusion. What? Are you going to cut off the bridge and burn the boat now? Without my guidance, how could you remember such a complex divine technique? You'll never be able to enter the door of cultivation. Then he took out his phone again, replaying the recording. He needs to move Qi to the intersection point of the 4 major meridians. So the most important thing is to open that intersection first. With a sly smile, he mocked, Your Majesty, times have changed. Seeing this, the emperor paled and sweat poured down his face as he sighed. This place is really terrifying. Finally, he put old man in the microwave oven to sentence him. If I let you go, there's no guarantee that you won't harm the remaining human disciples. Now enter the path of death. Quickly, as soon as Old Man said this, "Young friend, you were shocked and electrocuted. Your eyes bulged out, and you couldn't speak." Meanwhile, Old Man stood silently watching the Emperor being roasted in the microwave oven, still with a smirk on his face, wishing him a safe journey. When the green soul ascended to heaven, he clasped his hands in prayer, mumbling that disasters remain and it's safer by my side. This is the safest way. Then he took out a scroll he had just obtained from the deep mystic realm, muttering to himself. Next, it was Fast's turn. Quickly, Old Man cut a small wound on his finger, letting blood fall onto the scroll. Based on this soul of the Emperor, just drop some blood here. Suddenly, he emitted golden energy all over his body. Old Man's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "This is spatial chaos, and I thought we could directly enter the spirit world with the ghost tablet. Is this how it becomes your master now?" Now, standing within the space of the scroll, he marveled at the golden light swirling round him. The history of the demon realm's rule and anti-demon techniques is recorded here too. He reached out as if to lift the transparent scroll, feeling truly miraculous in his heart. Being able to activate a technique that deeply imprints on your mind like a miniature world saves me from some trouble. With a sly and triumphant look, he muttered, "This immense power is mine now. Looks like I need to find Ma Wan Kuo at the 8th level." He roared loudly, releasing red energy that sent nearby cultivators running for their lives. One person lay on the ground, groaning as they tended to a severely injured body. "Brother, we've used too much dark blood. We might not be able to hold out." Another cultivator held his sword in front of him, shielding himself from the tremors. "Hold on for me. Do you want to die here?" However, someone looked down at the sheer cliff and sighed. "But brother, behind us is a cliff. We have no way out." He then cried desperately, "Ancestors of our holy land, please show yourselves. I'm still young, haven't married or had children yet. This is the law of our holy land in Lao Lao. We've never broken any rules, please save me. I don't want to die." Suddenly, a terrifying roar echoed, making them turn around in confusion. At this moment, a group of demons appeared and rushed towards them with great ferocity. Someone shouted, "It's over. The old dark blood demons haven't been killed yet. New ones are coming." The two brothers were pale and panicked as they cried out in frustration. "Is this really our end? We should have been more cautious. Coming here too early was a mistake." When someone saw a demon wolf leap up to attack their comrades, they gasped. "Brothers, don't cry. The situation is not good." Their eyes widened in shock and horror. "What? Let's see what's happening here." Over there, the wolves that were initially following a path now fiercely attacked each other. A cultivator shouted loudly, "The dark wolf demons are fighting among themselves." Looking at one demon's glowing eyes, someone assessed, "Look, something is wrong. The dark blood wolf demons have golden pupils." Meanwhile, Old Man stood watching with a smile, thinking that the Emperor didn't deceive him. He has the ghost tablet. But this demonic creature can indeed be easily tamed and transformed into a man. He recalled using golden energy to cut through demon beasts in the past, feeling proud of his success. After using the red and black energy from Earth's ring, he quickly dealt with that fallen leader. Then he thought about how he would use the dark red-black energy again. But after leaving the cave, Lin didn't see any sign of present, and the golden words on Yifan's neck glowed, his eyes flashing with a metallic hue. He thought, so what happens next? Meanwhile, the other group of cultivators were discussing as they saw the golden-eyed wolves lifting their heads to howl. "Look over there. All 7 of those wolves have been killed before. Why are they howling now?" On this side, Yifan was controlling them. "Did they kill them all? Let's go!" Instantly, the wolves turned in one direction, startling the cultivators. They stared at us intently as if targeting us. However, when they saw the wolves suddenly howling and rushing down the cliff, the cultivators were shocked again. "Hold on. It's not that the demon wolves are charging at us. They're all jumping off the cliff to destroy their bodies." While everyone else was busy discussing, "I won't join in. Let's go and check out what's happening." Yifan turned around and left, muttering to himself, "Cleaned up." Go down another level to see. The cultivators on the cliff edge looked down, confused. What is this all about? Spirit Lin, definitely the ancestor, wouldn't let a good disciple like me die. Praise Spirit Lin. Time slipped by slowly. In the vast demon pit, level 9. He saw the bear demon slicing through a beehive with its hands. Someone shouted loudly, "Be careful!" Yifan used a cup to direct the flowing honey, sighing in appreciation. Luckily, we managed to catch it just in time. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to drink this king of jade-sealed treasure now. Watching the foolish bear demon flailing its arms and chasing after the bees, he thought how contemptible they were. Over these 2 days, using 3 demon wolves to chase and rob, turning each wolf into a servant, even catching 2 deep-seated demon bears. Then, recalling the demons I captured, I analyzed that with this team of demon servants, we can clear level 9, killing large numbers of monsters. What about wild boars, 3-headed demon dogs, extremely toxic spiders, and deep-seated worms? Each one, when dead, could be turned into new servants to maintain combat strength. Finally, Yifan imagined using the golden energy to control the beasts and thought that if in the vast demon pit, he could command a large army of demons, expand his territory, and clear present. His eyes cold, he folded his arms and silently planned, square up, rise high, even if you die, you won't think about it. When I was at my wit's end, good fortune came from misfortune. I got the spirit sealing scroll of the human race. Wait until they try to trap me. I'll make them regret it. Suddenly, a distant sound caught Yifan's attention as he squinted curiously. What is that? After some time, standing on high ground, he watched the intense battle from above and wondered, what's going on over there? The cultivators of the 3 great holy lands and 5 sects were battling with the demons below while shouting, "Kill, no retreating, this fire cloud demon king's den is right in front of us." Yifan gaped, sweating profusely as he realized this was the den of the Fire Cloud Demon King. The task to clear out the Fire Cloud Demon King and carry out divine justice given by the intersect elders before leaving might be here. Then he leapt down from a 1,000-meter cliff, secretly delighted at such grand circumstances. Let me go take a look. Time passed quickly, flying around. Yifan laughed with satisfaction as he walked leisurely, thinking about how rare this was. Just arriving on flat ground, he encountered demon beasts again. The density of demons in level 9 is quite high. Suddenly, when the ghostly palace laughed loudly, Yifan stopped, his face determined. If we're here, let's turn them into our allies. Hearing his command, they attacked and defeated the wild wolves, jumping to attack the ghostly palace. Seeing that it couldn't fight back, it fled in fear. Yifan secretly smiled, still trying to run away. Smiling, he ordered deep-seated demon bears, knock it down for me. Immediately, 2 bears attacked the ghostly palace with powerful golden energy strikes. Watching this scene, Yifan thought that deep-seated demons were from the Mad Ghost Palace. Dealing with them wouldn't be too difficult. Seeing it fall to the ground, he was excited, but now I need a flying demon beast as my mono. Then Yifan chanted and conjured golden energy like the spirit sealing scroll. Go! At the same time, they turned into ropes tightly binding the ghostly palace's namesake, with glowing spirit characters appearing on them. Afterward, Yifan sighed in appreciation. Replenished, he now had 5 more flying demon beasts, and his mono force grew stronger. Great! Looking at them contentedly, he thought that I still have strength. If we keep going like this, I can capture 10 more. A warm attack hit the demons, causing them to be thrown away. Yifan dodged and turned around, wondering what happened. Running at light speed, he worriedly wondered if it was because of me that they attacked so fiercely. Then, from the back of the ghostly palace, he ordered it to turn around and go check. After some time, arriving where the source is, Yifan saw 2 red and golden energy beams clashing in the sky. He realized that just now's attack was only a reflection of those 2 energy sources. There, a man with bare feet was fighting a bright red demon. Fami secretly assessed that they must have exhausted their strength, so the attack went awry and hit directly. Suddenly, the man swung his fist, striking with a golden energy aura befitting a king's power. The man was already weakened, falling from above to witness everything. Fami marveled as he noted that he had no magical weapon in hand. Even one punch could cause such an explosion. This is the inner sect disciple, but his opponent Tula isn't easy to deal with. On the other side, the golden energy sphere shot straight towards Body, while Fami read out its information. Tula, a subterranean demon compared to a Yaoxiao. It's even more ferocious than a Lasat, with power equivalent to a clan leader. It can match the divine powers of human realms. Such demons are extremely vicious and cunning, able to speak human languages and use deceitful tactics. Then Body roared, "Human scum, go die!" It then charged forward, delivering a punch that made the man bleed profusely in confusion. What? How can you still have the strength to dodge? And it laughed, saying, in war, one doesn't shy away from deception. After some time, Badoso knocked the man down the cliff with a powerful blow. He learned that from humans. After a while, at the bottom of the abyss, Badoso looked at the man lying on the ground. It gloated, "Looks like I won this battle. I'll take your heart." Suddenly, from above, a high-pitched voice roared, startling Badoso as he turned to look. "Where are those maggots? I'm going to blind you all." Then it launched an attack, chopping at the Yaoxiao with ferocity, daring them to steal its prey. However, soon after, a Yaoxiao pinned Badoso down and he cried out in pain and confusion. "What's going on? Damn it, die you all." Suddenly, Fami appeared behind it shouting. This surprised Badoso, who widened his eyes. Huh? At the same time, he took a direct hit to the chest and screamed in pain. "You miserable human, where did you come from?" Then the Yaoxiao rushed forward, surrounding Badoso. It was trapped and couldn't escape as it shouted curses. "Damn it, maggots! Get off me!" Yet, he ended up being killed by a lower-grade creature. Then it unleashed its power, spreading red energy to push back the Yaoxiao. "I must kill you all." Fami widened his eyes in shock. What one hit that could kill over 20 subterranean demons? This is the strength of a clan leader. Quickly, he clapped his hands together to form a long chain and shouted, "But you must not have much energy left." Immediately, the chain shot towards Badoso, startling him. "Here, this is a reprimand. Little boy, using a reprimand on such a small inner realm creature like you. What a wonderful dream." On the other side, Fami taunted with satisfaction. "Shut up and be a good dog for me." At the same time, the chain wrapped around Badoso, causing it to scream in pain. "So what is this reprimand? And you?" Seeing that Badoso still had some resistance, Fami's eyes sharpened, still trying to resist, increasing the binding force. At the same time, a golden seal appeared on Badoso, making it tremble in fear. What? Why is that happening? After a long while, Fami sat down and sighed with relief. "Success! I succeeded. With my current realm, capturing a subterranean demon leader was indeed challenging." Looking at Badoso proudly. But in the end, it worked. While he knelt and greeted, Fami smiled and praised, "Badoso, you even have a name now. Interesting." Then you look at the man lying unconscious on the ground and say, "Let's see if this is one of the true martial saint's disciples." You give him a quick glance. You sigh, believing me. Those who joined the ancient demon resistance long ago no longer care about life or death anymore. Rest in peace. Yifan uses magic to take something from the disciple of the true martial saint and tells his apprentice, "Open this up. There should be a soul mark on it. Listen to it." After a while, Yifan holds the glowing ring and thinks, "Good. Let's see what's inside." On the ring is a bright red stone. You analyze silently. Demon wolf, demon king, dark dust silk, Tashila bone, also some common spiritual light. In Yifan's face, golden light shines. You exclaim in your heart, "The high-quality scroll is emitting golden light. This must be the terrifying power of Huang Yinan's old spirit strength." After a while, Yifan returns to reality and stands in his room, thinking as he punches. Old spirit strength splits into Southern Method, Mountain Opening, Thunderbolt, Weld Sea, Heaven Suppressing, and Imperial Hero. Each method is more fierce than the last, This requires continuously integrating spiritual energy with physical strength. You think silently, I don't have spiritual energy, but I've already broken through the underworld. Starting from the Imperial Palace, my soul power can enhance my entire body. Even mental willpower and soul perception. This is better than before. Using soul power can temporarily replace spiritual energy, but mastering it requires constant practice. When your phone rings, Yi Fan stops and silently senses. This ancient spirit strength technique is hard to understand without experiencing the Earth's evolution. Then you answer the call. Miss Quach, what's going on? What happened? Suddenly, the other end shouts loudly, your online store. There are mountains of goods at my place. When can I come to pick them up? Yi Fan grimaces silently. It's late, I forgot about this sale. You feel guilty and start sweating. Yes, I'll go get it today. Then you think, this is the first time my mother went abroad. She said she wanted to buy some things for me. Checking your phone again, the message says Yi Fan's mother was so enchanted by foreign customs that she visited many places. She said she would check nearby cities as well. Yes, she bought a lot of new items and said they were for you. You reply, as long as it makes mom happy. Dad is with her. His good mood helps her recover faster. I'll transfer 30 million later to ease your mind about buying and sightseeing. Because of this, Yi Fan had to focus on eradicating ancient demons and could only ask Miss Quach to handle the online order, forgetting it afterward. So that afternoon, you boldly asked Miss Quach for help. Miss Quach, I have something I need your help with. If there's an online delivery, can I send it to your place and ask you to receive it on my behalf? Seeing Yi Fan's sincerity, although she wasn't happy, she agreed. Sure, how many orders do you have as a single man? Time passes quickly. Now, Yi Fan is holding an Audi next to Miss Quach in the rain. It has been a while since they last met. Miss Quach, I didn't expect there would be so many online orders. I apologize for this. Hearing that, she turns her head and speaks resolutely. Sure, I'm not petty. It doesn't seem like you meant to do it on purpose. After a while, she grabs the door handle and says, here we are. As soon as you enter, Miss Quach's mother greets. Nini, you're back. I've been waiting for you. She then looks at Yi Fan suspiciously. Wait, who is this person? Pointing out the situation, you scratch your head and sweat. Hello, I'm a tenant of Miss Quach's. By Yi Fan, it's time for work. Her eyes are unkind with many unpleasant expressions. Miss Quach's mother says, tenant. Just one tenant is so close to Quachni? His appearance barely passes muster. He has no famous brands and looks like a poor soul. Then Quachni reminds her mother in a displeased tone, Mom, don't be like that. He's considered my friend. However, she still emits an ominous aura, saying, don't become friends with this kind of person. It makes me angry, Mom. Suddenly, Miss Quach changes her attitude and smiles. Let's not talk about this anymore. Nini, let me introduce a guy to you. His name is T Dongchung. You should get to know each other. Standing next to him, the tall man with green hair and wearing his hands in his pockets speaks. Hello, nice to meet you. Quach Many responded surprisingly politely. Hi there. Then she lowered her voice close to Quach mother and said, Mom, didn't we clearly discuss this before? Don't bring anyone home for the next 2 to 3 days. Why are you doing this again? But she argued back, look at me, I'm already 30 years old, not a child anymore. I don't worry about myself. Who cares? I'm fine. This kid, I've checked him out thoroughly. He's more trustworthy than before. Dongthan blushed and hissed as he saw the flirtatious eyes and drooling mouth of Basie. Quach mother was sweating profusely from the lustful look in Basie's eyes, thinking it was a dangerous signal. Time passed quickly. When everyone sat around the tea table, Quach mother said to Dongthan, listen, I want you to hear about this person named Jia Tier. She really can't be criticized. She's in her early 30s and already has her own company. Her business is growing bigger with each passing day. Sitting beside her, Dongthan scratched his head awkwardly and said, you're too kind. My place is just a small-scale operation. Then Quach mother pointed at Jia Tier's daughter and reminded him to look at how modest she was compared to their family. she looked even more suitable. Gia angrily stood up and shouted, "Mom, Basie, sit down and have some tea. Let me get you something." Dong then reluctantly replied, "Yes, thank you, just a little trouble." As she left, Dong then exchanged business cards with Basie to chat about his work. "This is my card, teacher." He waved it away and said, "No, I don't have any job. I'm afraid we can't exchange cards." Hearing this, he adjusted his glasses and looked down on him, saying, "Your younger brother has no career of his own. That's unacceptable for a man." He continued, "That's like a waste. With no social status, you're still young. You can't live off your parents' support forever. You need to find a job." Meanwhile, Quach's mother praised Dong Then more, saying Jia was right. A young man with such awareness could be an excellent boss. She said it was truly impressive, but not as impressive as laughing at others, just better than other workers slightly. "By the way, if you're interested, you can take some time to drive me to your factory for a visit. If you like anything, you could even take it, like finding a treasure." Quach's mother laughed and changed the topic. "You just saw my car, right? It's a BMW? Or maybe Mercedes-Benz?" Dong then showed his luxury car keys and smiled. "Auntie, it's only worth a few $100,000, not really a Mercedes. Besides, the car is just a means of transportation." Then he looked at Basie and asked, "Do young men like you really care about Mercedes?" Basie looked away and replied, "Sorry, I don't study cars. I'm not interested in brands as long as it works." This made Quach's mother feel even more disappointed, confirming her suspicion that this boy had nothing but a face, no job, no house, no car, and didn't even know what Mercedes was. Suddenly, Dong Then looked at his watch and exclaimed loudly, "Oh my god, it's already this late. I have work to do in the company. I need to go now." Hearing that, Quach's mother smiled and said, "Dong Then, your watch looks familiar, like something on TV. It's called Rolex. It must be worth hundreds of thousands?" Heaven forbid. Dong then proudly showed off his watch. "It's just not very valuable. There's no need to mock me." At this moment, Quach New came out with a stack of items. "By Napai, your big packages are all in the backyard. It seems there are some things marked as consigned goods with high value. Check them for me. They seem to have been shipped from abroad." Basie agreed immediately. "Yes." Suddenly, Quach Many's foot hit the shelf and she cried out in pain. She fell forward and shouted loudly as things flew up. "All right." Napai quickly helped her up and said, "Be careful, Quach auntie." Quach asked worriedly, "Are you all right?" Seeing Basie express gratitude to him, Dong then inwardly cursed. That bastard took the lead. Then Napai sat down and looked at the scattered packages with regret, but she didn't know if her items were damaged. Dong then comforted her. "It's fine, let me check them out." Meanwhile, Dong then held his hot tea cup and felt annoyed inside. If this guy's stuff breaks, it's his own problem. It doesn't matter much anyway. When Napai opened one of the packages, she was surprised to find a watch inside. "Usually I don't wear such things," Dong then exclaimed, spitting out tea. "What? It's Patek Philippe." Hearing this, Quach's mother frowned and asked, "What brand is that?" "Never heard of it." But Dong then loudly scolded, "That's a high-end watch worth hundreds of thousands." Looking at the new watch with a cracked face, Quach Many sighed. "Oh my god, the watch broke its glass. Oh no, the watch fell and broke its face. Sorry, my dear." "Yi Fan." "Oh geez, you're so calm about it, and now this thing is in a cardboard box." "No worries, it's just not worth much anyway. No big deal. Just don't worry about it." The shock was enough to make everyone go wild. "Boss, that's an AD Patek Philippe watch. It's worthless." "Ignore him." Yi Fan turned to Quach and said, "Right, Miss Quach, take this bag with you. Your mom told me to give it to a friend of yours. And I don't have any friends who are into anything different either. You've helped me carry things for so long. Consider this as a thank you gift." But she hesitated and scratched her head, declining politely. "This isn't good, is it?" Nearby, everyone was questioning loudly. Why are they casually giving away high-end fashion items from M's and Channel's limited edition collections? Meanwhile, Quach's mother placed a hand on his shoulder, looking puzzled. What's wrong with you, grandson? Dong Than, who had lost all confidence, stammered, "It's okay. Really, I just almost choked." Yifan shook the car keys and turned to ask, "Boss, is there anything uncomfortable about me? Or should I take you to the hospital?" This time, Dong Than was visibly upset, his eyes wide with sweat as he asked, "That's because those symbols on the key are for a Porsche." Quach's mother seemed flustered but quickly regained her composure. Yifan sat in a brand new convertible with a mountain of unopened cargo behind him. "Miss Quach, thank you very much this time." But she was still worried. "By Yifan, can this car really fit? Will it damage my seats?" Dong then stood by and watched as the Porsche suddenly turned into a cargo van. "This is the first time I've seen something like this." Yifan started the car and glanced at him reassuringly. "Don't worry, everything will be fine. Even if it breaks, it's not a big deal. After all, boss said so. A car is just a means of transportation anyway, right?" Dong Than was furious and shouted, "You're using what I said against me, right?" But he didn't care and ran off, waving goodbye. Meanwhile, the water pump's dirty water splashed onto Dong Than, making him scream in pain. Quach's mother changed her attitude, waved enthusiastically as if they were close friends. "Xiao Fan, come visit sometime." After walking a bit, he raised his hand and said, "Definitely. Everyone go inside now." Time passed at the old Ma Con network, 9th floor. Yifan punched out, red energy surging as he shouted, "Ancient spirit power, open the mountain." Instantly, it shot forward, creating a terrifying bloodstorm explosion. They replaced him in awe. "That's quite powerful." As the red energy faded, he thought, although just using soul force to activate spiritual power, still being able to achieve such strength. Stepping into the divine realm and cultivating spirit energy would be possible too. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared behind Yifan, kneeling down on one knee. "Congratulations, Master! Master is truly talented, able to cultivate a spiritual technique at this level. Subordinates are extremely unconvinced." Hearing that, he glanced back and said, "Stand up." Then Yifan asked seriously, "Right? Aren't you from the divine realm spirit beings? Do you know how to use spirit energy?" Upon confirmation, "Of course I do," he then demanded, "Come here and show me now." "Yes, Master." It stood in front of Yifan and shouted, "Go," cutting to sharp to-la crosscuts with spirit energy. After watching, he commented, "It's just like comparing a hand to a sword or a knife." Quickly releasing the spirit energy from his hands, he sent out sword chi downward. Continuing to evaluate, "I doubt you can see its power either." Before he could finish speaking, that sword exploded in midair. This made Yifan's eyes widen in amazement. "Wow, so powerful?" The 3 figures were proudly boasting, "Master, this is the Tula tribe's divine technique, the Tula crosscut." It leaped up, waving its spider-like hand and flew to a blood sphere in the sky. Continuing, "Invite Master to see. There's also the natural blood technique bridge." Then it waved its hand forward and shouted, "Go." This technique combines blood energy with spirit energy, able to withstand countless troops. Immediately, the area in front of them exploded like a nuclear bomb. Yifan was shocked and exclaimed, "Wow, my Tufan is also too big now." Line 60 completed. Mrs. Du continued to deploy various traps. "This is a hellish illusion technique. This is an explosive cluster bomb. This is the master of hell and earth." It made the ordinary person sweat profusely, their face showing extreme tension. Next, Mrs. Du unleashed a series of consecutive explosions, hellish lightning strikes, blood spirit mountain opening techniques, and demon realm heaven shaking waves. Tired of playing by herself, it panted and asked, "Master, what do you think?" It made the ordinary person hurriedly intervene. All right, the divine mystery truly is powerful. If not for your battle with Huang Weinan resulting in mutual losses, I would have had 1,000,000 lives to spare and still couldn't subdue you." In his head, he was extremely happy, grinning widely. Looks like I've captured a monster whose combat strength exceeds expectations. Suddenly, Mrs. Du said that the family is right. This is better than the soul-annihilating great array set up by Fire Cloud Demon under the city to kill human cultivators. This little bit of power isn't much, making the ordinary person startle and admit, "What? Mrs. Du, say it again. Remember that red-eyed demon with Shinsho horns? You think that 3 months ago, Fire Cloud Demon Lord set up a soul-annihilating great ray under the Star Cave? As long as those human cultivators attacked, excavated soul stones from the veins, they would all be blown to pieces unless they cultivated to divine enlightenment. In the ultimate realm, condensing all spiritual power into a new golden core might allow survival." The ordinary person's face changed, sweat pouring down in panic. The holy land of death and surrounding forces besieging Fire Cloud Demon Lord not only wanted to act as heaven's enforcers, they also wanted to avenge the 100,000 citizens of Peace State. Another goal was to seize the Soul Stone vein. Soul Stones are produced from ancient magic herbs. Inside them is soul power that can cultivate heavenly palaces and spirit coffins, even divine mysteries. Such precious stones are rare as they come from deep underground, valued at 1,000 spiritual coins each. Now, the ordinary person turned around, glanced back at Mrs. Du, asking what about Fire Cloud Demon Lord? He planned to die together and heard it deny. Of course not, Demon Lord is not that foolish. The Demon Lord had already set up a teleportation ray in the city, ready to flee anytime. Hearing this, his eyes filled with intent. He deeply analyzed the plot. This aims to eliminate our Holy Land's elite disciples. Could such similar tactics be done by an internal spy? Then the ordinary person looked at Mrs. Du half-heartedly and ordered, "Mrs. Du, pretend I'm your prey. Bring me into the main battlefield immediately." It shouted loudly, obeying orders. Time quickly passed. In the main battlefield, humans and demons fiercely slaughtered each other. No one knew who was shouting to kill. A female cultivator flew in midair, stabbed a spider-like monster on the ground, yelling, "Damn demon, die!" At another corner, Mrs. Du carried the ordinary person, pretending to cry out desperately, "Sister, save me." Hearing this, Xiaothoa turned her head and looked at the other disciples, Lhasa and Hang Ni, instructing them, "I must go rescue someone." They immediately agreed. "All right." Then Lhasa and Hang Ni used the unfurling wind one-leaf formation together, creating a vortex of green energy. It shouted loudly, "Up." Meanwhile, Xiaothoa passed through that energy, aiming her sword forward and shouting, "Demon, look here. Release my people." As she rushed in, Badu released the ordinary person, sighing with relief. The sword was strong, but he fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Meanwhile, after finishing her act, Mrs. Du flew away shouting, "Humans are terrible, I'll return." On this side, Xiaothoa ran over and asked, "Bai Yifan, are you alright?" Seeing this, he narrowed his eyes and answered, "I'm fine," while mentally cursing Mrs. Du's performance needed improvement. On the other side, a female disciple sighed as she saw the spider demon defeated on the ground, saying, "We've solved it. This is the last one in our area." Meanwhile, the ordinary person thanked Xiaothoa with a fist salute. "Earlier, I was caught by that demon and owe my life to Sistery's rescue." She happily reminded him, "These demons are very powerful. Be careful not to lose your life within our camp." Suddenly, Lhasa approached them loudly questioning, "Xiaothoa, what are you doing? Isn't this wasting my spiritual energy?" Xiaotao explained, "Lajwan is also a disciple of the 5 elements, Holy Land. Why can't you say that?" He gritted his teeth in discomfort, saying, "Forget it, outer disciples count as disciples too. They're just face-saving trash." On one side, the ordinary person laughed and said sarcastically, "But surrounding senior brothers had always been considered trash by cultivators. So in their eyes, everyone was uncomfortable." Immediately, this worsened the situation, causing other disciples to glare at Lajwan. He stood tall like a monkey-eating ginger. "You, rotten brat, what do you mean?" Suddenly, an elder appeared with hands behind his back. stopping them. Alright, Lajwan, don't say such things after saving someone. Seeing this, Xiao Thoa asked in confusion Master Ding. Ding Maoyu turned away in frustration and walked off. How could an outer sect disciple come to this demon lord? By logic, you should have been devoured by a monster long ago. Qin Xian gestured with his hands, reminding Ding Long. This matter is complicated. I'll explain later. Today, I have something important to report. We can't go to the castle. It's a trap. Then Nat Pham saw that Hin Mao continued explaining. Fire Cloud Demon Lord set up a great array of soul destruction in the underground city. He wants to bury all the... Everyone was stunned and asked, "What are you saying?" Hin Mao frowned doubtfully. Do you have any evidence? As Nat Pham recounted, he also learned this by chance, but had other plans. He couldn't reveal the plan to capture 3 disciples yet. Suddenly, the intruder stood behind Hin Mao. We should follow them. The vein of soul stones is crucial for the holy temple. We can't just stand idly by. He sneered with his cunning eyes. In my opinion, this white Nat Pham brat is scared of death and greedy for life. He hesitated to go kill the enemy, but now spoke recklessly. It's better not to save him. He'll just be a burden on our return. Hearing that, Nat Pham's eyes glinted with murderous intent. What did you say? Suddenly, he was shaken by an eerie pressure and shivered. What's going on here? Just from his glance, everyone was paralyzed. From the other side, he could see Nat Pham trembling in fear. That guy's eyes are really scary. I should have a stern expression too. Human life is important. I can't joke around with people. With his fists raised, Hin Mao solemnly told Nat Pham, this matter is crucial. It concerns everyone's lives, so I can't lie. Please decide, Grand Master. He seemed a bit confused and unsure. This really does exist. Suddenly, the charm on Hin Mao's hand started to vibrate. Grand Master Ding, why aren't you moving? The forces of other realms have already arrived at the main battlefield. Only our 5 elements' holy land is still outside. On the side, the intruder with cunning eyes said, even D Long, Master of Fire Academy, has come to urge us. If we delay, we won't even get a chance to drink. An outer sect disciple without evidence will be taken as a liar. Then Hin Mao looked at Nat Pham and decided, alright, no more delays. Let's move forward at maximum speed. But Nat Pham's cultivation level is too low. Staying here is too dangerous. Hearing this, he frowned deeply in discomfort. Yes, he muttered under his breath. These guys really make me anxious. After some time, the group of cultivators used magic to attack the demon city, Ho Hao's stronghold. Hurry! We're almost breaking this guy's lair now. The first one to break through might not be our holy land. A man raised his sword and shouted, holy ground disciples here. Kill! D Long Master gritted his teeth in anger. Damn it. We need 100 disciples back at their positions to activate the 5 elements array. Why is Hin Mao still not here? Hin Mao led the inner sect disciples and shouted, Grand Master D. Sorry, we're late. Seeing them, D Long Master was annoyed and yelled, what's this guy doing? He's wasting time. The city is almost taken by the other 2 holy lands. Then he pointed at someone behind him and ordered. The disciples followed his orders and rushed towards the demon treasure with maximum speed. Immediately, they agreed. Yes! In the inner sect's ranks, Nat Pham frowned in frustration. He couldn't go forward anymore. We're about to enter the range of the soul destruction array. Then he took out 3 red plants and threw them down. All for you guys. You'll see how powerful this is. Suddenly, a warm explosion echoed behind the group, making everyone turn in fear. What was that? D Long Master shouted urgently. Quiet. It's heavenly form 7 mystical beings. Stop moving. He assessed the situation anxiously and said, these plants have limited power but won't harm people. But if you're not careful, they might explode and disrupt your meridians. Everyone be cautious. Hin Mao was sweating profusely, cursing under his breath. This must be the other force's tactic to hold us back. Meanwhile, Nat Pham smiled slyly as he thought of the phoenix flower. Heavenly form 7 mystical beings are just phoenix flower seeds. He recalled how happy he was when he saw them and how he harvested them. Now, he had a plan to stop the group without harming anyone. Taking this opportunity during their rest, he gathered many beans for an experiment. Finally, he found the best method to delay the group. Throwing 3 phoenix flower seeds now. I'll think of you and laugh. These small bombs should hold them back. And as they caused chaos, he thought, only when the soul destruction ray activates will you understand my suffering. He continued to cause more explosions, causing the group to scatter in panic. The Long Master was visibly upset and shouted, "Don't lose formation. This opponent wants to slow us down. We can't let them succeed." Suddenly, a warm red energy from Firecloud Demon Lord's tower made everyone startled. What is this? The nearby disciples were alarmed. As the energy intensified, a dark voice echoed, "All you cultivators, go to hell." Lines 39 to 40 are repeated. Don't lose formation. This opponent wants to slow us down. We can't let them succeed. Suddenly, red energy from the tower made everyone startled and confused. The energy intensified, accompanied by a dark voice, "All you cultivators, go to hell." At the same time, the ground suddenly shook and cracked, causing the disciples of nearby sects to shout for help. The more they cried, the stronger the red energy spread, and those inside the tower laughed excitedly until they died. Time passed slowly. When the smoke cleared, the ground was a mess of broken stone, with some people lying unconscious. Someone whispered, "What's going on? What happened?" Senior Taoist knelt on the ground, looking up at the distant horizon in awe. The Firecloud Demon Lord within the city released terrifying destructive energy. Seeing the disciples of various sects who had died with their bloodied bodies, he wondered that only those from the 5 elements holy temple were left alive. The rest of his army was destroyed. Lazian fell to the ground, his eyes wide in shock. He sighed and said, "Thankfully, it's just in time, and I'm proud. Today is truly a day of great merit." Suddenly, a faint light enveloped him, appearing as he asked Ding Mao and Senior Taoist Du. Both Senior Taoists, "I observed intense spiritual energy activity here. What happened?" Senior Taoist Du lowered his head and frankly said, "Lower Director, we were ordered to besiege the Firecloud Demon Lord's lair, but left when the 5 elements holy temple arrived. The other sects are all dead." Hearing this, Jing Tong clenched his teeth, questioning, "The Great Soul Annihilation Formation, Ding Mao, what happened? Speak up quickly." Trembling in fear, he respectfully reported to the director, "Lower Director, I received information from a disciple. The Firecloud Demon Lord deliberately lured the 3 great Holy Lands cultivators to attack his tower. He wanted an excuse to capture all the elite disciples at once." Ding Mao added with a sigh, "I apologize for my delay. I was verifying intelligence on the way and only joined up now." Unexpectedly, this turned out to be good fortune. "We narrowly escaped death." His words prompted Jing Tong to ask, "Who is that intelligence disciple?" Suddenly, Bai Yi stepped forward confidently, saying, "It's me, White Bai Yi from the Outer Sect." Jing Tong sized up Bai Yi. "This is the Outer Sect disciple mentioned by Kuang Ling Ka. He looks like a young spirit just entering the second realm of death. He repeatedly gained extraordinary achievements. Perhaps this little spirit has an interesting background." Then he narrowed his eyes and scrutinized him, deciding to investigate later. He couldn't sense any trace of the Firecloud Demon Lord, so he must have escaped. Suddenly, Jing Tong shouted, "Dragon, grab the soul stones in midair." The cultivators were shocked as they saw many soul stones appearing. At the same time, Jing Tong loudly ordered, "Disciples, clean up the battlefield and collect the soul stones to hand over. If anyone is still alive, do your best to save them." They obediently responded, "Yes." Then he praised Bai Yi, "This time we were lucky to have you here. Otherwise, the 5 elements Holy Land would have suffered heavy losses." As his figure faded away, Jing Tong turned and added, "This time, you've done a great job. I'll report your achievements to the director when I return and give you a reward." Bai Yi bowed gratefully, replying, "Thank you, Senior Taoist." On one side, Xiao Tao clapped Bai Yi on the shoulder, saying, "Bai Yi, your intelligence was spot on again. You're too good. We narrowly avoided a major disaster. We also found many soul stones. The directors will be very pleased with the rewards." Bai Yi scratched his head and said, "Meanwhile, Laoxian over there looks gloomy." Suddenly, Bai Yi asked mockingly, "Sister Yi, can you smell something? Is it a sour smell? Could it be from the demon's breath where cultivators refine their essence?" She sniffed curiously and said, "I don't smell anything, why not?" Laoxian gritted his teeth in anger, cursing, "Rotten brat." Then Bai Yi turned to him and said, "Sister Yi, if the matter is resolved, I'll be leaving now. I have other matters to attend to." "Wait a moment, Bai Yi, why are you in such a hurry?" With cold eyes, he firmly stated, "To reclaim what's mine." Laoxian glared at him with 36 blood points of frustration and cursed silently. "Rotten brat, let me see where you're going." After a while, outside the ancient Ma Khan, Cao Yang sat in a street cafe, leaning on the table and asked, "Wu Ning," Yuan said, "will they blame us for this?" The man next to him was Tranin. "Brother Cao, we've done our part. Now that it's too late, we might not be able to do anything." He picked up a water bottle and sneered, "Training the Ma Khan, killing disciples is quite common. Even if other disciples know we killed someone, they won't dare to do anything to us." Just as he said this, something attacked them suddenly. Wang Dang's glass of water shattered in his hand, making him gasp in shock. Approaching, Bai Yi mocked, "You two, you're really easy to find." This surprised Wang Dang and Cao Yang. White Bai Yi. Wang Dang paled, sweating profusely out of fear. How could this be? Why is this little brat still alive? Shouldn't he have died in the Ma Khan long ago? Meanwhile, Bai Yi closed his eyes and sneered. "So seeing me alive must be quite a surprise to you?" Wang Dang was speechless, pointing at him in disbelief. "Impossible, Bai Yi Fan. You can't still be alive." Suddenly, Bai Yi Fan grabbed his neck and taunted, "To me, nothing is impossible." It made Wang Dang choke like a chicken with its head cut off. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he roared to let go. However, his cold eyes interrogated, "What did you do to Louis?" "That's enough." Wang Dang mocked him like a monkey eating ginger. "If you want to know, just ask Wang." Hearing this, Bai Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock and asked, "What did you say?" But Wang Dang wasn't afraid as he sneered, "Trying to kill me. Look around first." At this moment, many disciples surrounded them. He mocked, "Under the clear sky, do you really want to kill me?" The others were curious. Why did he attack then? "What are you doing?" Then, taking advantage of his position, Wang Dang loudly taunted, "I'll be honest with you. My little girl has already being valued by the Holy Land. If today you dare to touch a strand of my hair, tomorrow my little girl will break 10 of your bones. If you don't believe it, you can try." But Bai Yifan grinned and said. Then he emitted dark red energy, scaring Wang Dang, who was speechless in fear. He exclaimed, "Who has already?" Seeing Bai Yifan pointing his blood sword at him, Wang Dang finally understood the meaning of a lesson and quickly apologized. "Hold on, please, I'm sorry. Bai Yifan, this time it's my fault. I was careless. I was deceived by Cao Yang, or like this. When we return, I'll make sure my little girl compensates you with a high-grade medicinal pill. Aren't we all from the Yan state? I really am sorry." But as soon as he said that, he lunged with his sword and nearly hit him. "Be careful in your next life." Bai Yifan looked at Wang Dang, who fell to the ground, and said, "This is the end for those who repeatedly harm me. It's well deserved." The disciples around them screamed, "Kill! He's really killing someone! He's really killing someone! This brat doesn't want to live anymore." Cao Yang was so scared that he fell on his knees and stuttered, "Death! I'm dead. Wang Dang is just like that." Hearing him, Bai Yifan wielded the blood sword and said to Cao Yang, "Come here. Cao Yang, make sure you beg for mercy. I won't spare you if you don't." Suddenly, Xiaochuo appeared behind Bai Yifan and shouted to stop. "Bai Yifan, are you crazy? What did you do?" He asked, "Haven't the 10 holy lands and the alliance of 100 sects protected us?" Firmly replied, "Senior sister, I know exactly what I'm doing." Xiaochuo hurriedly shouted in anger, "You're full of shit. You killed fellow disciples. You must pay with your life." But Bai Yifan remained calm and said, "So, then wait until I kill this scumbag," which made Xiaochuo feel heartache. What did you do wrong? Watching the two of them from behind, Laxon smiled in satisfaction. Now they can do whatever they want without caring about the rules. Let the elders deal with him. On the other side, Cao Yang was so scared that his eyes were wide open, and he said to Bai Yifan, Bai Yifan, I'm sorry. I really am sorry for betraying our fellow disciples. Please spare me. But he only looked down with a cold gaze and asked, Tell me, where are the graves of the 3 Liu Wai? Cao Yang, sweating profusely but still clear-headed, denied it. No, we didn't do that. As soon as he said that, his arm flew off and Cao Yang screamed in pain, My arm. At the same time, Bai Yifan shouted angrily, All fellow disciples, you can't even spare a grave for them. Letting those 3 be devoured by monsters is unforgivable. Seeing the blood sword emitting terrifying energy, Cao Yang hugged his bleeding shoulder and said, I'm sorry, I really am sorry. Please forgive me. But Bai Yifan raised his blood sword to say goodbye. Let him suffer in hell for what he did. Suddenly, before he could strike, a pink spiritual force hit his blood sword and someone shouted, Stop! Senior Taoist appeared with another senior and ordered, Bai Yifan, this isn't the place for chaos. Come with us. After some time on the hanging punishment platform in midair, seeing the warm rod of justice fall, Bai Yifan gasped, Is this the punishment platform? He stood at the bottom of the long stairs and thought he had seen it on ancient scrolls. The punishment senior would interrogate the criminal, so Bai Yifan stepped up with a firm step. On the platform, 3 masked seniors looked down and asked, Does the disciple know his crime? Bai Yifan was not afraid as he stood straight and replied, I am innocent. Hearing this, the red senior was furious. Bai Yifan, you have guts to kill 2 fellow disciples in cold blood and still dare to be proud. In your eyes, there's no law. Wang La, Wen Wang Dang, and Cao Yang plotted. Let me enter the demon pressure cave. Where is Wang La? When they went crazy and killed 3 Liu Wai. Where is Wang La? Then Bai Yifan continued to speak to the seniors in front of him. Today, I will act on behalf of heaven to punish evil for the Holy Land. He removes disasters but wants to use Wang La to suppress us. Isn't that ridiculous? This made Elder Hong go mad with rage and couldn't retort loudly, You. Suddenly, Cao Yang appeared behind them pointing accusingly at the white-haired elder. He is just a farmer. Clearly, he was competing with Liu Yi's group for treasure. We saw him kill 4 of them and Hua Qin. Then he shouted wildly, planning to sell his soul. He killed people to cover up, only now daring to murder at the relay station. Luckily, the elders intervened in time, or I wouldn't have survived. Hearing this, the white-haired elder looked back disdainfully. Cao Yang's ability to change black to white is getting better and better. Elder Hong, through his icy mask, asked the other 2 elders, What do you think? The elder on his left side was lost in thought. Although Bai Yi has committed a crime, he did great service for the Holy Land this time. I believe his merits and faults balance out. But the elder to Elder Hong's left rejected it. No, killing is still killing. We can't cover up with merit. Suddenly, Cao Yang knelt down, pretending to be in great distress, shouting loudly, This Bai Yi is too arrogant. I hope you 3 elders will uphold justice for me. Elder Hong sat majestically and spoke. Bai Yi, the man on the side did kill people. About those 4 people, Hua Qin's death has no witnesses. We can't prove our innocence either. But as soon as he finished, someone objected, who said there are no witnesses. Elder Hong asked loudly, which group was noisy? At the same time, Liu Yi and Zhangxi entered to testify, accusing the elders. 3 people died. We'll support Fang. Then Zhuanwu waved happily, not seeing each other for a long time. Cao Yang shouted in panic, How can you still be alive? He was speechless, his mouth agape. This couldn't be true. On the side, Bai Yi glanced at the newly arrived fellow disciples. What? You came too late. Up high, Elder Han looked down in disbelief. Liu Yi, Zhangxi, and Zhuanliu Bai proudly showed their chests. Not only did we die, but we broke through the Ma Khan after thousands of years. Black Long Elder asked, Bai Yi, what's going on? Hearing this, he smiled, exuding black aura. It's the truth. Then Bai Yi recalled the scene a few days ago. In the ancient Ma Khan, Liu Bai and his group were tied up back to back. Liu Bai was so angry she couldn't open her eyes, shouting at those two beasts for really killing their fellow disciples. Zhuanwu tried to console her. Save your strength for cursing. If you shout too loud, we'll definitely attract monsters and die for sure. Suddenly, strange noises came from the forest, making them all panic. Jiangxi shouted loudly, "What's that?" Then a white rabbit jumped out of the bushes. Someone sighed, "What is it?" It turned out to be just an ordinary rabbit. But as soon as he said this, the rabbit suddenly lunged at them with its claws. Zhuanwu screamed in horror, "Damn, the rabbit grew." No, there are no normal rabbits in the ancient Ma Khan. Liu Yi's eyes widened in despair. We're doomed. Suddenly, he saw the rabbit being hit and spinning round, confused. What? He anxiously asked, what happened to it? What exploded? At that moment, as the dust settled, Bai Yi stepped out and asked, "Didn't I come too late?" They shouted in relief, "Fang, White Bai." Then he untied everyone's ropes and asked, "I heard from Hua Qin. Are you all okay?" Zhuanwu informed him that they were just injured. Ali was the most severely hurt. Liu Bai reassured them, "I'm fine. I freed them." Bai Yi stood up and declared, "These scoundrels will be dealt with. You go ahead. I'll scout along the way and deal with them later." Seeing this, Zhuanwu decided, "What, you still want to go deeper? We'll follow you." Jiangxi clenched his fists determinedly. "Right, I also want to follow you and take care of those scoundrels myself." Bai Yi smiled and declined. "Now that you're injured, it's not safe for you to risk anything." Only then did Zhuanwu sadly accept this. "You're right, don't even think about following him. Now we three are all injured. How to return safely to Black Wine City is a problem." She suggested, "Let's first recover our injuries and plan what to do next." Suddenly, someone shouted something happened. Then a huge group of rabbits appeared before them. Someone said, "Damn, there are so many monsters. We're surrounded." Zhuanwu was sweating in confusion. It must be the explosion just now. Liu Yi drew his sword and stepped forward. "Fang, Xuanbai, we can still fight again. Don't hold us back." Jiangxi and Zhuanwu supported him. "Right? If we're here in the Ma Khan, we should die fighting." Seeing their determination, Bai Yi smiled and said, "You guys, always making trouble." He then reached into his pocket and continued, "Don't worry, with me here. Even King Yama wouldn't dare accept your souls." Seeing those cute rabbits with red eyes preparing to attack, someone was worried. "But Master Fan, their strength and numbers give them an advantage over us." Suddenly, the rabbits started making noise, leaping to attack them, scaring the three people half to death. "Master Fan, we should retreat first." Pulling out a glowing sunflower-shaped magical artifact, Tranen told everyone to stay still and shouted, "Behold, you miserable creatures." As Master Fan loudly bellowed, the golden light scared the rabbits, making them dizzy. Then, the bright light burned the rabbits, while the others were amazed. "FCK! What is this? So dazzling! Great job! Very powerful! More than 100 demons!" And they all shattered. After a while, Master Fan let out a relieved sigh. "Done!" Looking at the golden sunflower that Master Fan was holding, Liu Bai was curious. "Master Fan, you're too powerful. What is this magical artifact? I've never seen it before." While Xinwu was amazed, Tran said, "This is the Huan Qianlai Yangku. It's an ancient treasure that has disappeared." The teachers seemed to know, and Master Fan happily explained, "Before we left, you were told to prepare a glowing magical artifact. This is what I prepared." Hearing this, Xinwu was even more excited, praising, "Master Fan, you're too strong. Common demons fear the light." With this magical artifact emitting powerful light, it's extremely dazzling like the sun, sweeping through demon pits with ease. Tran gave them the Huan Qianlai Yangku and said, "You three should think of ways to use it for healing when we return from our mission. Once I finish dealing with this matter, let's gather everyone. With its presence, common demons won't harm you." Immediately, the others were curious, asking in unison, "Can we keep using it like this?" But Master Fan glanced at them and replied nonchalantly, it's valuable, but to Shen Wu, what matters most is maintaining the last line of defense when my life is threatened. That's the true treasure. Hearing this, Liu Bai wiped away her tears, exclaiming, "No more talk, Master Fan. Following you, we won't regret it." Jiangxi held his hand firmly and agreed. "Right, Master Fan, on this trip, be careful." Leaving them behind, he turned and walked deeper into the forest, waving confidently. "Yeah, I'm sure I'll kill these creatures and make them understand that those who help me will get justice, while those who harm me will face retribution." Time passed as they stood before the three elders on the punishment stage. Master Fan confirmed their story was true. Elder Han asked doubtfully, "So, you guys, is what he said true?" The group of Liu Yi, Zhang Xi, and Shen Wu knelt and swore to the elders, with Liu Yi's disciple as witness for Wang Gang. Cao Yang and Gao Yang plotted against by Master Fan under the elders' punishment. Zhang Xi's disciple testified, followed by Shen Wu's disciple. Then Master Fan raised his eyebrows and turned to the man behind him, asking, "Cao Yang, didn't you say you saw me kill Liu Yi?" Seeing them standing calmly before him, Elder Han angrily demanded, "Cao Yang, tell the truth." Overwhelmed by pressure, he quickly knelt and confessed. "I confess, Elder, please forgive me, it was a trick. But this wasn't all my idea. Wang from Inner Sect was the mastermind." Before he could finish, a green light shot out, accompanied by angry, shameless, and guilty sounds. "Die!" Cao Yang screamed in pain as the spiritual energy pierced his heart. Seeing his hand still emitting green energy, Elder Hong said, "This is karma for evildoers. Truly, I can't forgive him. I hereby sentence him to immediate execution. May this serve as a warning to all." Witnessing Cao Yang's miserable death, Master Fan felt conflicted but decided to move on. This elder had issues. Suddenly, Elder Long changed the topic about Master Fan, saying that while his situation had reasons, he couldn't be entirely innocent. "Don't say you don't have evidence of Wang Dang's harm. Even if you do, you could have waited and reported it to the cutting punishment." Master Fan listened intently as she lectured on patience for cultivators. Cultivators must endure. Without this, what is cultivation or practice? The elder's judgment was biased, claiming authority to sentence. "In my opinion, punishing a cultivator with 5 years of punishment isn't too harsh." Liu Bai was shocked and argued back. "What? I'm not going to accept on behalf of Fan Brother, and Shen Wu also won't take it." "Right, how can we handle this?" However, Yi Fan remained extremely calm as he asked, "Did the elder really solve this quickly?" "But elder, if I submit a treasure, how would you rule that?" This made Long Patriarch startle and wonder, "What are you saying?" Then he took out a glowing flower and said, "I remember there was a phrase about it. If we can exempt from punishment for the heavenly exchanged treasures, ancient treasures, do you think this still counts?" Seeing the item, Long Patriarch was amazed and asked, "What? You have such a treasure?" Long Patriarch countered, "Though these treasures are rare in the world, human life is invaluable. Just one tree." Before he could finish, Yi Fan took out another bundle of flowers and said, "If I say 10 trees, how would that be?" The two male elders were drenched in sweat as they exclaimed, "10 trees, the value can't be measured. This is truly unimaginable." Long Patriarch tried to defend but refused. "So what? Human life is important." Then Yi Fan took out 2 more bundles of flowers and asked, "How about 20 trees?" All 3 elders were startled as they exclaimed, "20 trees? What are you talking about?" On the stage, Yi Fan held up a large bundle of flowers and mocked, "If this isn't enough, I still have around 30 more from ancient treasures like Heavenly Liyong." Showing off these treasures made Hong Patriarch startle and fearfully comment, "These ancient spirit trees, he has so many, the value is enough to buy 10 cities, not 20. The elders were also startled as they couldn't help but ask about the numerous Heavenly Liyong. "You, where did you get all this?" Yi Fan held up a bundle of Heavenly Liyong and laughed, "I found them by accident after falling into a ravine." On stage, Hong Patriarch looked at Long Patriarch in deep inquiry. "What should we do now?" Meanwhile, Yi Fan continued to persuade, It seems the elder isn't interested in this. Unfortunately, these ancient treasures must follow me to the ground. Then he took out countless rare and strange treasures and placed them on the ground, along with some equipment meant for the sex affairs office to exchange points of merit. It was also a pity that they would all go into my coffin. Good morning, good night, better to be buried alive. The elders immediately sat next to Hong Patriarch and said urgently, Elder Red, these ancient treasures are extremely rare. His soul still has so many demon materials. If we let him destroy them, it would be a huge loss for the Holy Land. We must quickly think of ways to stop him. Then he went next to Hong Patriarch and said, Little White Yi Fan found 30 heavenly young for the Holy Land. His contribution is significant. The Fire Script Demon Lord campaign saw most other forces almost wiped out. The underground soul crystal veins were depleted. So counting everything, White Yi Fan has done 3 great contributions to the Holy Land. What a stroke of luck if he still faces punishment. It would make 120,000 outer sect disciples run away in fear. The other elder agreed. In my opinion, not only should we not punish him, but we should reward him instead. Agreed. Hong Patriarch straightened up and said, Right, according to the records, Wang Ding is indeed deserving of death by expulsion from the sect. It's not a pity to die. If White Yi Fan can use his contributions to offset his crimes, we should hand over these treasures to the Holy Land. Then he turned to look at the woman beside him and asked, Elder Heart, what do you think? But she nodded and said, If 2 of you have already decided, why ask for my opinion? After the vote, Hong Patriarch looked at the disciples below and announced, White Yi Fan, you found 10 ancient treasures like heavenly Liang for the Holy Land. This is a great contribution in the 10,000-year-old demon resistance. Because of your report, 5 Institute disciples are spared from death. However, Yi Fan remained humble and said, Thank you, Elder. But White Yi Fan still had one more request. He humbly asked for permission. Hong Patriarch was surprised and curious. What else do you want? Long Patriarch mocked with a small person's name. I knew it, people are all greedy. Nonsense, setting this precedent will likely lead to more people using treasures for abuse. Then Yi Fan clasped his hands and respectfully said, Disciple White Yi Fan voluntarily requests to be exiled to the Grief Ravine for 3 months of punishment. This made all present startled as they asked, What? Xinwu's face was full of concern as he advised, White Yi Fan, do you know what this means? The Grief Ravine is a dark place where only shadows exist. It's for serious crimes. But Yi Fan looked straight and said, I know, but the punishment Elder mentioned makes sense for Wang Ding's case. Hearing this, Hong Patriarch sighed in relief. Knowing one's mistake and correcting it is good. Our judgment wasn't wrong. The other elder clapped and said, This person has a broad heart, rare indeed. From now on. Then Hong Patriarch asked Long Patriarch, What do you think? She trembled as she replied, Exactly right. Meanwhile, Yi Fan lowered his head slightly to hide his emotions, thinking, knowing one's mistake and correcting it is laughable. If I did this again, I would still kill Wang Ding 1,000 times, 10,000 times. Punishment in the Grief Ravine is just an excuse for my own punishment. Meanwhile, the 2 guards were discussing B. Looking through Hong's eyes, Yi Fan thought to himself, taking the initiative to accept punishment has 3 benefits, gaining favor from the Holy Land leadership, receiving praise as a first. Imagining the dark place turning warm and cozy, he calculated that staying in the Grief Ravine would allow him to live in seclusion, free from disturbances for cultivation as a second benefit. Then Yi Fan thought of the mysterious figure in the hooded robe with sharp eyes. Thirdly, it could secretly investigate the Holy Land. Suddenly, Long Patriarch raised his hand and declared, White Yi Fan, if you have this realization, follow your words and be punished for 3 months in the Grief Ravine. On one side, Liu Yi frowned worriedly and called out to Fan. Then they went with their guards. They just need to stay calm. It's a good time for them to practice cultivation in seclusion during this period. Maybe his cultivation level could even advance by another step. Liu Bai laughed confidently. Brother, don't worry, we'll definitely work hard on our cultivation. Fam, you need to take care of yourself. After some time, they were in a place with clear blue skies. Outside the mountain villa, there was a shout of surprise. What? Sentence 3, punish Quan Shui Swan Nai for 3 months. Wang Meng shuddered and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Master, are you feeling dizzy? Bi Fam, cut off the head of this guy in front of everyone first. Insulting the sex rules again with such a light sentence, doesn't that mean Bai Yifan is doomed to die? Why so? Long Sr. took off his mask and said, Master, who would have thought that little Brad has been experiencing good luck? He achieved 3 great feats in Tainan. If it weren't for me recognizing the situation quickly and decisively handling Cao Yang, do you think you could still be standing here safely? Wang Meng was even more furious, his eyes glowing with a dark aura as he cursed, Damn, 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 how lucky can that bastard be? Long Sr. was annoyed and frowned. Shut up, you know your place. If anything happens again, no one will protect you. She obediently replied, Yes, master. But a moment later, Wang Meng's anger flared up again. Bi Fam, damn it. I won't stop until I kill you, Wang Meng. A month later, at the foot of Quan Shui Swan Nai, Zhangxi looked at a place where lightning had struck and said, They're here. We should be careful. It's right here. It looks dark already. I wonder how Fam is doing in there. As they approached the guards, Zhuanwu held out a basket of food and spoke. Brothers, please let us in. We'll be quick. We just need to stay for a little while. One guard was unhappy, saying that if it's not allowed, then it's not allowed. Do you think this is a market you can't haggle? Quan Shui Swan Nai holds all those who committed serious crimes. If anything happens, we won't be able to handle it. The other guards chased them away. Go back quickly. Hearing this, Zhuanwu sighed and said, Come on, let's go. Zhangxi tried to comfort him, but he was still worried. Zhuanwu, let's go. Then the 3 of them went down again with caution. He turned around and looked up at the mountaintop anxiously. A month has passed. I wonder if Fam can endure it? Zhuanwu imagined the people inside going through extreme temperature changes, feeling uneasy about their situation in Quan Shui Swan Nai during the day. Oh, how uncomfortable. At night it's freezing cold. The wind is biting. Fam looks a bit frail. How can he endure this? On the other side, Liu Bai imagined Fam acting like a soul talking to himself. Ah, you look so delicious, and those white eyes telling scary stories. Not only that, they say there's a lack of resources inside. They not only go hungry, but also have to live with snakes, insects, mice, and ants every day. The 3 of them hugged each other crying, promising to treat Fam to a feast when he comes out, making sure he gets well nourished. Meanwhile, on Earth, Bai Yifan was sitting on his bed eating popcorn while watching TV. He wondered if what he saw and heard was the truth. Feeling full, he patted his stomach and said, Dangerous, if I keep enjoying like this, I'll turn into Lewis 2.0. Inside the secret world, they sighed as they left. Poor Fam, let's go, but they didn't notice someone was following them. Ling Ka peeked from a rock and said, Poor Bai Yifan, why must you suffer so much? 2 months later, at the entrance of Quan Shui Swan Nai, someone spoke, Go out and change your ways, do good deeds to accumulate merit. Did you hear that? Someone stepped out and heard instructions. See you later or never again, big brother. Outside, Zhangxi shouted, Fam is out, while Liu Yi said, I saw him. Suddenly, he was startled as if struck by lightning. Wait, Fam, why do you look so? Zhuanwu's eyes widened in admiration. Oh, see how Bai Yifan is smiling and showing off his muscles. Someone wondered, has he become stronger? He asked back happily, didn't recognize you anymore, huh? Time passed quickly at Bai Yifan's residence. Everyone raised their glasses and cheered. Here's to Fam, Zhangxi blushed as he toasted. We didn't think Hein was having a hard time with food or clothes in there, but we're surprised to see that his cultivation has improved. One side, the heart warrior joyfully whipped the horse's buttocks. Indeed, Aoi said that his name had achieved success during this training period. Wait for brother to come out and I'll show you something. I didn't expect brother to be more diligent than him. Liu Wei scratched his head, sweating profusely, saying not to provoke me anymore. It's not because my cultivation is too low that it reduces the rank of mundane saffron. Then he looked at Zhang Shi with a heart warrior's playful gaze and said, "Aren't you also trying to quickly break through by deciding to form an alliance?" Hearing this, First Void widened his eyes in curiosity. What does forming an alliance mean? Immediately, Zhang Shi avoided eye contact, shyly answered evasively, "We focus on the 4 words, talent, skill, method, and place. Among them, fire is the second most important method to enhance cultivation. Even with lower comprehension, they can still achieve high cultivation levels, thereby receiving their opponent's techniques as well." Hearing him talk at length, Liu Hui felt it was complicated, saying why make things so complex when it's just about training, but before he could finish, the heart warrior stuffed a steamed bun in his mouth to shut him up and said, "Eat already." Some didn't hear the latter part of his words. First Void clapped his hands excitedly, confirming that indeed, this is a good method to enhance cultivation. According to me, next month, the outer competition grand event made First Void frown and confusion about the outer competition grand event. Once I turned to explain kindly that it's an annual activity organized by the Holy Land to reward Outer Door disciples. They say the rewards are abundant. Many Outer Door disciples can quickly break through into the divine realm during battles. First Void jumped up, his spirits high and excited about the drama, finding it interesting. "So let's go explore together then. But before that, I still have something to do." After some time passed, at the affairs office, First Void stood outside thinking. After coming back from the ancient Markhand, he was right into the depths of hell again without processing his battle gear. As soon as he stepped through the wide open door, he said hello and wanted to submit materials obtained from the ancient Markhand. The managing elder blocked him, hesitantly saying just place them on the table. He wondered what good materials a regular Outer Door disciple could submit. First Void chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "I have quite a lot, not sure if they can be exchanged for much." Inside, he thought disdainfully, how many items can an Outer Door disciple possibly bring? I guess it's just. Without further ado, First Void stacked a mountain of items on the elder's table and introduced them. "These are 800 horns of the Dacia that I obtained." The managing elder's eyes widened in surprise at the number, saying, "What, 800? Then First Void took out even more items, stacking a mountain higher than his position, and said, "These are 1,000 bottles of Spirit Beast milk," shocking him again. "These are 10,000 pieces of ghost bear skin," making the managing elder's eyes widen in shock. "How many? Who asked how many?" Finally, First Void smiled reassuringly to address their doubts. "May I ask, can these items be exchanged for how many contribution points?" The affairs managing elder stood up abruptly, his mouth agape in shock at the items. Are they really obtained by an Outer Door disciple? Others only submit one item at a time, but he submits hundreds and thousands of times more. Standing before him, First Void immediately revived, smiling brightly as he quickly grabbed his calculator to calculate. "Yes, let me do it carefully," he sweatily replied, "okay?" Not long after, the affairs managing elder shouted loudly, "In total, these items are worth 240,000 contribution points." Hearing this, the outer disciple's eyes widened in shock. "Did I hear correctly? 240,000 contribution points. Can an Outer Door disciple really do this?" After receiving his points, First Void turned and left, saying thank you to the elder. "My contribution points are now received. I'll take my leave." But in his mind, "Actually, I still have several dozen Tula sharp bones in hand. If I submit them all at once, it would create too much of a spectacle, drawing attention from high-ranking officials of the Holy Land. So I decided to save that for later." First Void rubbed his chin and silently calculated that the old spirit power had almost reached its limit. It's time to seek out higher-level techniques to cultivate. My weapons should be changed as well. Higher-level weapons are more fitting for my current status. I'll find some time to change to a different martial art. Suddenly, someone clapped their hands and blocked his path, startling him. White First Void, wait a moment. Spirit Ka stood in front of him with an invitation. I have something to talk to you about. Let's find a quiet place to chat. Hearing this, First Void was puzzled. Master, this is the first time visiting an outer door disciple's residence, and surprisingly, the spirit energy here is even stronger than where I stay. He explained, I added spirit-enhancing herbs into the room. Sister could take some with you when leaving. Then he placed a water tray on the table and invited, Sister, it's been long. Please have some tea. She replied, thank you. Bringing the cup to her nose, Spirit Ka inhaled deeply, exclaiming how fragrant this tea is. Later, as if savoring mountain delicacies, she widened her eyes and said, it's so good. What kind of tea is this? I've never tasted anything like it before. Sitting opposite, First Void explained that this was milk tea, just ordinary tea mixed with a little spirit beast milk, if you ask me. After this, tea will make sure she drinks more and realizes no girl can resist the charm of bubble tea. Lin Ka said seriously, right? This time I'm finding someone. She then took out some items including a sword, a book, a green plant, and a potion, placing them on the table to give as gifts as he picked up the golden sword. He was excitedly listening to Lin Ka's introduction. This is a fake spirit blade named Spring Margin. Using soul power to activate it, from 100 steps away, just one thought can sever your head. It's really a good sword. Then she took out the book and said there was also a Kim Sword Technique scroll. It's of spiritual grade quality, specially chosen for you from the inner sex techniques. These are basic that can be practiced from the realm of the pavilion. He received it. Manhua whistled as he patted his horse's buttocks. Senior sister, she also picked special martial arts skills for me. Very thoughtful. Then she hugged the green plant and smiled. This is ginseng needle grass, which helps with the cultivation of the Kim Sword technique. Next, Lin Ka introduced the 2 potions on the table, as well as the last 2 items. Each potion contained 2 pills, 1 Divine Guard pill and 1 Spiritless pill. They can help you enter the realm of divine knowledge. Manhua looked at his other eye. Lin Ka widened her eyes proudly. Yes, but their effects are very different. The Divine Guard pill will definitely allow you to break into the realm of divine knowledge within 1 to 3 years. The success rate is almost 100%. Manhua was sweating in confusion. Really that powerful? Lin Ka held a potion bottle and examined it closely. Not bad. This pill will force your original spirit's potential open like a door to divine knowledge, pushing its development. But after breaking through the realm of divine knowledge with Divine Sacrifice pill, the path afterward is basically blocked. It's very hard to pass beyond the 3rd level unless you have great luck. Manhua asked curiously, what about Spiritless pill? Lin Ka looked far away and said, the Spiritless pill is the best reward from this experience at Demon Con. It has a warming effect. Its function is to purify your mind. It won't immediately help you break into the realm of divine knowledge, but will strengthen your foundation. Hearing that, Manhua was surprised and blushed. Senior sister, are all these for me? Lin Ka took a sip of tea confidently confirming, yes. When you leave the Demon Deep Nest, I plan to visit, but my master suddenly had tasks to attend to. So I missed it, saving so many disciples from the 5 elements, Holy Land. I think you shouldn't be punished, but rewarded instead. These words moved Manhua deeply as he wept. Senior sister, you are very kind to me. Lin Ka was lost in thought when she heard him ask and startled, why do you stare at me like that? Then she seriously warned, Manhua, I must remind many people, with your imperial grade talent, breaking into the realm of divine knowledge is as hard as climbing to heaven. Imperial grade talents can only be, and the path from Otto An has never been seen in our 5 elements, Holy Land history. However, Manhua was full of confidence. Senior sister, do you not believe me? Want to see how my imperial grade talent can enter the realm of divine knowledge without the Divine Guard pill? He happily promised that within half a year, if I break into the realm of divine knowledge, Senior sister will agree to form a Taoist alliance with me. How about it? Hearing this, Lin Ka blushed and asked, are you asking for a Taoist alliance with me? Manhua solemnly said, forming a Taoist alliance allows rapid cultivation. Isn't that so? Or Bok Nihua, do you want to know the meaning of forming a Taoist alliance? His eyes sparkled as he innocently replied, of course, it means studying magic together and making great progress. Senior sister, your cultivation and magic are at their peak. I also want to learn more. These words made Lin Ka sweat profusely. She was speechless in fear. Do you understand like that? Then she looked at Nihua and asked, what if you lose? Hearing this, he confidently replied, I will leave it to senior sister's disposal. 3 parts helpless, 7 parts confident. Lin Ka frowned in agreement. This little brat is too cunning. This bet doesn't benefit me much, but I'll accept it. Seeing this, Nihua was delighted and asked again, really? Lin Ka looked at him with a stern face confirming, yes, and thought, Bok Nihua, knowing you have many experiences, in just 1 year, a disciple like you deserves some encouragement. She secretly accepted out of respect. I'll give you a small goal to encourage you. Nihua clapped his hands happily. That's great! Before leaving, Lin Ka reminded him that next month is the outer sect martial arts competition and to try hard. She extended her hand and said, aim for top 10. The rewards this time are very generous, especially for the top 3. However, Nihua looked down his nose and laughed. What's a reward? I'll make you the champion when that day comes. Then he placed his hand on the Kim Sword Technique scroll. Looking at it, Xiang senior sister specially chose this for me. Wonder how it will be. After reading it for a while, Nihua was surprised and said, I didn't expect this to be a secret sword technique. He imagined the sword emitting a green spiritual aura, analyzing deeply that common and pure sword techniques rely solely on spirit blades to strike enemies without any elemental power. But the sword technique is about integrating elemental powers like metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, sound, poison. Reading this, Nihua was sweating heavily, worried. Which one is stronger between these two? Looking far away, he muttered according to the Kim Sword Technique scroll, to cultivate this technique. First, you need to nurture a sword embryo in your body. The ginseng needle grass can speed up this process. Then he looked at Malinka's plant and thought, this is ginseng needle grass, with golden seeds like needles. Isn't it just barley? After some time, Nihua went to a store in modern times and asked the owner, Sir, do you sell barley here? The owner waved his hand and replied, we only sell rice. We don't have barley for sale. You're too young. Learn something useful instead of following others. Go home. He left with a frown, deciding to rely on Duo and to bow. Time passed quickly. Half a month later, Louis led Xingwu and Changxi into the room laughing. Nihua, you haven't left your house for over 10 days. What have you been doing? Fanny held two bundles of wheat in his hands, looking at the unfamiliar scene. Everyone's here already? Liu Hui looked puzzled and asked, wait a minute, fam, only a few days. Brother has fully awakened, changed to farming, right? And he denied it. What kind of farmer are you talking about? The kids widened their eyes in surprise. What is this? Then Liu Hui looked at the wheat field and shouted in amazement. What's that? It's a large area covered with golden needles grass. Zhangxi also opened his mouth in admiration. Golden needles grass is a precious treasure at the 5 Elements Holy Temple. Even a senior elder of high experience would not have it. In just a short while, he couldn't grow 10 plants, but brother managed to cultivate a large area. Liu Yi praised happily. Fam, you're amazing. Suddenly, Fanny had an idea and said, just right, let's check my cultivation results in the pond. Hit me with one punch. Hearing this, the martial artist reminded them of their significant level difference. Bai Yi, have you forgotten? Our Aoi is a bloodline that craves power, right? Since you arrived at Kuizu Nunnery, he has been training through extreme eating and drinking. Now, among the realm of death and peers like Aoi, no one can match him. Be careful, don't miss it. But Fanny smiled and stood with his hands on his hips, saying, stop talking, let's fight. Liu Bai was provoked and pushed Zhang Shi out, telling Fam, brother said so. You to step back. Zhang Shi reluctantly agreed, okay? Then Liu Bai frowned, clenched his fists, and said to Pham, "Brother, don't underestimate me anymore." Saying this, he stood in a stance and used the soul-stirring great method to summon a huge figure with golden energy, shouting, "Soul-stirring great method." Then, the giant figure punched him while Liu Yi warned, "Pham, be careful." After that, Fanny easily blocked his attack and said to Aoi, "Why are you so leisurely today?" Seeing Fan Yi's move, Liu Yi was surprised and exclaimed, "Blocked." But then he evaluated, "Aoi, this intensity, haven't eaten yet." Then Fan Yi twisted his ankle 90 degrees and teased, "Maybe even a simple move of mine." Following up with a powerful punch, Liu Yi couldn't resist and fell back, crying in pain. Observing from the side, the martial artist exclaimed, "Look over there in Bai Yi's cultivation record." At this moment, orange energy radiated around him like a vast universe. She wondered, so it's a sword embryo. Louis fell to his knees and wiped sweat from his forehead, sighing. Could he have stopped cultivating the sword embryo? "Pham, who else can you spare now?" Instead of stopping, Fanny continued with his farming work, using the black needle grass. "Don't miss it, not finished yet." Try this move again, making Louis sweat profusely. Immediately, he hugged his head and shouted in despair, I lost, no more." Then looking at the small holes on the ground, Liu Bai thought to himself, "Okay, if they pierce these spots, it will turn into 5 blood tigers." He then laughed, conceding defeat again. Lost, I admit defeat to Pham. Your speed increase is truly bizarre." Hearing this, he spread his hands and accepted, "Okay, don't praise me anymore. I'm about to fly up now." The wonder of the sword embryo lies in continuously converting blood essence into golden needle sword chi, from which sword skills can be performed. Over 3 days, it condensed into a sword embryo, nurturing golden needle sword chi. If Kwang Shifu knew, he would be shocked to drop his jaw. After saying this, Fanny happily continued his farming work, mumbling about refining the black needle grass. The grand sword embryo made Liu Yi furious and shouted, "Pham, can you stop pressuring us?" Over time, many disciples were bustling on the large courtyard of the sect. Upon seeing Fanny approach, they chattered excitedly, "Look, isn't that Bai Yi? He killed Wang Dang on the main road of Haxiao City, but only got 3 months in jail. Truly infuriating. 3 months in jail. Truly infuriating. Who would have thought he found a precious medicinal, ruined Firecloud Demon King's plot, made great contributions to the Holy Temple, and spared him from punishment?" Hearing what their teacher said, he sighed sadly. "Haxiao is also red. Now I'm considered a rising star in the outer world." Suddenly, someone shouted, making Fan Yi turn his head. "White junior disciple, please stop." The one who came was from the Feng Prefecture's 5th strong table, Tang Yuan Bai. He carried the blood sword and greeted cheerfully. "Truly safe even without meeting. This time's martial arts tournament, with your strength, you can definitely rank in the top 20. These words made Fan Yi very unhappy. He pouted and asked, "Top 20, Teacher Hui, are you joking?" Yuan Bai on the other side misses you, clearly showing a look of disdain in his eyes. Everyone saw the actions of the person during the trial cultivation in ancient demon realm. Don't be so conceited. Then he corrected himself. "Brother Hein must have misunderstood. What I meant was, which 20th rank are you looking down on?" This made Yuan Bai react with surprise. A figure approached slowly and deliberately. Tong Yuan Bai thinks too highly of this young man. Without late-stage corpse realm strength, don't even talk about the 20th rank. The 30th rank is already dangerous enough. He chewed on a blade of grass, propped his hands on his hips, and mocked. Just breaking through to corpse realm and being in the top ranks is already good. Dreaming of ranking 230 is probably just a dream. As soon as these words were spoken, Triu Rui and Injman ranked 7th and 5th respectively on the list. Yuan Bai was so angry he gritted his teeth. He mocked them back. "Triu Rui and Injman, you can't say it like that." If White Disciple hadn't been imprisoned in Grief Ravine for 3 months, she would definitely have broken into the top 20 list. Injmin seemed to hear something laughable from across the continent as her eyes widened with realization. Tuan Bai, don't think I don't know. You helped this young man. You just want to get your soul-refining pill in my hand. She looked at Yifan and teased. Soul-refining pill? It's even a mid-grade spirit pill. If we use it from our peak level, there's a high chance of breaking through the mystic realm. Then she laughed at Seed Brother, really a pity. It fell into the hands of a waste with imperial potential. Yifan remained calm and reached into his pocket, saying, "What is it, Seed Brother? Do you want one?" He then took out a vial filled with soul-refining pill, shocking everyone. Yifan's eyes were sharp as blades. He smiled sarcastically. "I don't have anything remarkable, just love my son very much. Just kneel down and bow 10 times to me, calling me father 10 times, and I'll give you this soul-refining pill. How about that?" Hearing this, Rui was furious, clenching his fists, ready to attack Yifan. But Ingemin stopped him by hugging his shoulder, advising, "Rui, this brat is provoking you. If you act now, it will ruin your participation." Fuming, he pushed her away and said, "Of course I know." Then Rui pointed ahead with a menacing look on his face. "Brat, don't let me meet you in the arena. If not, I'll beat you so badly your mother won't recognize you. I'm looking forward to seeing this spectacle." On the other side, Yifan crossed his arms and stood straight with a fearless expression, saying that defeating a top 10 student would be more interesting in professional terms. It's called a reverse transfer. Then Yang continued sarcastically, "Everyone loves to watch that." As he spoke, Trive DDT ground his teeth loudly. "You!" On the side, Angman crossed her arms and frowned, saying such arrogance will eventually get you killed. Just keep your arrogance on the battlefield. That suited Yifan's thoughts. He turned to walk away, saying, "If you want a fight, I'm always ready for battle, Bachnet fam." Meanwhile, she observed all below with a condescending look on her face. What a proud brat. She didn't fear the Peak Corps realm students either. Then she smiled and said, "But I quite like that." Xiao Thoa pretended to be interested in the show, looking at Lin Kao with a teasing glance, liking her. "Senior sister, don't say you're with that little brat." This made her blush furiously, covering her face in embarrassment. "Don't think I'm saying this out of jealousy. I just like to respect people." Xiao Thoa continued teasing. "Why is senior sister's face so red?" At that moment, someone's voice echoed through the square, shocking the disciples and making them shout, "Quiet." Then he looked down at the disciples on the battlefield and said, "I am the head elder presiding over this grand tournament. The purpose is to select talents, encourage, and support." Immediately, the entire square fell silent as they listened to Tao Jing's announcement. "Now I will read out the rules of the 8,000 Disciples tournament, competing on for different fighting arenas. Those who are knocked off the arena lose, until the last 20 remain. They'll draw lots for one-on-one battles. Additionally, only through experiencing life and death struggles can you truly understand fear and overcome it. This will help cultivate your spirit, build a foundation, and break through mystic realms." Tao Jing folded his hands behind his back and exuded the aura of an immortal. Because of this, the tournament might result in injuries or even death. He imagined a red-flowered robe with spiritual energy and announced that the top 10 would receive rewards. First place, spirit energy, water fire artifacts. Then he introduced the yellow scripture. Second place, corpse realm body technique, blood nourishing. Next, he announced other prizes. Third place, spirit grade elixir, yin yang pill. Fourth place. Yifan listened intently with a satisfied expression. The rewards were substantial indeed. After finishing his introduction, Tao Jing loudly declared that the tournament would begin immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, all disciples in the early and late corpse realm levels rushed to the arena, except for Yifan. The others shouted, "Let's go!" A moment later, someone lunged at a lone figure on the field, shouting at Bachnet fam, "Longleaf leader, I've wanted to meet you for a long time." However, before he could touch a hair of Bachnet fam, he was knocked back. Bachnet fam laughed and said, "So this is it?" Seeing him fall so easily, someone exclaimed, "Look, isn't that white Bach? Let's gang up on him and get rid of him." Then a group of disciples behind him decided, "Right, Defeat him first, then we can fight later. Soon, they gathered around Bachnet fam, completely surrounding him. They openly attacked White Bach fam. You're surrounded by our group. If you don't want to be beaten half dead, admit defeat now. Right, admit defeat and get off the stage early. Can help you avoid that physical pain. Why waste words with him? Knocking him down is enough. Why hit again? Heard those kids boasting, just shook head in disdain. I think you're mistaken. Finished talking, kicked around, and sent other disciples flying. With little effort, crossed arms, smirked. Clearly, it's us who surrounded them. Dust rose, audience murmured excitedly. Damn, everyone look at White First Form over there. Half the battle already resolved. What is this? Guys, check out Zirui's side. Over there, he stands alone on a crowd of people, emitting intense aura that scares one disciple into running away screaming. F*** didn't expect to fight against the crazy guy. 3. I give up. Then someone else spoke up. 3. I also give up. After a while, two clean-faced opponents stood facing each other as announcements came in. White First Form ranked 20th, Zirui ranked 10th. Suddenly, Zirui pointed his thumb down and taunted. See that? They are just a joke for now. This provoked First Form. He sneered back. So, I advise my brother to save energy. Stop talking so much. Focus on real skills in the competition. After some time, the inner circle participants were decided. Set up a tube with marked sticks inside. Announcements began drawing lots. First Form stared ahead, waiting for his name to be read. 17 White First Form, next match. On the other side, Zirui showed arrogance, thinking number 18 Zirui finally caught up with that little brat. The moment the bracket was revealed, disciples were buzzing. Why is White First Form so unlucky? He meets a top 10 strong disciple in round 2. This will be tough now. Someone shouted, your commoner is number 1 outer gate. On stage, Zirui took out his weapon and laughed loudly, announcing to First Form that he met him in the second round. You didn't expect this. Don't worry, since you humiliated me earlier, I'll be extra lenient. This made First Form extremely uncomfortable. He frowned, asking what nonsense is this? Are we fighting? Immediately, he got into stance, pushed his hand down and charged like a rocket, shouting, arrow of the body, bullet of the soul. Meanwhile, First Form flicked one finger, releasing golden energy that even high-ranked experts were captivated by. Zirui was hit in the chest. Blood trickled out as he was stunned. He looked at his chest and asked First Form, Toad Breaker, feeling alarmed. What? From above, Linka gaped in shock, not expecting one move to break through the aura protecting him. He had perfected his right hand. Sitting nearby, Xiaotho yawned and wondered where did he get so much Hong Kim Sha from. Towakai explained that perfecting this 1,000 martial arts took a lot of Hong Kim Sha, spending a fortune. Ordinary people find it hard to perfect one finger, but First Form perfected his whole right hand. Below the stage, First Form pointed at Zirui and looked puzzled, wondering if this guy was an anonymous rich man who could break Zirui's sword with bare hands. Alright, a piece of trash. With contempt in his eyes, he taunted. Didn't we say to fight until even your mother can't recognize you? Just this strength then? Zirui's eyes widened as he screamed. Still, Zirui's eyes bulged out in fear. My ancestral Toad Breaker sword. I'll fight to the death with anyone. As soon as he said that, First Form shot energy at his head and shouted, fight to the death? Then see if you can do it. Zirui thought, who is this guy? He stared in shock after taking a punch, wondering where am I? By third hit, Zirui was lost. What am I doing here? Stop fighting. First Form assessed him, surprised by how Saifu endured at the edge of death realm. Impressive. Meanwhile, he fell face down on the ground in pain. Even if it's easy to knock me up, still, even your weapon couldn't force out. Better come down from the stage. Later, sitting on the ground with his face in hands, he screamed, my sword. The disciples outside watched the intense match and commented loudly. He managed to defeat 1,000,000 enemies, jumping from 46th place directly to 7th, truly unprecedented in history. Teo Tin appeared coldly and declared the winner was Birchnet Fam. As he left the arena, He asked his fellow disciples about their condition. Lewis replied that he only defeated someone ranked 38th on the strength list, not as strong as a divine beast, directly entering the top 10. Then, Treningthid scratched his head and said they stopped at 50th place. Tamviu shyly added that this was their best performance yet. Suddenly, he saw a disciple thrown into the air and wondered who it was. Oh no! At the same time, all four of them looked puzzled as the fallen contestant seemed to be Seihan. Then Tamviu asked worriedly, Seihan, are you alright? The audience quickly reacted, pointing and shouting. T and Gyenbridge also lost. What happened? After T and Gyenbridge left, they saw a young man holding a paper fan on the stage sighing. Teotha, who fought with T and Gyenbridge, was actually DKT T and Goeman's first place contestant. Teotha, he was covered in bruises after the fight. Birchnet Pham hugged his shoulder and frowned deeply. Teotha, alright, just wait there. I will definitely surpass you one day. Revenge for my defeat. Hearing this, Teotha calmly replied with a dismissive look, the ambitions of a lowly person. Meanwhile, Liu Wei was visibly scared and stuttering. Teotha, he's Teotha himself. Didn't they say he would be in seclusion this year? He's here now. On one side, Birchnet Pham crossed his arms curiously. Is he really that strong? And the young man angrily said he had won the Outer Sect Martial Arts Tournament for 4 consecutive years. Does anyone think he's strong? Hearing this, Birchnet Pham turned to look at the arena and seemed to agree that he was indeed capable. Suddenly, Teotha looked down and asked, are you Birchnet Pham? Then, with a casual attitude, he inquired, what can I see from you? Seihan Teo. This made Teotha frown and shoot him an intense look. Recently, I just came out of the Mystic Realm, heard about your achievements. You're really outstanding. I hope to have a chance to battle you. Suddenly, someone followed a disciple and approached them. He then frowned and declared, you only have one opponent in the outer sect, me, H.A. Huchurn. He shouted at others, all of you are blind. Get out of my way. Immediately, people recognized him as H.A. Huchurn. He's back. This will be a show worth watching. Meanwhile, Teotha casually opened his paper fan and asked, oh, H.A. Huchurn, heard you've been training hard after my defeat last year, constantly pursuing dangerous criminals to hone your skills. The disciples were surprised, wondering who this was. Seeing the face of that person, they shouted in surprise. Remember him, this is Iron-Headed Lion. Cultivation, ranked 105 on the Holy Temple's wanted list. H.A. Huchurn killed Iron-Headed Lion again. Then others looked at him and discussed, this man is a long-standing peak-level powerhouse. With a reward of 20,000 soul stones, H.A. Huchurn, you really did kill Cultivation. Hearing this, H.A. Huchurn gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, I chased him for 7 days and 7 nights before finally killing him. Quickly carry him to the contribution path and bring me the contribution points. Immediately, some people carried the body away. Yes, Seihan H.A. Hu. Suddenly, H.A. Huchurn waved his hand and summoned a green energy beam. Disciple, come here. Then a man was pulled up into the air and asked, are you the disciple of the next contestant? He patted the man's shoulder, exuding an intimidating aura, and asked if he felt unwell. The man confirmed that yes, he did feel unwell and requested to substitute in his place. Then he agreed. Meanwhile, Teo Tin frowned and said, not bad, H.A. Huchurn. Seems like you didn't waste your time this year. In the next match, I won't be bored anymore. Time passed quickly. 2 hours later, on the arena, a disciple was thrown far by Birchnet Pham. He politely raised his hand in a fist salute. But as Birchnet Pham left slowly, a fan commented, it's that Birchnet Pham again. He accidentally made it into the top 20 and defeated so many opponents in succession. Look, he must be around 10th place now. Looking at his match, they speculated, so there's a chance to enter the top 5 as well. Birchnet Pham taunted the other disciples not to underestimate him. Outside, Treningthid and Tamviu cheered and corrected, top 5, don't look down on our humble sect's achievements. Then Teo Tin announced, next, I will announce the top 3 contestants. Birchnet fam remained indifferent as his name was mentioned. Finally, Tio Tin declared, the top 3 are Birchnet fam. The other 2 didn't surprise anyone either, as Xiao Jing loudly announced, Tao Shi and Jia Haojin. Meanwhile, Xiao Chuo stood on a branch secretly observing, feeling impressed that Bai Yifan had defeated several strong disciples in the ranking list. Below, Haojin stood with his hands on his hips, surprised that after not returning for a year, the outer gate produced such an interesting character. Suddenly, Xiao Jing threw 3 pouches of treasure out and announced that the final match would be tomorrow. Immediately below, the top 3 raised their hands to receive the bags in unison. Yes! Holding a card in his hand, Yifan wondered silently, I was planning to save my strength for later. On the other side, Tao Shi held up his card and announced, it seems I get a bye this time. Haojin crushed his own card into pieces, gritting his teeth in anger. Tao Shi, you should carry that. I'll defeat that white family brat with just 3 moves. Then we can have an actual showdown. Suddenly, something caught his attention and Haojin turned to look suspiciously. Behind him, Yifan was flossing his teeth and eyeing him mischievously. Brother Senior is just a peek in the mortal realm. He might not be my opponent, making Hua Zhanshen's hand clench with anger as green veins appeared on his knuckles. On one side, Shinyu worriedly asked by Yifan, are you okay? This Hua Zhanshen is really hard to provoke. You provoked him before the match, be careful or... And when Tranen said, it's fine, I know my limits. Suddenly, Liu Yu threatened with a dog-like smile, how can Famka be afraid? This time, I'm going to bet all my assets on the outer gate opening and by Famka's victory. Hearing this, Yifan excitedly clapped his hands in delight. Brother Huayong, do you really trust me that much? And when Liu Yu confidently assured him, of course, trusting Famka means we'll have meat to eat later. This made Yifan gleam with star-like brilliance. No need to wait for the future. Come to my place tonight and I'll treat you all to a big feast. Time quickly passed. That night, Hua Zhanshen entered a garden and asked Wang Shimu, why did you call me here in the middle of the night? Wang Ming waved him over with a smile. Hua Senior, please come sit down. Come on in, please. As soon as he sat down, Hua Zhanshen asked directly, speak. While pouring water for Hua Zhanshen, Wang Ming began, offering a Linling grade cultivation technique and 20,000 spirit stones. I want you to help me kill Bai Yifan in tomorrow's match. Hearing this, he turned puzzled. Turns out, you want to use this sword to kill Bai Yifan for your brother's revenge. Wang Ming confirmed that even though Brother Senior has been wandering outside, he hasn't forgotten the Holy Land, right? I just want to avenge my brother, Wang Ding. These words cheered Hua Zhanshen up, who smiled and said despite the valuable Linling grade treasure. But over these years of wandering outside, I've also gained some things. I haven't put them in my eyes yet. Taking a sip of tea, his eyes filled with dark hints. If you want to make a deal, you still need to show some sincerity. Wang Ming revealed a red magical treasure and asked, what about this? So, what about it? This can greatly enhance one's blood circulation. It's the top treasure my master gave me. And with this, holding it in his hand, Hua Zhanshen narrowed his eyes and evaluated. This ring is good, but not enough. Hearing that, Wang Ming's eyes widened in exasperation. How annoying! This Hua Zhanshen really took advantage of the situation to rob. On the surface, she asked with a fake smile, so what do you want? Suddenly, Hua Zhanshen carried Wang Ming and said slyly, to be honest, I've been training my strength since 3 months ago to defeat Tao Shi. It's been a long time since I touched women, especially beautiful ones like Wang Shimu. After accepting her fate, she answered hesitantly, as long as Senior can avenge me. After everything is successful, I'll let you range it however you want. Hearing this, Hua Zhanshen laughed heartily and concluded. Then he used his spiritual energy to pull the 2 Wang Shimu girls closer and said, beautiful ladies, come here, scaring them half to death. Wang Ming was flustered, her eyes wide as she asked, wait, what are you doing? Hua Zhanshen carried the 2 girls around and casually said, of course. This statement immediately made the fragrant garden scream in fear. Wang Shimu, save me. Don't. Despite his anger, Wang Ming reminded him, be careful, you still have a match tomorrow. Don't let it affect your strength. Hearing this, Hua Zhanshan laughed until the sun disappeared and said, relax, one by Yifan is enough to make me worry. As they were taken away, the two girls screamed in fear, Senior sister, please save me. The next day on the arena, Yifan and Huzan faced each other, surrounded by many disciples from various sects. Some were doubtful, can Bai Yifan really win? Isn't that still debatable? Huzan had been noticed by the Immortal Academy 3 years ago. He was said to have practiced a pseudo-spiritual cultivation technique and reached minor success. Others discussed excitedly, saying that the 101 fan only broke through quickly with the divine offering pill. The balance of power is unstable, hitting him like a father would his son. Look fast, the elders are about to announce. Now all the elders have arrived and are seated on the stands, preparing to watch the semi-final match. Someone commented that this year's Outer Sect Disciples competition was livelier than before. The one who spoke had a hopeful expression. He was an elder representative of a certain academy. On one side, the elders from the Immortal Academy and the Water Academy were covering their mouths with pride. Words must be said first. That trash is someone we at the Water Academy have chosen. No one else can compete with us. Then an elder representative of the Metal Academy interrupted without respect, warning the others not to joke around. The Water Academy may be good, but it should respect the wishes of its disciples too. Suddenly, Long Kiji, the punishment elder from the Fire Academy, appeared with a displeased expression and cut in. The competition is about to start. You two should stop arguing. Then she stood up to declare the match's start. Gentlemen, this grand competition is the largest in the 5 Elements Holy Land for many years. To make this competition more exciting and encourage everyone, after our discussion, the rules for the top 3 will be adjusted. On the battlefield, only talk about winning or losing. No mention of life or death. Yifan listened silently as people discussed how hard they could go this year. Very thrilling. Wang Ming whispered something to himself. Bai Yifan, this is a special request before the competition. The master has changed the rules. Wait and see if you'll die. And sometimes he even begged on his knees for Long Qiji's help. Master, please help your disciple one more time. Watching the two on the arena, she secretly felt happy. You owe the prince. Today I will make you pay with blood. On the other side, Huzan exuded auras, relying on his ring of divine power on his index finger. Bai Yifan, it's not too late to admit defeat now, to avoid crying for your mother later and losing face. Yifan laughed as he generated yellow energy, saying this to himself. As soon as he spoke, Huzan rushed into attack Ho2, seeing how it would go. Then, 2 streams of green and yellow spiritual force clashed on the arena, causing smoke and dust while the audience cheered. FCK! 5 strong punches. Bai Yifan won't be hit to death like that. Look over there. The smoke cleared. They saw a small pit in the middle of the arena, both fighters unharmed. They exclaimed in surprise. What? Yifan dodged. On this side, he smiled and assessed his opponent. No wonder he's second on the ranking list. He truly has some skills. The audience focused elsewhere, wondering what kind of magical weapon Huzan was using. It was really powerful. Meanwhile, Wang Ming observed from the side with satisfaction. That ring is a family heirloom passed down by my master. It can boost a martial artist's strength 5-fold. With Huzan already weakened, Yifan with this magical weapon should be hard to defeat. And he misses you? Yimixi asked, still not using his magical weapon. Let me see how long you last. Then Huzan crouched and transformed into a huge turtle with the Decadent Turtle technique. One disciple was shocked to exclaim that it was the Decadent Turtle technique, a pseudo-spiritual cultivation technique from the Immortal Academy. It seems the rumors about Huzan's Decadent Turtle technique being accepted by the Immortal Academy are true. On high, Long Kiji showed an arrogant expression and said that the Decadent Turtle technique of the Immortal Academy was far more powerful than Yifan's Spiritual Beast Great Power spell. It had reached minor success, possessing the strength of a legendary spirit turtle, able to withstand the power of 80 bloodthirsty steeds. With such a powerful technique among outer sect disciples, Yi Fan wasn't afraid, but laughed as he generated energy on his hand, creating a fiery cauldron. Hu Zhan saw a burst of energy like a flower shattering his turtle's shell and gasped, "This is a kid from the Imperial grade. How dare he break my protective spirit force?" Hearing this, Yi Fan waved his hand around him, mocking, "Brother, you've been outside for so long. Why haven't you experienced life yet? Let me broaden your horizons, brother." Then he threw a stone into Hu Zhan's chest, causing the latter to bleed profusely with the phantom step technique. Hu Zhan silently cursed, his speed was too fast. I couldn't even see his movements. Moments later, he was thrown up in pain. Observing from outside, disciples sweat and wondered if Hu Zhan could do it. Yet, a newcomer with Imperial grade potential was beaten to pieces? Indeed, it's hard to believe Yi Fan can perform such strange body techniques. Suddenly, Haoshen pulled out a medicinal pill and cursed, "Let's see what you can do. I'll show you." He didn't expect to be pushed to this limit. Xiaothu was startled, exclaiming, "That's spirit essence pills. Lincha is worried too." She never thought Haoshen would resort to such measures for victory. Xiaothua couldn't help but doubt. She heard that using this pill would burn half of a person's vital energy. It would temporarily boost one's power, but many sects had banned it. Why did he have it? On the arena, Haoshen clenched his fists and emitted purple-pink energy, gritting his teeth as he prepared to take a hit rather than be gutted. However, before he could make a move, one profane appeared before him shouting, "Open the mountain." He was taken aback. What? Now Haoshen understood what an event was like, his face contorted in discomfort. This wasn't good. At that moment, seeing one profane's glowing fist heading for his head, he quickly transformed into a 10,000-mile shield to block but struggled greatly. Seeing his spirit power dissipating, Haoshen panicked and thought, "This is a spirit rank martial skill. This strength isn't something I can handle." And in an instant, one profane used the cursed spirit fist technique, striking hard and sending him flying like a kite with its string cut. Seeing Haoshen sprawled on the ground outside the arena, the disciples gasped. Even one profane's blows could defeat this side. One profane looked down in contempt and asked, "Whose fist is stronger?" The spectators wondered. Why? By Yi Fan's move earlier was a spirit rank martial skill, a high spirit rank technique. Isn't it only activated by divine insights? How can Bai Yi Fan activate it without spirit power? From the tree, Xiaothui turned to Lincha and asked, "Wait, why haven't I seen this martial skill before? Have you ever seen it, Lincha?" Hearing her answer, it seemed different from his sect's techniques. Meanwhile, on the observation platform, a water sect elder looked at the mountain sect elder in puzzlement and heard him say, "Indeed, that is the martial skill of the true martial holy temple." Wang Meng was furious, grinding his teeth. Why? Hua Shanzhen was defeated, now on the square. Liu Bai noticed the silence and asked anxiously, "What's going on? Didn't Bai Yi Fan win already? Why hasn't the chief elder declared his victory yet?" Suddenly, Jijing stepped onto the arena to question, "Chief elder, if I'm not mistaken, you just witnessed Bai Yi Fan using a true martial holy temple spirit rank martial skill, cursed spirit fist. Explain." Seeing him serious, Bai Yi Fan straightened up and looked at Jijing. On the Roken platform, a disciple wondered, "That's the sect's technique. This kid must have eaten bear gallbladder pills." Another disciple confirmed, "Indeed, that is the true martial holy temple martial skill. The one next to him has his hands and fists." "Chief elder, this kid must be a spy from the true martial holy temple. We need strict investigation." Meanwhile, Bai Yi Fan stood opposite Xiao Ting and explained, "Chief elder, let me explain step by step before the trial. Remember when I saw someone fighting a demon in the secret realm? Besides discovering heavenly flame solar flare, I accidentally witnessed a deva battling an inner sect disciple of the true martial holy temple. After that, I imagined us defeating the demon and the inner sect disciple fallen to the ground. Unfortunately, the deva's strength was too high. To help kill the deva, the inner sect disciple passed on some spirit techniques for me to use with him. Thinking of the demon being defeated and the inner sect disciple lying down, he said, unfortunately, his strength was too great. The inner sect disciple had been severely injured before he died, only passing on the core of cursed spirit fist technique to me. In silence, Jijing listened intently. Although I don't have spirit energy, my soul power is strong after merging with vital energy. It can be activated. I used all my strength to kill the Deva and survive this ordeal. Remember, for months ago, during the vast ancient demon cavern training, a yellow-robed inner sect disciple of the true martial holy temple disappeared. Bai Yifan is telling the truth. Suddenly, Wang Meng from below the arena pointed up. Even if you're clean, as a 5 elements holy temple disciple, you shouldn't use the true martial holy temple martial skill. One profane raised an index finger in defense. Even if you're pure, using the true martial holy temple martial skill is inappropriate for your sect. But before the match, the chief elder clearly stated that only victory matters. Methods don't count. Reprimanded, she could only scold you. The disciples around them discussed, this kid has had so many lucky breaks. How did he get so lucky? No one expected to obtain a spirit rank martial skill from the true martial holy temple. Forget it, luck is part of strength. That's right, that's his destiny. Soon, Shouting spoke up, if the rules are as such, you're not wrong. But Song King was unsatisfied and gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath, that damn kid. How could he have so many lucky breaks? Then, Shouting looked at him and declared, Bai Yifan, the elders have agreed, you are a sect disciple. Still focus on practicing your sect's martial arts, and for now, you can use the Beast Spirit Sword technique in this trial match. But after the match ends, try to limit its usage, especially outside. Finally, Quiet announced the winner, Bai Yifan. Hearing that, the audience cheered loudly, great job, this trial match was really interesting. The medical students were excited too, praising Yifan's power and performance. However, Wang Ming looked even more displeased at Yifan, muttering under his breath, damn it, I didn't expect Bai Yifan to learn a spirit-grade martial art technique. It was just luck, but people can't rely on luck forever. Meanwhile, Link aside from the tree, what good fortune! The little thorn pointed at her mockingly and said, Sister, you're so worried about it, making me feel awkward. Let's focus on watching the match. On the ground, Quiet announced that Bai Yifan would face Zishi in the first ranked trial match. Seeing both combatants ready, Quiet reminded them, I've reinforced this arena with spirit realms, so you can use your strongest techniques now. Hearing this, Yifan immediately activated his Beast Spirit Sword technique to test their strength. Zishi blocked the attack with his darter fan and frowned. Spirit-grade martial arts are powerful, but consume a lot of energy. I doubt they can do more than punch if you don't believe me. As he spoke, his darter fan was thrown aside. Then, Zishi raised his hand to release green magical force at Yifan, saying, Spiritual art, disperse. Witnessing this, the spectators watching the match were amazed and exclaimed, What's happening? Zishi's weapon isn't a fan, right? Why did he throw it away? Look closely. This is the spirit energy. That's Zishi really. Another clever surprise attack. On the tree, Little Thorn frowned worriedly. Danger. For martial artists, the spiritual realm is extremely advantageous against the physical realm. This isn't something Bai Yifan can resist unless he has a trump card. Otherwise, on the ground, she summoned a sword, his eyes sharp as if cutting through air. Have you seen? This is the gap between us. Go! Immediately, the green sword charged forward with spirit energy. Someone commented, sword control technique. This is an inner sect's ultimate secret art. Below, a disciple pointed out, look, that sword is a first-grade magical weapon. Seeing Yifan being hit and retreating continuously, someone speculated it's over. Liu Yi was worriedly calling out to Yifan, but Yifan remained calm. He blocked Zishi's sword with his crossed hands and said, let's see who's stronger. Then he flicked his fingers, releasing fiery spirit energy, showing that Zishi isn't very good at sword control either. Before launching an attack, Yifan thought, I wanted to keep this trump card secret, but now it can't be hidden anymore. This is the perfect time to test the strength of my trump card. He then released spirit energy towards Zishi and shouted, "Let's see what you've got." On the tree, Lin Ko was surprised. Canopy Gold Sword Technique. Did he finish it? I remember only giving him one piece of the metal, not enough to make a needle. Below, Zishi protected himself with green spirit energy and said, "Disciple, you really know how to show off." His sword's weak or couldn't possibly withstand my magical weapon. As he spoke, green and orange spirit energies clashed, causing Zishi to exclaim in disbelief, This is. Seeing his own sword being hit by the orange energy, Zishi shouted, "Spirit Core Sword, retreat." Holding the sword, Zishi was relieved, but his shield had been broken. Looking at the damage on his sword, Zishi panted and emitted black smoke. Damn it, I was careless. I didn't expect their technique to be so powerful. Above, Yifan floated in midair and said, "Brother Z, if you don't use your full strength, you'll really lose." This scared Zishi half to death. What, was this not the strongest move of that person? He was already folding his hands, preparing for the next attack. The true power of my sword technique hasn't been fully unleashed yet. As he spoke, a rain of sword shadows surrounded and attacked Zishi, causing him to cry out in shock. There are so many sword energies. The elders were amazed. He can control so many swords at once. This is truly incredible. Liu Bai laughed happily. Yifan, it seems you're really on a roll now. On the field, Zishi summoned a huge green dragon and said, "Dragon sword technique, protect me." The spirit energy on his sword looked weak, but was actually concentrated at the tip. Controlling this much energy is truly bizarre. Above, Yifan flicked his fingers, Canopy Gold Sword Technique, breaking Zishi's defense. A huge golden sword appeared and charged towards Zishi. Yifan shouted, "Kill!" Zishi was shocked. What, concentrating all the spirit energy like that? This pressure is too strong. In an instant, Zishi's protective sphere shattered, and he fell back. The audience cheered in amazement. Ha! Brother Z has lost. Yifan remained calm as expected. He said, "It's over now, Brother Z." Seeing the sword pointing at his face, Zishi quickly shouted, "Wait." Then he knelt down and Zishi nodded, "I admit defeat." This scene made Xiaotho sweat profusely, wondering if he misjudged it. If not for by Yifan raising his hand, back there in the arena, Yifan respectfully clasped his hands and said to Xiaoxi, accepting defeat and hearing him pat the horse's rump, "Sure enough. Master Bai is truly a legend, no need to be modest." Immediately, the crowd cheered. Fam call one, he's too strong, indeed a thrilling match. The entire square erupted in applause, declaring Yifan the winner, knowing it was him. This Xiao Yifan must have more tricks up his sleeve. He defeated Xiaoxi and became a local champion. It seems our elemental sanctuary is about to create some new wind patterns. Below, Liu Bai, Zhang Shi, Shen Wu surrounded Yifan to congratulate him. "Fan Kao, you're amazing," they said, jokingly reminding him not to rush over. After a while, the closing ceremony began. Xiaoxi held an item and addressed the winner, by Yifan, saying, "First place in the water and fire protection is yours. Take it." Grasping it, he happily said, "Thank you, master." Feeling elated, Yifan thought that the top 3 on the strength list had the right to be recruited by the elemental academies. These masters will surely vie for him as a disciple. Maybe they'll even fight over it. However, the winner was snatched away by the masters of various academies. Xiaoxi said, "Let's chat, don't rush, everyone." The headmaster of the Hand Academy spoke first. "Xiaoxi, will you come to our academy? Your body is too weak. Training there would greatly benefit your cultivation in the future." Meanwhile, the Water Academy master called out, "Come to my academy instead. We have many beautiful ladies here." The Metal Academy master also tried to persuade him. Xiaoxi said, "You'll practice swordsmanship. Our Metal Academy excels in sword techniques, and the master of our academy wants you too. The Metal Academy's gates are always open for you." Yifan was sweating profusely. silently cursing his luck. As he watched Xiaoxi being welcomed like that, Xiao Dou sweat bullets, thinking, wasn't I the champion of this martial arts tournament? Why are these masters fighting over Xiaoxi now? Are they all crazy? Shizwan was bandaging his right arm and approached. Bai Yifan, surprised, explained that the elemental academies mainly consider potential when recruiting disciples. Xiaoxi is a high-level mystic talent. Well, you're just a royal grade 1. Your future will never match his. Hearing this, Xinwu encouraged him. Don't mind what he says. He's just trying to provoke. Shizwan then explained that luck has its limits and that the gap between talents is permanent. With a look of dissatisfaction, Shizwan added, moreover, your rapid improvement was only due to eating the Divine Essence pill. This forced maturity method is why the masters didn't care about you. Yifan crossed his arms and denied it. When did I drink the Divine Essence pill? Shizwan disbelieved him more, saying, if you didn't eat the Divine Essence pill, how could your cultivation have improved so quickly? Nearby, other disciples were gossiping, confirming that Yifan's rapid improvement was due to eating the Divine Essence pill. A royal grade talent can't be in the top 3? That's why the masters didn't want him? If I were a master, I wouldn't take someone so eager either. After hearing all this, Yifan laughed and said, that's how it is. The disciples below didn't understand his actions and asked each other, what's wrong with him? Could it be from being too disappointed? Or is the Divine Essence pill starting to take effect? Shizwan looked gloomy and asked, Bai Yifan, why are you laughing? Nearby, he exuded a terrifying aura, pointing at himself confidently. Why don't you open your eyes and see what this is about, Brother Hua? Below, disciples were either amused or disbelieving, speculating that if Yifan didn't drink the Divine Essence pill, it must be true. Wasn't there news saying Kuang and Vishen gave him 2 types of pills? He had already taken 2 divine pills before the tournament. I think he used something else. Did his match today rely entirely on his own strength? Up in a tree, Xiaodou returned to chat. Lin Ka, the medicine she gave him, he didn't drink it. This made her sigh in exasperation. I never thought he would be so powerful. Back on the stage, Huajin gritted his teeth and retorted. You're relying on taking medicine to show off your strength. Shouldn't others do the same? Alas! Without using medicine, I still beat you. Hearing this, he became even more resentful and cursed. You! Then Shizwan narrowed his eyes and gloomily rebutted. Don't be too boastful either. Even if someone doesn't use medicinal herbs, shouldn't they notice that none of the elders invited anyone? As soon as he finished speaking, all the elders turned to look at them in confusion, really not using medicinal herbs, huh? In a blink of an eye, their target changed. Go towards Goat Fur, Bai Yifan, or consider joining our water academy. No, it's better to join my academy. No one will steal people from our metal academy. Instead, Xinyu stood behind and smirked, looking at them. Now, who wasn't invited by the elders? While he was fuming but couldn't say anything. On this side, Bai Yifan clasped his hands in a fist, bowed respectfully, thanked the elders for their invitation, just needed some time to think. Now, I haven't decided which academy to join yet. I plan to cultivate more before making that decision. Hearing this, the surrounding disciples sweat profusely, surprised he actually declined. Meanwhile, Bai Yifan remained silent, holding his head in thought. Judging from their expressions, these elders are narrow-minded. Even if I become a disciple of theirs, there's no guarantee of success. It's better to strengthen my power first and wait for an opportunity. Then he shrugged, yawned, and secretly made up his mind. That's right, the next important thing is to quickly boost our strength. Let's go to the 10,000 Ancient Demon Khan, where there are more monsters. Turning around, Bai Yifan instructed the others. Let's go, make him curious. Bai Yifan, what do you plan to do next? And he replied succinctly, cultivate. Just as he finished speaking, a pig-like scream echoed. Why did you drag us here, this troublemaker? Time passed by. Standing under a towering building, Bai Yifan leaned back and thought, when I return, I'll directly go to the 10,000 Ancient Demon Khan. Stay there until I break through the Divine Mystery Realm. Looking at the scenery in front of him happily, He thought this was one of the most expensive commercial districts in Hanshang. First, I need to enjoy a fancy meal here. Just as he was thinking, suddenly someone called out, "Bai Yifan, why are you here?" He became alert and suspiciously thought, that voice sounds familiar. Looking at the woman walking with her boyfriend, Bai Yifan was surprised. It's her, and she's acting up. I didn't expect to run into him here. Everything here is expensive. He came to expand his horizons. Hearing this, the man next to her turned and asked Tilu, "Ki, your friend," and secretly gloated, "That brat looks a bit more handsome than me." She pressed herself into his arm and replied, "Classmate, from my university, Bai Yifan." With an indifferent gaze, Bai Yifan thought back to Tilu Ki, the one he secretly loved during their college days. At that time, I worked hard, didn't dare to eat or wear anything, saved all my money to buy gifts for her, but was treated like a spare tire. Then he recalled carrying a heavy load and listening to two girls talking about his daily meals. "Did you not get moved by the gifts I bought for you? Who are you talking about?" "You're talking about Bai Yifan. He was just a spare tire I kept, so dirty yet wanting to be the main character." Now, Tiluki observed his cold demeanor and commented on Bai Yifan, "How tall and well-built you are." But Bai Yifan turned away, with his back towards her, replied, "None of your business." This surprised Tiluki, making her exclaim, "You." Her boyfriend was furious, raised his hand to grab him. "Clean up that mouth, brat, stand still for me." Before he could do anything, he fell flat on the ground in pain and cursing silently, "Damn it, what happened? Did I get pushed?" Passersby saw this scene and mocked. "How embarrassing. Lying like that must be very slippery." Bai Yifan turned to Ricky, who was helping his boyfriend up, and scolded, "Bai Yifan, this is our past grudge. Don't be angry over it. We've known each other for so long. Can't even make friends? Can't we?" With a cold look, Linglin rejected, "Forget it, I have no interest in being friends with girls like her." This made Tilu Ki's boyfriend furious, pointing and cursing at him. "I know you're the troublemaker who bothered Tilu Ki during college, Bai Yifan. I'll tell you this, it was me who stopped Tilu Ki from associating with someone as poor as you. Don't think about bothering her anymore." These words were like a joke that wasn't funny. With his arms crossed, Bai Yifan glanced around. "I bothered her, it's laughable. If I really wanted to find a girlfriend, she would have to be 10 times more beautiful than her." Tilu Ki wasn't just any girl. She adjusted her hair and retorted, "Bai Yifan, stop making me laugh. You only rely on your looks for a living. Even your job is non-existent. Which blind girl would date you?" The man then hugged his girlfriend's waist to support her. "Alright, cutie, we won't waste words on this kind of failure. This spa is hard to book. It took him a lot just to get a spot." Suddenly, a girl approached with a sweet voice calling out, "Honey, honey," making Snowy and Chi-Ji suspiciously turn around. Beautiful Chi-Lu shone brightly, tempting everyone. "Sorry for keeping you waiting so long, causing someone to doubt. Don't be Chi-Lu. Why is she here?" The moment she arrived, she caught everyone's attention on the street. "How beautiful! Who is this little missy?" And she came out of the VIP room at the spa. "She really has money." Even Snowy's boyfriend blushed and commented, "This girl looks so good," making her furious as she asked. Ricky squeezed hard into his boyfriend's waist, causing him to sweat and shout, "Lighten up, it hurts." Seeing Chi-Lu hug the one-worlder's arm and drag them away, asking if they had been waiting long. "Let's go eat." Ricky grumbled unhappily, annoyed. "I don't believe this poor guy has such big power. I need to clarify this matter." Then, before Chi-Lu and the one-worlder could take a few steps, she called them back. "Hold on. Beauty, are you really his girlfriend?" This made Chi-Lu suspicious. She turned around, challenging him with her eyes. "Yes. What's the matter?" Snowy folded her arms and taunted, "We're both women. I want to remind you of something. This guy has nothing special except his face. Even his job is non-existent." Hearing this, Chi-Lu raised an eyebrow, pointed at her mouth in thought, and said, "Job. I have over a dozen companies and own several dozen houses across the city. Just the monthly rent alone amounts to hundreds of thousands. Why does he need a job? These words made Snowy's eyes widen in disbelief. What dozens of companies and dozens of houses? Is this woman casting spells? Suddenly, Qilu hugged the one-worlder's neck, showing off her hips. Also, you said the one-worlder has nothing except his face. I disagree. A face is very important too. Every day, it brings me joy, more important than anything else. This made passers-by's eyes turn into hearts, mouths drooling in admiration. Then Qilu pulled him away and said, "Honey, what do you want to eat tonight? Chinese, Western, or French cuisine? I'll take you." Making Snowy seethe with envy. This woman is the ultimate blind lover from legend. Meanwhile, the one-worlder replied, "Okay, and I'm glad," secretly thinking that the usually cold and aloof tycoon was somewhat cute when making a playful request. Then they left as people behind admired them. Qijuan was furious, cursing with visible veins popping out of her face. Damn it, this nameless man who clings to women's skirts. So angry. Her boyfriend, wearing glasses and blushing, sighed in admiration. Being able to cling to a woman's skirt is also a kind of skill. Why didn't I get this chance? Hearing that, Chi 36's blood boiled as he pinched his ear, questioning. What did you say? Say it again, causing the boyfriend to wince in pain and cried out. You're wrong, you're wrong. What nonsense were you saying? After a while, the one-worlder sat across from Qi Luan at the table expressing gratitude. Earlier, thank you for saving me. She raised her glass and dismissed it as nothing. It's just a small matter. I have something to ask of you. This made the one-worlder slightly uneasy. What? What is it? Then Qi Luan asked the one-worlder, what did she say to you? While remembering the text message she sent him. Bak Luan, after last night, I've thought clearly. I really like you, but I need some time to adjust my feelings. Also, don't tell your sister about what happened last night. Then, Qi Luan suddenly thought that since then, she hadn't heard from her anymore. Suddenly, with sharp eyes like a knife, Qi Luan shouted without saying anything, just noting that the girl seemed busier lately. She had attended many classes. Then she remembered Deng Deng lying on her desk muttering to Bai Yifeng when she entered the room. Hearing that, Bai Yifeng took a sip of his drink, pretending to be ignorant. So what? I didn't do anything to her either. But in her mind, she quickly calculated how to talk to Deng Deng's sister. She replaced her tone with a low and steady voice, pointing at the wine glass and said, actually, it's good that she has become more self-disciplined and focused. At least better than being deceived by those unscrupulous people outside. To be honest, there have been many admirers of my younger sister since I was young. I only have this precious little sister, so if anyone wants to become my son-in-law, you must check carefully. Bai Yifeng sweat profusely, right? The daughter of the Duan group. How can a common person match up? Hearing Qi Lu laugh and respond, just saying. She raised her hand to support herself comfortably as she spoke. I think you're quite good too. This left Bai Yifeng flustered in response. Really? But in her mind, she was already terrified. Sister, are you setting a trap for me? After a while, Qi Lu put on glasses and spoke with deep implication. But there's more than one daughter of the family to choose from. These words made Bai Yifeng doubt. Huh, what does she mean by that? However, before he could fully understand her intentions, Qi Lu stood up and said, "We've finished eating, let's go now." Seeing this, he could only agree. Okay, let's go then. On the way to the car parking area, Qi Lu asked, I'll give you a ride home? But Bai Yifeng declined. No need, I have my own car. Before she could finish speaking, they heard a loud shout cut in. Why is it like this? A large vehicle couldn't be seen at all. Now we're in trouble. We've bumped into someone's car. See how you handle it. Bai Yifeng and Qi Lu turned to look towards the source of the sound. Qi Lu asked curiously, that voice sounds like the couple from just now. On the other side, Zhu Qi was fuming. Not your fault, always standing by her side nagging. If it wasn't for you, how could I have bumped into their car? Her boyfriend argued that she insisted on driving and had poor driving skills, blaming him and accusing me of the accident. Clearly, it's because you stood beside her all the time, distracting me from my focus. Witnessing this scene, Chi-Lu sighed, truly a match made in heaven. Then she folded her arms and said sternly, "What are you two doing by my car?" Seeing Zuki's boyfriend apologizing to the beautiful woman, "The beauty, I'm really sorry. Look at this," Zuchi angrily shouted. "What a scoundrel, why is it them?" Bai Yifeng remained silent until now, sighing, "It's fate that we meet here again." Seeing this, the boyfriend of Zuchi hugged his hands and pleaded with sweat on his face. "The beauty, I'm really very sorry. Look at me," Zuchi angrily shouted to him. "What a scoundrel, you don't have to owe us anything. We didn't want to bump into their car. This is an expensive car. Do you know how much it costs to compensate? My Tesla Model 3 in front of this car can only cover the tax for buying a new one." On one side, Chi-Lu pointed at her finger and said sternly, "Based on the damage, it's about 100,000 yuan. This number made Zuchi flinch. She was terrified. "What? 100,000? Suddenly, Chi-Lu leaned in and whispered to Bai Yifeng, "Do you want to settle this privately?" Hearing her question, he asked, "What do you want to do?" After adjusting her glasses, she said coldly, "Like this, my word doesn't mean anything. If the girl apologizes 3 times and admits her mistake, I might consider letting it go. What do you think?" Immediately, Zuki's boyfriend happily agreed. "Okay, we're sorry, hurry up." Zuchi apologized to them quickly, but she angrily pinched his ear and said sarcastically, "If you want to apologize, go do it yourself. Why should I apologize to them?" This made her boyfriend angry as he pushed her away and scolded. "What are you playing at? Just one apology can save 100,000 yuan. If you don't apologize, you'll have to pay it yourself." "Well, at least I didn't touch it." Hearing this, Snowchi pouted in a huffy manner and loudly said, "Are you a man or not? Do you have any sense of responsibility? Why are you so irresponsible?" Seeing them like that, Kyle lost patience and interrupted. "What's going on? Have you thought it through yet?" Suddenly, Snowchi felt a chill down her spine and shivered. Linny apologized, "Sorry, I was wrong." Kyle then picked up the phone to intimidate them, doing so unwillingly. "It seems we have to follow the proper procedure. Let the traffic police handle it." Scared, Snowchi quickly said, "Please don't. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Please don't report me to the police." Hearing this, Kyle turned and asked Yifan, "Is that okay, sweetie? What do you think? Can we let them go?" He narrowed his eyes, showing he wouldn't accept it, waved his hand and said, "Fine. If my girlfriend is magnanimous enough to not pursue this, then you can leave quickly." Seeing their close relationship, Snowchi felt jealous and whispered unhappily, "Just a rich woman with one luxury car. Why are you so self-satisfied? This isn't your car." However, her words couldn't escape Killy's sharp ears. She glanced at him and asked, "What did I say?" Pale with fear but still pretending, Snowchi said, "What? Have you thought it through? Do you think what I said isn't the truth?" Meanwhile, Tu Only quickly covered his ears. She has no ulterior motives. Don't take this to heart. Ignore it." Kyle picked up her phone and called. "Hello, Miss Zhang? It's me. My car got scratched. It's affecting my mood. Come here and drive back. While you're at the garage, pick out a few normal cars to bring over." On one side, Yifan listened intently, making sure he heard clearly. They needed normal cars. Thinking to himself, after some time, 10 minutes later, seeing 3 supercars lined up, Tu Only was stunned and exclaimed in shock, "What? Are these the most ordinary cars you can find?" On the other side, Miss Zhang lowered her head and reported to Kyle, "Following your anger, we drove the most ordinary cars from our garage over. Is there anything else you're angry about?" She then folded her arms and praised, "You came quickly." Looking at the car brands, Tu Only's mouth dropped open. Beads of sweat rolled down his face in fear. Audi RS7, even a Maybach S680. Are these really ordinary cars? This sister truly has real power. Kyle then pouted and nuzzled against Yifan, saying, "These cars are usually not driven, They've been parked for so long that they're almost in disrepair. My love, choose any car you like today. Take one home with you and I'll give it to you. This makes him think, do we have to continue this charade? Tuanli took a big bite of lemon and asked sarcastically, Sister, are you considering another boyfriend? Who could bear such treatment? Hearing that, Snowchi gritted her teeth in anger and cursed. Tuan Lao, what did you say? Do you really want to be a parasite on women? And he asked boldly, didn't you stay with me because of my money at first? What if we switch genders? The two then argued and turned their backs on each other. Snowchi said to Vi, I should have been blind. Break up. Seeing this, Tuanli reluctantly agreed. We'll break up. I've had enough of your spoiled little girl attitude. I won't serve you anymore. Unexpectedly, in this situation, Snowchi pointed and shouted, Chu Snowchi is really unlucky for 8 generations. I'm Chu Snowchi and I deserve it. Besides, all of them are parasites relying on women like you guys. On this side, Yifan exhaled a sharp and bitter laugh, his robe fluttering. Then he took out his car key and pressed it, saying to her, My love, we can't be too modest even when going out today. Looking at the car that just started, Zuchi was puzzled. Girl, what kind of car is this? He continued to avoid being misunderstood by those lowly dogs with their dog eyes. Then Yifan walked towards the brand new car and said to her, My love, get in the car. Today I'll drive my own car for you, taking you home. Zuki's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, Porsche 918 Spider, that's his car? Zuchi also gaped in disbelief. Porsche, only Kyle could be amazed by it. It's so cool. Then she instructed her subordinate behind, if that's the case, let's call Zhang's secretary to come and drive these cars back. When the car started, Zuchi couldn't believe what was happening. How is this possible? Didn't you say this car costs over 15 million? Sitting in the car, Yifan leaned against the window, watching them mock each other. Snowichi, just now you said I'm a parasite on women. Look at me clearly now. Then he shot her a glare. We are a strong alliance after all. Hearing this, Zuchi was furious and growled, White Yifan. He drove away, leaving them behind in a cloud of white smoke. Yifan said goodbye, see you later. Suddenly, Tuanhui ran after like a puppy, waiting for me. This relationship, do you guys really think it's worth considering on the plaza of Wuxing, Holy Land? Liu Yi is trying to convince Pancon not to reconsider. We had to struggle hard to escape from the ancient Makan realm. Why would we want to go back there? Is that so, or should you think it over carefully? Yifan clenched his fist with determination. As you said, the danger is unpredictable, but precisely because of this, it can forge a person, unleashing potential beyond expectations. It's been a long time since we broke through the divine mysteries realm. It's time to push ourselves. On one side, Liu Bai was worried and said, but Song Xin will cut him off. He has made up his mind. Let's not persuade him anymore. Hearing Yifan say that during my absence, Lingxi in the temple garden had to rely on you guys for care. Then he handed her a black box, instructing her. Inside this box are some medicines and treasures, all of which are for you. Your cultivation shouldn't be affected either. Watching Yifan leave, Jiangxi waved at Juk. Brother, don't worry, we will take good care of it. Liu Yi wiped her tears and sobbed. White Ka, I'll miss you a lot, and hear Yifan say, go back now. In 3 months, I'll return transformed. Time flowed smoothly as the wine turned into song. Yifan walked on the path of temptation. If not for the divine mysteries realm cultivators, most would never return. So let's take a break here and prepare thoroughly before leaving. Suddenly he heard someone calling out, don't go, which puzzled him greatly. In the middle of the road, a man lay in a pool of blood while a girl held his arm tightly, preventing him from moving. You stole our firewood and killed our father. How can you just leave like that? Tijianglin, the armor guardian, struck her off. I value this firewood as it gave me face. Your father was unreasonable and refused to sell. I only hit him once. If there's blame, he should have known his limits. On one side, a disciple with a thick face mocked, ready for it. Hearing this, the girl angrily scolded, "You guys, you real bandits, give me back my firewood." Jianglin was furious and pushed her away, shouting, "Shut up and get out of here." The girl screamed in response. As his armor fell, he added a painful cry, "These ignorant civilians." Cao Huang sat on the ground, holding his injured arm bleeding. "You, give it back to me." Seeing her face, Jianglin laughed with satisfaction. Unexpectedly, she's also a beauty who can persuade cities, making Cao Huang tremble in fear. "Don't come here, what do you want?" With a sinister smile, he replied, "What do I want? You'll know soon enough." Then he ordered his disciples behind, "Keep her for me and wait until I finish my work, then I'll reward you with pleasure later." The disciples immediately rushed towards Cao Huang. "Yes, senior fellow." When she screamed for help, "Save me," Teacher Huan completely sobbed loudly, "Save me." The group became more excited and threatened, "Little miss, don't resist anymore, you'll suffer if you do." Tears streaming down her face, she decided to accept her fate. Done. Then she lay on the ground in a fetal position. Teacher Huan froze her weak body, demanding, "Give me back my firewood." But Jianglin laughed deeply and sarcastically, "Go ahead, why not cry more? I like watching others struggle." Then he extended his hand towards Cao Huang to prod him, "If you don't cry anymore, it'll ruin my good mood." Suddenly a knife sliced through with a snap if you enjoy hearing screams like this. At the same time as it pierced Jianglin's hand, Yi Fan continued, "Just by yourself crying is enough. Ignore his trembling and painful cries, my hand." Being laughed at for being weak, Jianglin cursed wildly, "Who cares about such trivial matters? I'm sick of living. Give me their names now." Bai Yi Fan stands behind, arms crossed, smiling. A disciple recognizes him and reports to Elder Fang Lin, "It's him. It's Bai Yi Fan from the Wuheng Holy Land." Hearing this, Fang Lin furrows his brow and shouts, "So you're the one, that day in Heiyao City, you bullied our sect's disciples." These words make Bai Yi Fan frown in confusion. The armored sect is truly a pitiful place of wisdom to its core. Bai Yi Fan complains bitterly, "You are their master. Sure enough, the top corrupts and the bottom follows." Fang Lin emits green flames round him as he speaks. "Brat, you came just in time. Today, I'll kill you right here to cleanse our sect's name." Hearing this, a disciple jumps with joy. Our elder broke through to the heaven's secret realm just before. Spirit Steel Realm. This brat keeps getting into trouble. Today, he must die. However, Bai Yi Fan doesn't seem affected by their words and calls him Ba Doshi. Meanwhile, Manhua flies out from Bai Yi Fan, flapping its wings loudly as it answers, "Master, follow your command. Kill." As it shouts, the wind picks up, and disciples think the armored sect is under attack. Demons fill the room. In an instant, they fall to the ground in agony. Fang Lin exclaims, "What? You can give orders to the demon race?" Standing before Badoshi, Bai Yi Fan smiles. Fang Lin turns pale and runs away in fear, shouting, "No good. This Tula is hard to deal with. I need to find a way to escape." But Bai Yi Fan isn't letting go so easily. He swings his red energy sword. "Where do you think you're going?" The sword strikes Fang Lin's leg, causing him pain. Now Fang Lin understands what it means to be in trouble and turns to Bai Yi Fan, shouting, "Day or night, a Wuheng disciple has killed someone." Bai Yi Fan holds his ground and says straight-faced, "I don't have good memories either, but you can scream as much as you want. There's no one around here." Sitting on the ground, Fang Lin panics and yells, "It was me who made a mistake. Please forgive me," pleading. Hearing this, Bai Yi Fan sheathes his sword. "You have a point." Then he instructs Manhua to dispose of the dead body as fertilizer and follow his orders. Done. Seeing no way out, Fang Lin quickly pleads for mercy. "What? No! No! Don't!" In an instant, the image of Ba Doshi appears in his mind. Then Fang Lin's screams echo through the streets. Meanwhile, Bai Yi Fan sits down and picks up a fire from the ground. He then approaches Tai Huan, who is sitting by the well. "Miss, are you okay?" As he gets closer, Bai Yi Fan touches her and realizes she's covered in thick ice, exclaiming, "What happened?" After a while, at some inn, sunlight shines through the window. Tai Huan slowly opens her eyes, feeling hot. A drop of sweat rolls down her face as she squints. This is an inn. Who put me in this? She then exclaims, my clothes. At the same time, Bai Yifan brings a bowl of medicine to Tai Huan and says, you're awake now, just right on time, drink all of this. Tai Huan hugs herself, feeling embarrassed. Her voice echoes in the hallway, making a waiter pass by say, young people these days are so easily set alight. After some time, Tai Huan kneels before her father's grave, which reads, in memory of father Ning Yin Zimo, unfilial daughter Ning Tai Huan. As she pays the bill, she says, father, my ungrateful daughter is fine now. Rest in peace. Then she turns to Bai Yifan and thanks him. Lord Bai, thank you for saving me. Not only did you buy new clothes for me, but also paid to build a grave. Tai Huan then tries to kneel down. But I repaid kindness with resentment. I misunderstood the one who looked at me. I have no face left in this world. Bai Yifan helps her up and says, quickly stand up. With a handprint still visible on his face, Bai Yifan scratches his head and continues, it was an emergency situation. I had to use such tactics to save you. Let's leave the past behind. By the way, do you have any plans for the future? Tai Huan is too embarrassed to answer. My father died and I don't know where to go. Bai Yifan rejects her offer with a frown. I don't need a servant. The demon knight training is extremely dangerous. I can't take you along. Feeling dejected, Bai Yifan sighs. Did Lord Bai hate me? I guess so. Heaven gave me this icy bone monster from birth. I'll just pull your leg, that's all. Got it. You have a puzzled expression. Icy bone monster. Suddenly she started crying, suffering close by. This is the disease I've had since birth. Every time it flares up, my whole body gets covered in icy bones. My entire body turns into an ice statue. Unbearable pain. And then her tears flowed nonstop. Our family went broke because of this, and my mother worked herself to death due to the illness before passing away. This fire-linked herb that father bought with so much effort was stolen by the armor-clad sex people, and he died too. Shifeng suggested, why don't you try joining a sect? Some sects might provide medicinal herbs to help, but she hesitated. What good would it do for me to join a sect? Then Thao Huan revealed her past. Her father once brought her to join White Medicine Mountain's 7th rank sect, but due to this strange illness, it flares up every 6 months. The sect didn't want to waste medicinal herbs on an outer disciple like me and just let me fend for myself. Tears streaming down her face, Thao Huan sadly said that now even father is gone, she doesn't know what to do. Shifeng recalled his own past in the modern world. He thought about how similar this situation was to when his mother fell seriously ill and he felt so hopeless. If not for meeting the Duong family, he might have lost his closest loved one too. Then he asked with a smile, and Vishamu, I have another question. Have you ever awakened your essence qualities? Thinking of helping her out if they met again. Thao Huan shyly replied that she hadn't. At White Medicine Mountain, only inner disciples could awaken their essence qualities. Awakening the icy bone essence quality would result in the whole body turning into ice bones, which is very painful and similar to her symptoms. Then he thought if his guess was right, Thao Huan must have the icy bone saintly body. If she could enter the 5 elements holy land, it might solve her problem. Shifeng was surprised. Are you talking about the 5 elements holy land, one of the 10 most revered holy lands for cultivators? Time passed. 7 days later, 2 maids brought some items into a room. Miss, we're here. Thao Huan looked at the flowers on the tray with curiosity. What kind of flower is this? A maid respectfully handed it to her and explained. Miss Jade, this isn't a flower. It's medicinal herbs for your treatment. Lord Bai suggested placing them by the bed. Then one of the maids whispered that these precious medicines were worth millions, and her lover was very concerned about her. Thao Huan blushed and denied it. No, you must be mistaken. He's not my lover. And she gasped in shock. This kind of medicine is worth over 100 million? Then Thao Huan thought of Shifeng's earlier offer. Miss Jade, I can give Mui some money to ensure her comfort this life. But that wasn't a long-term solution if she wanted to truly stand on her own feet later. Shi Feng then offered an excellent deal for Thao Huan if she agreed. He would have her stay in the city for 3 months while he dealt with his affairs and take her to the 5 Elements Holy Land after. Ward, she happily accepted without hesitation, following Lord Bai's instructions. Sitting on the bed, Thao Huan listened to the maid say that she shouldn't deny it. These are extremely precious medicinal herbs. Getting just one is difficult. And Lord Bai left 3 without a second thought. He even told us not to save money, but prioritize her health. Such a good man. Where can we find him? Then the maid politely informed that Lord Bai had paid for her stay of 3 months in the city, advising her to rest and recover here. Thao Huan frowned sadly. I'll wait for you to return, Lord Bai. Meanwhile, elsewhere, in the 10th layer of 10,000 Years Demon Realm, Shi Feng knelt on the ground and ordered, Taoist Mother, since you came out from the demon realm, tell me how things are in these 10 layers. Then it drew some lines on the ground and reported, My lord, layers 1 to 8 are just ordinary monsters. They even fight among themselves. It pointed to a tower it had drawn. That's where we attacked the Fire Demon Lord in layer 9. After layer 10, things get extremely dangerous and territories grow larger. Imagining the red energy emanating from the tower, Taoist Mother continued that demon lords would build different fortresses with varying ranges of influence. It's hard to deal with them even within the same layer. Finally, it suggested we could only go down to layer 12 at most. Shi Feng was surprised. Your territory, I've never heard of this before. And that's all for today. And it quickly left. The master didn't ask, so we didn't answer. Then they continued to discuss their plans. Yi Fan requested, Lady Doso, you're on level 12. How vast is the territory? How many troops and how many talented individuals are there for cultivation? Report everything and follow its commands. Clear, master. Level 3 Doso spoke all at once. My domain is equivalent to 4 city-states in the human kingdom, with a radius of about 200 miles. Belonging to one of the vassal demon cities under the Huan Di Great to La realm. I have around 400 flying demons and between 20,000 to 30,000 small demon troops, with the rest of the demon population numbering in the tens of thousands. These numbers made Yi Fan's eyes widen. Such a large territory? Thinking about it, the li in the ancient continent is equivalent to kilometers on Earth, meaning 1,000 meters. A radius of 200 miles equates to over 120,000 square kilometers, roughly the size of 7 or 8 Hangzhou cities. Then he happily whispered to himself, I never expected conquering level 3 Doso would bring such unexpected benefits. Next, he asked it, what about the Huan De demon from earlier? Imagining a demon wearing golden armor and wielding sharp weapons, it revealed that Huandi was my former master. With divine power reaching the heavens, he had once expelled hundreds of cultivators from the secret realm Divine Wisdom Fortress on level 15. He is also one of the most powerful forces in level 15. Under his command are a strong army, with 4 major cultivators as well. Moreover, it doesn't shy away from highlighting the strengths of other leaders. The 4 major cultivators are all loyal to Huandi and have built their own fortresses on levels 11 to 14. I wandered around level 9 earlier because I wanted to help Huandi with something, but I was careless, encountering a powerful human cultivator. These details made Yi Fan realize, so that's how it is. Then I really found an opening. Level 3 Doso curiously asked, Master, what are your next plans? Yi Fan's face brightened as he shared his plan to seclude and break through to the Divine Wisdom realm, then attack Huan Dai's demon fort on level 15. He wanted to control more Tala demons for personal use, ideally taking over all of level 15. Level 3 Doso was stunned, asking, Master, do you know how big one level of the ancient demon realm is? Considering the entire 12 levels, various large demon cities, Yi Fan remained calm and assured him that he had his own plan, but you are the key to this mission. He stood up and looked at his mono, asking, Doso, if we want to take level 12, "How much power do you think I need?" And it replied, "Master, if I can break through to the third layer of divine wisdom, becoming a demon core, though I dare not say I can clear out level 12 completely. I can easily destroy several dozen demon cities." However, Doso was also worried. Our power upgrade method is blood-sucking. Since following you, I haven't done anything bad anymore, but it might take a short while. This didn't deter Yifan. He confidently said that this matter would be handled by him and assured that within 7 days, Doso could break through to the third layer of divine wisdom. After some time passed, at level 12 of the ancient demon realm, they inspected a red tower. Inside, human demons were hunched over working hard, while the manager was yelling, "Demon humans, hurry up. Don't make me whip you with my cane." Suddenly, one of Huandai's for two law appeared and said, "Hold your horses, don't kill those creatures or scare the manager too much." The manager turned pale and nervously said, "Lord Demon House, please calm down. If we don't hurry up, we won't be able to deliver the minerals that Doso Master assigned us." Another one argued, "Why care about him? Doso Master has been missing for months. He might have died outside." Then he sneered and said, "According to Divine, it would be better to offer this mineral vein to Lord Demon House, leading the way." But before he could finish, a beam of light struck him in the chest. Meanwhile, another manager was wide-eyed with fear. Thus, that man fell down dead. Level 3 Doso appeared and angrily shouted from behind, "Who has the courage to make such decisions on their own?" The other manager trembled and said in a quivering voice, "It's Doso. Lord Doso is back." Level 3 Doso asked sternly, "Why did you dare return? You were supposed to take advantage of the human war to steal the armor from Fire Cloud Demon Earl. Why are you so late? Are you playing some shady games?" Doso advanced and said with authority, "I couldn't bring back the demon armor as instructed by Lord Huande, but I captured someone. Lord Huande will surely reward me heavily for this." It boasted proudly, maybe even give me a title. Level 3 Doso pulled out a chain and shouted, "Come here." At that moment, a man in a robe approached, bound by the chain, introduced as the Holy Lord of the Five Elements, Holy Land. Hearing this, Demon House exclaimed, "What? You said you captured the Holy Lord of the Five Elements, Holy Land?" Doso confirmed beside him, "Indeed, I had to fight with him for months before finally defeating him. This is a great achievement." However, Demon House was skeptical and didn't believe that this man was truly the Holy Lord of the Five Elements, Holy Land. Suddenly, the chain on his robe broke into pieces. This made Demon House jump in surprise. Now, the guy in the underwear is revealed to be Yifan. Seeing those threads of spiritual power flying towards him, Quina was terrified and shouted, "No way!" It flew up, despising Yifan from a distance, a human race that couldn't even reach the divine realm. Yet he demands we engrave our servitude on us. Baduzi allied with humans to betray the great mystical lord, waiting for me to return. Then before Quina could do anything else, Baduzi appeared behind him and launched a combo attack. "You won't be going anywhere." Terrified, Quina's eyes widened as he dodged, shouting, "What?" Afterward, Quina looked at Baduzi's red eyes and said bluntly, "Impossible. When did you turn into a great Tulu?" Meanwhile, Yifan had taken off his hood, emitting spiritual power as he shouted loudly. At this moment, the Wine Spirit Scroll spoke. On the other side, Quina was terrified and shouted, "What are we waiting for? Baduzi allied with humans to betray the great mystical lord. If you kill him, the great mystical lord will definitely reward you generously." Yifan celebrated his success, saying, "Good job, everyone." The three heads knelt on one knee, thanking their master for the blood beasts and the traps provided. After days of sharing food, their cultivation increased rapidly. Now they have over 1,000 demon Daxia in their army. Suddenly, some monsters flew behind Yifan and shouted, "Kill!" But he remained calm, raising his hand to emit yellow spiritual power. "You've been hiding, come on, let's go. I don't have to catch them one by one." All of them were blinded by the bright spiritual energy and screamed in pain. Quickly, they all knelt down and bowed before their master. Meanwhile, Quina was terrified, staring at his broken teeth. What? How is that possible? You can simultaneously engrave servitude on nearly 100 demon Daxia like this. Run, I have to run. But Yifan turned around and mocked him. I've prepared dog collars just for you. Where do you want to run now? Quina, using the Wine Spirit Scroll, was blinded by light. Quina obediently knelt down and swore allegiance to his master. Then Yifan glanced back at Baduzi and praised. Baduzi, this time capturing Quina is all thanks to you. You did a great job. Recalling the past, he had ranged 3 plates on the table and said, this is duck blood, this is pork blood, this is chicken blood, even cow blood too. Eat quickly and with satisfaction. It's all thanks to the high-grade blood beasts given by our master in recent days that my strength has improved. Baduzi then asked about the next plan. Master, the main force of the demon scroll is completely under our control now. What should we do next? Yifan replied seriously and firmly. Of course, expand the army and take full control of all 12 levels. Can it be done? After some time, a group of demon soldiers surrounded Yifan and shouted loudly, pledging loyalty to their master until death. Then level 13 demon scroll. Seeing the tower destroyed, bricks falling down, the demons were terrified and shouted, quickly run. To soldiers holding flags said to each other, we can't hold out anymore. We must report to King Bone Deem now. After an unknown amount of time passed, a soldier ran into the main gate shouting, King Bone Deem. Then it reported to the one turning around on the high steps in front, King Bone Deem, Baduzi has betrayed us. Our army suffered losses. King Bone Deem is the strongest warrior under the great mystical lord's command. As long as he's here, we won't lose. Suddenly, a golden cane with feather-like blade flew and landed on one of the soldiers, making him tremble in fear. King Bone Deem, why? Yifan sat cross-legged on his throne, holding up his voice. Unfortunately, King Bone Deem is resolute. He would rather die than submit to you. He has already surrendered to me. At the same time, King Bone Deem clenched his remaining weapon and stood there helplessly. Lying on the ground, Soldier Martin muttered, how can this be? King Bone Deem, our strongest warrior is being commanded by a common human. Meanwhile, Baduzi and Quina flew to report. Master, we have completed the mission you gave us. Outside the tower, thousands of demons lined up in for neat rows carrying orders. Baduzi reported that level 13 demon scroll was completely captured, and the battlefield has been cleared. Line 60 ends here.